Good morning. The seventh inning stretch is over. We're going to get back to the ball game. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors. And if you can, please stand and join us in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We had a closed session this morning under public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code 54957B1. The title was the Planning Director, and no action was taken. I'd like to move to public comments, 5 minutes per person. If anyone has an item they'd like to discuss with the board that is not on the agenda and under the jurisdiction of the board, please come forward. We'll go for a maximum of half an hour.
Good morning, Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I saw in the paper last week an article, State Trashes County Recycling Efforts. And I'm the consummate recycler to the point of being a hoarder. I keep everything. If I find out somebody's throwing something away, I'll haul it off to my house. Last month, I finally had enough hoarding, and I took a whole truckload of, I shared this with Mr. Spellman, but I thought I'd share it with you all, a whole truckload of glass shower doors and aluminum windows to the landfill out in Milton. And it was probably 300 or 400 pounds of glass, and I don't know how much aluminum, but I drove in and I said, where do you want me to take this? And he says, pull in right over there. I pulled in right over there, and for the first time in many times, there was an attendant actually helping me take the stuff off my truck. And he says, I said, where does it go? And he says, just throw it right here. Well, it was in the regular trash. And I said, don't you guys recycle glass and aluminum? And he says, no, we should, but we don't. So I can see why the state would criticize us for not doing our part in recycling, because glass and metal happens to be some of the cleanest, easiest recyclables, and the county's not doing its part to take care of that. And I was just one person, but there were no bins for glass, and there were no bins for aluminum that I could see, and so I was really discouraged by that. So when I saw this come out in the paper, I thought, well, I didn't snitch you guys off. It wasn't me, but somebody at the state knows that we're not doing our part to do the recycling. So that's my input. There should be a better job with whoever's in charge of that landfill or what's going on. Then somebody else told me that Gamby is not affiliated with the county, and they will do that kind of recycling. But I don't know, because I was already out there. Instead of bringing it all back home and unloading it, I just let it go. And I feel guilty that I didn't do my part to recycle. Anyway, that's my comment for today. Thank you.
Excuse me. Where did you initially drop it off? I missed that.
Milton.
Milton. Okay.
At the big landfill out there. And, 10 or 15 years ago when that place opened, I mean, it was buzzing. People would, can I help you? And 4 out of 5 times that I go out there, I'm stuck by myself, unloading the junk, trying to get it over the barrier. And I'm old, and I'm little, and there's no one out there saying, well, can I give you a hand? And it needs to be done a better job.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the board on items of concern?
Joe Kelly. Mr. Spellman, it's not often that I get the opportunity to commend you. Last meeting, when you brought up the concept, the liquid assets and the hard assets and those financial instruments that the county has, started to make me think. I've never heard it discussed, I think, by any board I've ever sat in on in any county, of that during either budget time or final budget time. So will these assets be provided at this final budget hearing, to include the concept of introducing us to them with the idea of how they were created, what is their purpose, and how are they used, being liquid and hard assets. And in that, how used, collateralization of anything, meaning on the hard assets or the ownership of something. With that, I wish to switch over to Supervisor or Chair Callaway. Quite a while back, you and I had a little discussion about FEMA, and I've done it since the first of the year, trying to get something rolling along on FEMA and get contact with Kathleen Schaefer, to include contacting Congressman McClintock's office, and they were willing to provide us an opportunity with their access to her to say, county and citizens would like to talk to you, and to include to use their weight to make it happen. So I'm concerned because I've never heard back from you as to what you told me that we would do, as you and I would discuss this thing. So has anything happened, and is there going to be a board discussion in the future, a study session or anything else on the FEMA issue in this county? It's getting a little out of control that nothing's being done.
Yes, there's something being done, and yes, I will get in touch.
Is that a promise?
I'm a politician, of course.
Oh, wait, don't do that, because then I have to raise my hand with my 5 little epithets, which I won't repeat. I don't want to necessarily put that on you.
I'll call you, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else who has an item they'd like to discuss that's not on the board's agenda? Okay. Council, it's not 9:30. Can we go ahead and move, even though it doesn't say consent?
Yes, because it says that public comment is not completed during the elapsed time period.
Okay, got it. Thank you. I'd like to move to the consent agenda. Does any member of the board or staff have an item that they would like to have removed?
Yes, I do, Madam Chair.
Yes.
I'd like to remove 8, 9, and 10.
Any other board members, staff, any member of the public have an item they would like to have removed on consent? Okay. Nothing else? Yes.
Number 4 and number 7, please.
Does anybody want to pull? No. Okay, may I have a motion on the balance, please?
So moved.
Motion on the minutes by Supervisor Wright, second.
Second.
Supervisor Edson, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, opposed? So moved. Thank you. Item 4.
I hope you. My name is Peter, General Township. Hopefully somebody's here from the airport. I got a question. Is that airport a 24-hour service airport, or is it just a daytime airport? There's a substantial amount of money going to be spent on lightening the runway. And I'd just like to know, is it a 24-hour?
I will ask the airport manager.
Thank
you. Ms. Sancanella.
I'm Kathy Sancanella, the airport manager. Yes, we are a 24-hour airport.
Okay. Is there any other questions or comments? May I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Wright. All in favor?
No, I didn't.
Oh, did you have a question?
No.
Oh.
Let's turn this up.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Okay, item number 6.
I'm Scala Taxpayer Association. I pulled that item just to get some discussion as to what changes are likely to occur in our income picture for the county.
Thank you.
Sorry,
He just wants to know what changes in income to the county. To the county or to all the respective agencies that are involved? Just the county?
With regards to item 6,
Yes.
This has to do with the unpaid charges due the Murphy Sanitary District.
No, item 6 is the ad valorem.
Oh. Yes. It ended up being to the county overall, it's a little over $500,000 above what we had projected as part of recommended budget. Not just to the county, but it was just to the county overall. From year to year, so from 12-13 to 13-14, I think it's only about 80.
So the recommended budget to actual budget is an increase of $500,000, but that's because we budgeted very conservatively and
budgeted
anticipated there was going to be a reduction of 4%.
Mm-hmm.
The actual turned out being an increase of 0.42%. But the actual year-over-year increase in property tax to the county was $80,000.
Yes. So we were very conservative in our approach because if you recall, as part of recommended, we had no idea where the roll was going to close. So we did a conservative estimate of a decline of 4%. So we ended up coming in a little bit positive. So we did get that additional bump, but year over year was nothing outstanding.
But the tax rate's 1%.
The tax rate total is 1%.
Correct.
Yes.
And that's what this is. Okay. Did you want to say more, Mr. Segala?
No, I think that's the report.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. May I have a motion on establishing the sorry, Mr. Kelly.
Joe Kelly. Since I've been commending people today, I'd like to commend our auditor controller for the job she did on the postings on the website. When I went to look at Measure J, it was there, so I didn't have to come up and ask the question of what happened to it, if it went up or down. And it did go up, just so the board should know that. So, anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? A motion on the ad valorem property tax rates for 13-14.
So moved.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte, a second. By Supervisor Edson. All in favor? Aye. So moved. Item number 7.
Peter, gentlemen, I have a couple of questions because the references to a couple of these health and safety codes been brought up, 652010 and 05. First of all, one of the is like to know, it's, when they say 2/3 of the board, I presume it's maybe the board of supervisors, or is it a board of the special district? That's one of them. The other one is that I did not quite get clear on this. Is that service used or a service available? I noticed one of the people that there's a lien since 2010. It's 2013 right now. Is that service being used for all these 3 years, or is it just because available? Because if you don't use the service, you're still going to charge the full amount from the district. Now, Murphy's Water District been shafted for a long time by the prior board members, not this group. Because I think those people are getting shortchanged in many ways. One of them is that, if you recall, they're getting rid of the solid waste. Maybe it was before most of you. And they requested general funds. Then it was voted down, but it just disappeared. And later on found out that the same folks for solid waste been overcharged. So one of your department decided to charge them only what they charge everybody else, and it disappeared. So that's what the information I got from one of your staff, which should have been available. It does. But they never told that they were being overcharged for all the previous years. Now, you keep going into health and safety code. Is that for just waste? Is this collection, or is it water and sewer? Is it for both? Because just like any service district, after 3 months, you turn it off. They're not receiving any more service, but you still want to charge them the same amount, even though it's not used, was disconnected by the special district itself. So you're going to put in a property tax. Think about it, folks. You're going to charge them 1% to collect it. As a board, you're willing to charge 1.5% for collection of a very reasonable, and I support, charitable organization. Now, if the auditor and a tax collector can make it reasonable to charge 1% overhead, is the rest of the county being kind of screwed over? If they can do it that efficiently for 1% profit, is the rest of the county, if they can do it so efficiently of this particular policy, how come it's not being used by everybody else? I mean, if you take a look at it, anything that you folks do, grants and so on, you're skimming off 10% for administration. But if the auditor and a tax collector can do this for 1%, either they undercharge and the rest of the county is paying for it, subsidizing this collection, but to put a lien on someone's property that hopefully someplace down along somebody will pay for services not taken or used, it just doesn't seem right to me. And I'm sure you both, all of you read 6520 and 6520.05, but you might come up with a different conclusions. But just in common sense, and it does have a reflection to something bigger that's going to be coming up, the CCWD. And 65, I believe, 05, specific as far as where the money can be used for you to collect. What you're doing here, service district, special district, can you put PG&E bill on property tax? That's a service district. Now, Murphy's, I agree with you, it's probably reasonable. Even though it's $10,000 for some one particular property, has it been used for the past 3 years, or that it was shut off? But when it comes to the same ideology, it's going to come into CCWD, folks. Think about it, because they're going to be, they have been for the past couple of years, you assume $100,000 per year, fiscal years that you assume. That's going to have a reflection on that. And that's going to be, repercussion is going to be quite a bit more to you as a Board of Supervisors than this Murphy business. Thank you. Now, I realize that it's going over 100% or 90% of the people in this room. But there's TV land, some people are going to pick up on this. And it's your decision. I'm sure you did your homework. And without getting into legality, what is right and what is wrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, Cindy Nugent, Murphy Sanitary District.
Don't you have a new last name?
It's Cicada, yes, but I haven't gone to the DMV till today. So, this afternoon. Anyhow, the services have been provided. A couple of the residents haven't paid in over 4 years. We cannot disconnect so easily as per CCWD. CCWD pay for water and sewer, so if you don't pay either of those, it's really easy to shut off the sewer and you pay. We don't have shut-off valves on the laterals for our customers. So when we want to shut somebody off, it requires going to the county, environmental health, health and safety to shut off sewer. It's not real easy. So they have received their services, and they continue to receive their services. Even if we were to put this on the tax roll, they're still going to have money collecting until they pay. Over the last year, I've worked really closely. We've had a huge list of customers that we would have put on the tax roll. But as they call, we work with them. We've done a really good job. I started off with about 17 customers. We're down to 4. So, like I said, we worked really hard to collect from them, and the last 4 that we have cannot make any calls to us and reach out to come up with a solution. However, at our board meeting yesterday, if the county does not want to put them on the property tax roll and pay us ahead of time, we're willing to get paid as the county collects. So that's another option if you'd like to do that. Any questions?
Any questions from Ms. Newton? Okay.
So I do. These 4 particular folks know where we are at this point?
They've received numerous letters, so I can only say yes, they know.
Okay.
And we've done this before for Murphy's Sand.
Well, we tried doing it back in 2011, I think, but we didn't have all our ducks in a row, and we do now.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public on this? Any questions from the staff? Does the board have any?
And then I just wanted to remind you that we did bring this forward last year, and it was the board's preference to take it back so that they could do additional pursuit of collections. So we've already gone through that as well. So at this point, they've done what they can. Clearly, she's gone from 17 to 4, and this is what we have left.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly.
Chair Callaway, I'll respond to the 2 legal questions that were asked. California Health and Safety Code Section 6520.5 refers to 2/3 vote of the board. It's the board of the district, the sanitary district, that took the action. The second question was with respect to CCWD, and this is part of the sanitary district law, and CCWD is not part of the sanitary district law. They're part of the county water district law, which isn't in front of the board today, so that law is not really relevant to this. But as stated in the board packet, 6520.110 does say, for what the auditor put in the packet, it says shall. So when requested by the sanitary district, the board of supervisors is supposed to take this action.
And Mr. Spellman.
One thing that Mr. Race raised in his comment wasn't the first time that I've heard it. I don't think it may be the first time the new board members have heard it, but I think that it's probably been raised in the last 9 months even. And that is that the county enters into agreement to collect various fees or fines or other things relating to special districts and other organizations. But to my knowledge, there's no uniform code as to a set amount. I've seen 1%, I've seen 1.5%. There are different and varying numbers in terms of what the county charges to collect those things for those entities. And I think that was part of what Mr. Race's comment, one aspect of Mr. Race's comment, and that's one that has stuck with me. And I'd like to get an answer to that. Whether that's something that we need to look at, reevaluate, and come up with a uniform number, or if we have a legal right to charge different rates for different organizations. I just need to know one way or another if we have the right to charge different rates, and if so, and we can defend that, that's fine, I guess, and I'll leave that up to the judgment of the financial folks on our staff. But if it's not, and it's something that is potentially litigious for us, if somebody were to make an argument, then we need to look at making a uniform number, whether it's 1%, 1.5%, 2%, whatever the number is. So it's either we got to have one for everybody, or if there's a legal ability to differentiate, then I just need to be aware of that so that I know that we aren't putting ourselves in jeopardy.
And I agree with that. So what we've seen is that at the point that those assessments originally came to be, way back whenever, we've seen everything from flat fees to percentages. And so there is some variance there. So we do need to go back to those particular assessments to determine if it makes more sense It may have made sense back then, but we realized the cost of doing business is increasing. So the flat fees clearly don't work for us. The percentage fees tend to work a lot better for us. So we do need to go back through all of those and open up that dialogue with those respective agencies.
So are you asking that we, are you recommending that we agendize that?
Well, I think that we need to, it's something that my office needs to look at.
Because we've had that discussion before in terms of cost recovery. Because if the work that's being performed is not being recovered in the fee, whatever it is, a percentage or a flat fee, if the cost is not being recovered, then it's
subsidizing.
That creates a subsidy by the taxpayers.
Correct.
For organizations that aren't under the county's jurisdiction directly.
Yeah.
Indirectly, through special districts and other things, which is a problem.
Yeah. So the tax collector and my office need to get together to look at all the assessments, because we have a lot of different types of assessments that we're doing and different types of work that we're doing. So that is something that we will be looking at.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? I'll have a motion authorizing the auditor controller to pay the delinquent and unpaid charges due Murphy Sanitary District on the county tax roll.
Pay them or collect?
I have a clarification.
Well, they collect them, but it'll go under teeter. So we pay them, and any interest then would accrue to teeter.
I have a question, because it was mentioned that the district was willing to accept the monies when the monies were received. All right. So I don't see that in this particular.
That's how teeter gets its funding. Ms. Callan, did you want to address the pros and cons?
But we're not paying up front. That's what I want to clarify.
So generally, these types of assessments, because they're being leaned on the secured property, if we have a teetered relationship with that entity, we go ahead and teeter. We don't have to. It does create an additional administrative component in my office to start keeping track of what's actually collected versus what we're actually going to be apportioning for those particular properties, but it is possible to do it.
Okay, so so we're going to be paying Murphy Sanitary, and then when the money's received, it goes into teeter. Okay. It just wasn't clear, I guess, in here in regards to the teeter fund, and that's kind of where I'm lost.
Yes.
So what happens is we would go ahead and apportion the money out to the Murphy Sanitary District as though as we had collected it entirely. We would place it on the delinquent secured roll, and then as those funds come in or that property is sold or whatever ends up happening, that delinquent secured would be repaid, and then those penalties and interest would go into teeter.
Okay.
And that is the purpose. That is why the teeter fund was created.
Right, I understand that. It just, to me, it's not clear.
No.
Nowhere in here does it say teeter.
No, it
so
does
that's kind of where I'm coming from.
I agree with Supervisor Ponte. I read these agendas, and I read this, and it clearly says that we're authorizing the county to place a lien or collect in behalf of the sanitary district. Nowhere in here does it say that we're going to pay the bill for Murphy's and put them on teeter. It doesn't say that in here.
So everyone's teetered. I guess that's the point. So everyone is teetered unless we consciously make a decision to not teeter them.
Okay.
And all secured property is teetered. Unsecured is not. So as long as there is a secured taxable activity going on, it's teetered, unless we specifically don't teeter it.
Well, I don't want it. I don't want it to do that. I don't think the county should pay the bill for Murphy's and then hope to get the money back whenever that person sells or dies or whatever. I don't think that we're in the financial...
every special assessment that is secured is teetered. So that means CCWD, every sanitary, like everyone. So if we're going to make that decision, we just need to be clear on what that decision is. And you need to understand that puts an enormous burden on my office. So for sure the 1% is not going to cover us having to do that. And ultimately, teeter is going to get pay. I mean, the county's going to get repaid at the point that property is
Well, yeah, the
sold.
1%'s not going to cover that. That's clearly evident. So, I mean, if we are going to enter into an agreement like this, then we definitely need to be getting paid our just,
Well, the 1% won't cover if I have to start keeping track of actual receipts and collections versus apportionment.
If I could, through the chair, again, that is the reason this board and most boards establish a teeter account, because it is more cost-effective for us to allocate the property tax upon receipt as if we've collected it all, and then when we collect at a later time, the interest and penalties go into the teeter account. It is more cost-effective to do that than to have the auditor staff individually keeping track of who they owe what based upon who is paid. So that's the whole theory and philosophy behind teeter and the reason boards establish a teeter fund.
Thank you. I just got confused when I heard the comment made about, well, you can pay us when you want, because this, understanding teeter and it's for the secured, I support that. It's just the comment kind of threw me off, like, okay, are we going out of the box now with this particular instance?
And I think that was more, if you're not going to put it on at all,
that's an option.
Let's work together on that. But I don't think we really have an option for R&T code. It's, if they're bringing it forward to us, we shall put it on.
Right.
And then if we're going to divert away from the teeter program, then that's a whole other discussion. And generally, we will get repaid. Teeter will get the penalties and interest. Teeter is also there in case the property sold and we didn't get 100% of it. It's there to absorb that loss. But it does definitely cut down on the administrative component of the entire property tax allocation system.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification.
I make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Ponte, authorizing the auditor controller to place the delinquent unpaid charges due to Murphy's Sanitary on the county tax roll and the treasurer tax collector to collect said charges. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No, and I'd like to make a comment.
Passes on a 4-1. Supervisor Spellman in the negative. Mr. Spellman.
My comment for my no vote on this issue is that up until this point, I was unaware that those parameters for teeter applied to all special districts as well as the county tax rolls. I was willing to go along with the county tax rolls, but not for peripheral special district collections. It doesn't seem to me to be a very equitable system. The teeter program in and of itself comes out to be financially advantageous to the county, as we've seen. However, at the crux and the philosophy of the program is that we are taking taxpayers' dollars and giving at risk the idea that we'll get that money back at some time plus penalty, which isn't a guarantee. And I don't like the idea of risking taxpayers' dollars. That's just not what government should be involved in.
Okay, thank you,
It's
Mr.
a gamble,
Spellman.
is what it
Thank
is.
you. Maybe we can discuss this at open comments with the board to bring it back at a later date for discussion on the teeter program. Okay, 8, 9, and 10 are somewhat similar. Supervisor Ponte.
Yeah, I just wanted a point of clarification here because this is dealing with public works and our roads throughout the Calaveras County, and I'd just like to know when we talk about a blanket purchase order, I expect or suspect that's pretty standard practice for a department like Public Works when they're looking for road material to be able to go and get it when you need it and not have to come before a governing body to get a $1,000 allotment for every truckload of gravel you need. What I'd like to know is how you select these particular firms. Is this something to where people have an opportunity on both sides of the county, as I read in the information here, where, if you're working up in West Point, you're going to grab from this particular business because I'm assuming trucking charges would be less, and if you're working on that side of the county, I just want to clarify because, this is something that certainly needs to be done, and I'm all for repairing our roads and such, but I'd just like a little bit more about how these firms are selected and if this is truly a standard practice.
Yes, it is. Road Superintendent, good morning, Board. Road Superintendent Scott Anderson.
Yeah, it's all based on proximity, and in all reality, they're the most rural counties there are up in here, and we have to stick with the closest ones that we can use in terms of material. Depending on what type of material we're using, if we're using asphalt, how we choose these companies is the nearest one. And George Reed seems to have the corner on the market in terms of proximity to all of our district yards. They have, for instance, they have one in Clements, one in Jamestown, and another one in Escalon. The nearest one would be another company from them or oppose them would be Granite, and they're down in French Camp. So that's a no-brainer right there. So that's basically how we choose these.
I think the question is how were these in a bid process, or were they selected because they're geographically?
For the asphalt has to remain at the minimum temperature in order for us to use it. Trucking is a huge issue with that. The longer it's in the truck, the more it cools down, it becomes unusable. So for asphalt, it truly is proximity of the company. For the non-timely materials, the gravel and the like, trucking costs are huge for us. So we go with a vendor who can provide us with the most material for the least amount of trucking. We'd like to spend our money on the materials, not hauling it to the site. That's why there are various vendors on this list, depending on which road yard is used.
Okay. And then this, as I understand, doesn't include the trucking cost? This is the cost of material?
Just material alone.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And do you find, like right now there are 3 bids that we're looking at today, or 3 purchase orders. So do you have more forthcoming? Are these annual type?
These are historically the companies that we use that are localized companies. Yes.
Right.
I mean, if there are any out there that we're missing.
No, the key word is local.
Right.
Because, we hear quite a bit how we're going out of the county.
Right.
So this is one of the items why I wanted to bring it forth, too, is that these are local companies that we're utilizing and purchasing their services. So I think that's very important. I just didn't know if this was an annual bidding type situation or, historically we use them because of the service they provide, costs is...
In the type of material they have
Okay.
Each individual
All right.
spot.
No, please. Anything else on this? Okay. Is there any public comments on the? I'm sorry, Supervisor.
I'm fine. Thank you.
Any public comments? Yes.
Peter Gentleman. It would help from somebody old, senile, frail man like me that those numbers that they give from certain areas, this is where they're going. It would be very simple. You got a job here and here and here. This is where this amount of money going to go to this particular job, and that would make more sense and easier to understand. I don't think it would be. Hopefully, they already have it. Just give out that information. I know there's a nice big hunk of money going to one. Where's all the material going to be going? I mean, I'm sure they have it all engineered out and know exactly what job they're going to take. So it would be nice to identify. So some senile old man like me, I could associate this much money going to this particular job and so on. So that's all I would request.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr. Ray. Mr. Kelly?
Joe Kelly, I'd like to know how the exceed value was determined. Is this on past history of uses throughout? Is this a projected value of materials that will be needed under the 3 issues of rock and material for the first 2, and then George Reed for the majority of it, the $651,000 of the $777,500 budgeting in this 3 items? So that's what I'm looking for, is how were these values determined? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Mr. Segala.
Segala Taxpayer Association. It was mentioned that giving preference to local contractors. This could be a problem. How would we like it if Amador County would give preference to its contractors over ours, and maybe even penalize our contractors where they couldn't get a job in Amador County. How about Tuolumne County? Suppose they put a protectionist type thing in the works, which would penalize our contractors that want to do business there, because Tuolumne County may feel that they want to protect their own contractors. This can be a terrible thing. It's protectionism, and if you can think of the golden rule, which says that basically you do unto others as you would have them do unto you. If you apply that to economics, at least to a certain extent, you need to have free trade across counties, across the whole United States. And so when we talk about giving special preference to contractors in our county, we have to be very careful about that, because it could turn around and bite us and hurt the taxpayer. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, in this case, it wasn't just because they were locals, because the cost of trucking the material and increasing the cost of the job. So really, we're saving the. So we do not have a blanket policy of just because they're local. In this case, there was a legitimate business reason to go to the closest businesses that could supply the product for the roads without having to dip in and add additional trucking costs. Mr. Garcia, did you have anything else you wanted to say?
To answer the previous questions regarding the cost per job for these materials, these aren't engineering jobs, these are maintenance jobs. So this just provides the material that we generally use in one fiscal year for various maintenance jobs throughout the county. The difference between the contracts is the locations of the yards that will be using this material. And as you stated, trucking, they are local because the trucking costs are so high as part of the material costs that we need to get the ones that are closest to us in order to maximize our scarce maintenance dollars. The amounts for these contracts, again, one is for asphalt, which is quite a bit higher than the other two, which are for rock, and the amounts that we came up with, the total amount for maintenance or for materials for maintenance is driven by our budget, which hopefully will be adopted later this session. But that's what our line item is in materials. So this is compatible with our proposed fiscal year 13-14 budget. That's how we came up with the figures.
Thank you, Mr. Garcia. Does the board have any additional questions? Supervisor Ponte, did you want to make a motion?
I do. Can I make a motion for all three at once?
Yes.
I so move to approve the minute order, blanket purchase orders there for 8, 9, and 10.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Did you want to make one? Do you want to make a motion? Okay, motion by Supervisor Wright. Authorizing a blanket purchase order with Calaveras Materials, not to exceed $60,000. A purchase order with Foothill Materials, not to exceed $60,000, and a purchase order for George Reed for road maintenance materials, not to exceed $651,500. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved on that item. Is everybody ready to go into the 10-year war? Okay, thank you. I'd like to move to item 11, authorizing the board chair to send a letter to Mountain Valley Emergency Medical Service Agency to review and make a recommendation on the request to add a new exclusive operating area, which will probably be known during our conversation as EOAs, for ambulance service in the western area of the county, concurrent with the jurisdictional boundaries of Calaveras Consolidated, which will probably be known as CalCo for discussion purposes today. Ms. Norton, did you want to start the discussion, please?
Happy to do so, and I would like to thank County Counsel Janice Elliott for preparing much of this item, laying out the history and the law and the process related to this. It is This was placed on the agenda at the request of Supervisor Spellman. Because time is of the essence, we did not have him bring it back and get board authority to put it on the agenda. We put it on the agenda. It provides two options. Our recommendation is that if the board would like to proceed with this request, that staff draft a letter to Mountain Valley Emergency Medical Services Agency to review and make a recommendation on the request. And as a second option, if the board could also again ask the agency, or the board could take no action, and the fire district that is interested can appear at the agency board and make their own request. Those are the options before you. We do not have the draft letter before you today, but could certainly draft that if it is the will of the board.
Thank you. Mr. Spellman, you brought this to the board. Did you want to make any opening comments?
Sure. I would direct those that have a copy of the board packet to look at page number 4. On page 4, the last paragraph, under EOAs for discussion and summary, notes here from County Counsel, Janice Elliott. I would direct you to the last sentence in the last paragraph there that says, there is nothing that currently prevents any fire protection district in the county from pursuing a special tax vote to fund emergency medical service costs or any other costs and creation of a new EOA as is not a necessary prerequisite to a special tax. This is something that was at the heart of the issue that was brought up last time when we discussed this. It was said over and again that creating of a west zone is not required for the district to seek funding to provide those services. And that is a true statement. It is not required. The district can go out and ask the members of the community for a special tax to provide a better level of service as they seek to in the future when they're able to generate funding through that process. So technically, Ms. Elliott's counsel is correct. They don't need to have the zone to go after the tax. But if they were successful at procuring the money for a new tax, the voters approved it, you couldn't create the protection district and provide the service unless you had the zone and you were the successful bidder on it. So while it's not required to have the zone to go to tax, if you got the tax approved, it would be fruitless. Unless county council is willing to say, in her legal opinion, that if the fire district goes out, lobbies the community, receives a 2/3 majority vote to procure extra funding, that at that point they can break the contract with Mountain Valley EMS and start providing their own service for Calco boundaries. If county council is comfortable with saying that and putting it in writing, then there's no further discussion that needs to happen today. However, if county council is not willing to put that in writing, then the relevant discussion is that regardless of the technicality of whether a tax can be taken up by the voters or not is irrelevant. The only relevant discussion is that of creating a new west zone for the RFP process, which only happens every 10 years. And Mountain Valley EMS has said that they are submitting their boundaries for these zones to the state in October, which time is of the essence to make a decision on this. So we've got two options. Either the board can decide to help create a west zone so that at some point Calco can enter into the RFP process, albeit it may be 5 to 10 years from now. It's not going to be this year or next year. They don't have the ability to do that. they would still need to go out to the voters and get the money, and so it would be a minimum of 5 years, probably more like 10 years. But you have to start somewhere. The gentleman who's in the audience today gave testimony last time as to the, I think he said 10 to 15-year process they went through with Ebbets Pass Fire to create the ability for them to legally serve that zone and bid for the RFP. This is what Calco is attempting to do. They can't go out and get the tax and have it be applicable outside of the RFP process without the West Zone being created. And so you've got three things. The board can either create a West Zone in response to Calco and the community in Valley Springs' wishes for better level of service, or County Council can sign a written agreement with the board and Calco saying that if they get the tax, that we can break the contract with Mountain Valley EMS and provide service. Or the third option is that if this board is really concerned with complete fairness and equitable distribution of goods and services, which I've heard as an argument that if the West Zone is created, that there may possibly be no bidding on the midsection of the county, and they would be left without fire service or emergency services like this, with paramedics and ambulances, which would never happen. We wouldn't allow that to happen. But the scenario is out there. People have a fear that if West Zone's carved out just like Ebbets Pass is, that it wouldn't be financially feasible for anybody to want to bid on what's left of the county. So in response to that, I would say that the third option is if we don't get the West Zone, or County Council isn't willing to sign a written document saying that we can break contract with Mountain Valley EMS, that this board decide to reconfigure the three existing zones to represent equal 1/3 of the county's population. There are 45,000 people in the county. If somebody has a feeling that they're going to be left out in the process, then we have the option of reconfiguring those zones. That's something the board can give direction to Mountain Valley EMS to do. We can use census numbers from the 2010 census, just like we did when we created the 5 supervisor districts. And we can split the county in equal 1/3, 15,000 approximately population per zone, and then we can open up the bidding for that. So those are basically the three options that we have, just for starters, so people will know where we're going.
Some questions or comments? Okay. Yeah, Mr. Reyes.
My name is Mr. Reyes. I'm from General Inn, and some people probably think I'm crazy because I keep mentioning General Inn Township, and there's a reason for it. And this is one of them. Okay. Besides being what's a good English word for getting shafted over from the rest of the county, we have the place, we have the organization to do better emergency services in our district. And I still would like, for one thing, I don't see any numbers here yet. Maybe you folks have. Maybe you have it on your other meetings. But I would love to know exactly what kind of money we're talking about. Paid, received, cost, and etc. Because I do believe in a long run, maybe not going to happen this year, but down the road, and it's going to cost too much. But if we can get a couple of counties, left, right, maybe east of us, to have emergency responding, when you look at not just the cost, but the time element involved. If we send a big rig out there because somebody's not feeling good, okay, and you have a emergency medical trained personnel take a look at it, then they're going to call up the ambulance to come out. And that ambulance is going to take it to Timbuktu to take that poor person when he's having a heart attack. The time element involved and the cost. How does it compare to have a regional emergency airlift capability? General Inn Fire District right across the street have a place where helicopters land. And one of the little four-wheel drive fire wagons can go out there, make the decision, and have somebody come right away and take that emergency patient directly for medical care instead of going through a whole bunch of different channels. Now, maybe it's a wild dream, but I believe that those folks that would need this emergency evacuation maybe deserve to take a look at it. I mean, we have all different regional governments telling us what to do and what not to do. This could be directly benefit your constituents as an option. And there's going to be a whole bunch of surplus vehicles, helicopters basically. There is a whole bunch of federal incentive to get these war veterans involved. And if you divide it into the regional agency, because those who are going to receive this, they're going to be covered by insurance. And it would be a lot faster instead of telling them what to eat, not to eat, and get those poor guys into the doctor quicker and maybe cheaper. And it could benefit the county totally. This would be the benefit to your constituents. And to make decisions, putting in a fix that's without numbers, maybe you folks are a lot smarter than I am, which probably some people is obvious. But it would be nice to see the numbers, what it costs, time responding from the first 911 call till that patient gets to the hospital. And I believe maybe the law enforcement agency would be interested in it for a faster reaction. Thank you. Race from General Land Townships, yes.
Good morning, Colleen Tracy, Health Services Agency Director. I think there could be another option for the board, and I'd like to present the board with some of the background materials and the specific recommendations that were adopted by the board in 2003 related to the design and, as importantly, the process for reviewing what the designated EOAs are in Calaveras County. So what I'd like to do is sort of go over those past recommendations. I would like to speak to what the discussion has been on what potential risk could exist with the timing associated with this request at this time. And then again, I think based on the principles that were adopted by the previous board, I think there is potentially a further option here. The board appointed by resolution a EMS task force in August of 2003, and the task force was developed in response to what was at that time a sudden expansion in the number of ambulance units and area of services between June and July 2002. And what was happening is there was smaller call volume for providers, there was more complicated medical dispatch, and there was no assurance of reliable and timely field response. Providers came, providers went at their discretion. Task force members included a representative from each supervisorial district, the county health officer. The Health Services Agency Director was Jeannie Boyce at that time, the Angel City Administrator, the hospital administrator for what is at this now Mark Twain Medical Center, the Sheriff's Department, a board member, and an alternate board member. The task force made a report in July of 2003 to the board. You have the findings that the task force made and the recommendations. And the task force did recommend to the board that they create exclusive operating areas and propose the criteria for what the design should consist of and designation. A study session was conducted in August of 2003. These are the materials that were part of the study session at that time. And EMS agency staff was directed by the board to proceed with presenting specific zone options. The board came back, had a study session in December of 2003, and the agency presented them with zone options that included one zone for the entire county and up to 5 zones for the county. The board selected the current 3-zone model, north, south, and east, and directed Mountain Valley to begin a competitive bid process. The board again in March of 2005 and subsequently received direction from the board to proceed with that competitive bid process using that 3-zone model. Subsequently selected Ebbets Pass Fire District for the East and American Legion Ambulance. Page 5 and 6 of this handout, and there's additional copies if members of the public would like those. Page 5 and 6 of this handout specifically speak to the criteria. Zones should be determined by the board through analysis of call volume, population, geography, and projected growth. There's other things like payer mix, et cetera, that are considered. Notably, zones should be designed in a manner that ensures that existing fire agencies providing ambulance service can continue their existing paramedic transport program as expressed by their residents. On the next page, number 4, is that the contract should be performance-based and in effect for a maximum of 5 to 7 years to assure that zones can be redrawn based upon changes in population, in call volume, changes in demographics, and public agency participation in the EMS system. So it's very clear that the board planned, as part of the design criteria, to include consideration of local public agency participation in the design of the zones, and planned to periodically consider whether those zones should be changed. I know that the agency, at the time they initiated the RFP development process, reviewed these factors, and as there were no significant changes, including new fire agencies providing ALS services at that time, no significant population changes, no projected significant growth, no changes in distribution of population, etc. They did not come forward to the board with any recommendations to reconsider designation of the zones. So that's the past. Where we all are, that includes myself as a resident of District 5 in the Genuine Protection Fire District and having benefited from their services. Where we all are is very close to needing to open a new competitive bid process. And timing is everything. And some of the issues and some of the risks really stem from the timing associated with this request. Now, I recall back when, a few years ago, when the 5-year contracts were being considered for extension for another 5 years. There was a lot of discussion at the Emergency Medical Services Oversight Committee and subsequent discussion, I believe, between the agency and the Fire Chiefs Association, that this was the time when local fire districts who desired, quite frankly, to emulate the Ebbets Pass model develop that community support, including a special tax to support the development of advanced life support services. It was very clear that this was the window in which that type of community support, that electorate support, and the development of capacity, because there's 2 benchmark eligibility requirements to bid. You must have experience in advanced life support, and you must have the financial resources to capitalize the transport system and to provide the financial surety required in case a provider should leave, so that the agency can contract with someone to provide continuing services should they decide to leave their contract. Now, the timing of this, as well as the request itself at this time, does, I think, create some potential risks. They are potential risks. It is not known, and I don't believe it can be known, whether these risks would eventuate. But they do exist. The first one is that the new or the residual exclusive operating areas may not attract bidders or could limit the number of bidders. And that's basically around the idea that Calaveras is a small pie. We just don't have a lot of population. We don't have a lot of call volume. There's not a lot of revenue available associated with this. So the first concept is we're cutting a small pie into more pieces. Okay? That may make it, simply because it's smaller on its face, that may make it less attractive to bidders. In addition, in order to reconsider CalCO's specific give them an opportunity to competitively bid on whether it's a new zone or the existing north zone, you would have to limit the contract term, as the Supervisor Spellman explained. And that 5-year contract limit may be viewed as inadequate to amortize the capital costs, initial startup, or replacement, because there are requirements by the agency that when mileage reaches a certain point, you have to replace your equipment, your ambulance rigs. And in addition, the cost to bidders to prepare the bid is significant. Okay? And so there would be two chilling factors, if you will. Shorter time period, harder to amortize, and I have to prepare a bid now, and in 5 years, I have to prepare another bid. That's the reduced interest in bidding. I think those are the variables that would potentially chill interest. The other risk is associated with the timing necessary here, the timing of this request, and that is the potential loss of exclusivity. It is the state MSA's opinion and policy that if the county that has current exclusive contracts for their ambulance transport services, if they do not have new contracts in place, the exclusivity expires. The process that Mountain Valley, as I understand it, would need to go through would be to do the analysis for feasibility, and that might mean taking the residual north zone and combining it somehow with the south zone. There are other ways to look at it, but they require analysis. They have to take it to the Emergency Medical Services Oversight Committee. That is part of their purview and their responsibility. They would then have to come back to the board with recommendations, and you would have to formally designate the EOA. They would have to then revise the transportation plan, which is part of the local EMS plan, shop that to the state with justification and data, go through their review and approval process, bring that back, revise the RFP, take it to the Mountain Valley Board, conduct the RFP process, and then negotiate the contracts. In talking to the agency staff over the last, 2 weeks, they're of the opinion at this time, and they are here to answer questions if you have them, that they cannot reasonably expect to complete that process and have new contracts in place for exclusive operating transport services by July 1st, 2015. And that means that the county loses exclusivity. And that means that any qualified provider, the big companies, new small companies, if they're qualified, can apply to provide. And that returns us to the era of non-exclusive transport services. And the problems with that are the same problems that existed before. Now, will it happen? I'm not saying it will happen. What I'm saying is it can happen. Okay? Medical dispatch becomes much more cumbersome. Call volume gets smaller. And most importantly, no one's obligated to continue. No one's obligated to provide a financial surety that if they decide to leave, and the county could result, again, in having some spotty areas within the county for which there is no reliable provider. I think there are some additional considerations, and County Council's board item and Supervisor Spellman have both commented on those. The voter support for a special tax is unknown at this time, I believe. And it's hard, so I think these are things that the board needs to weigh against the risk associated with it, these potential risks associated with it. It is, in fact, speculative on whether creating a zone would result in a tax, and no assurance, of course, can be given that a special tax would result not just in ALS services, that is much more straightforward, but in transport capacity. Okay? And as you know, a future exclusive contract cannot be promised or assured. I personally, and I think most members in the community, appreciate, quite frankly, the interest of the board member and the fire district in providing improved services to residents in the county. They're positive goals. The district, as you know, must develop, first of all, advanced life support service capacity and experience to be competitive in the future. But the EOA designation is not a prerequisite. There is no requirement. There is no particular specific advantage that can be promised in order for them to either develop ALS capacity or obtain voter approval of a special tax. When I reviewed these materials from 2003, it struck me that the design concepts are still valid, okay, including the desire of the board to encourage public agency fire district participation in the EMS system, including potentially transport services. It included reviewing the zones at least every 5 to 7 years. Okay. There was no formal requirement for anyone to come back to the board and say, hey, we've looked at it and this is what we think, and this is what it looks like in terms of public agency participation. And so I think it is possible that without disadvantaging the potentially beneficial goals that the fire district has, that they could proceed with the RFP for the current zones with a requirement that at about 3.5 years, 3 years, 3.5 years, there is a requirement that the MSOC and the agency review and report to the board what the current status looks like, okay, what, if any, changes, including public agency participation in EMS, particularly Calaveras Consolidated, based on their stated interest, and any recommendations at that time can be considered. And now you are in a timely process that allows you to make the changes without undue risk of disruption of the current service delivery system. Now, that still leaves you with a truncated contract period, okay, because you'd only go 5 to 7 years. But so much of the potential disruption that could occur from the loss of exclusivity is associated with the timing of the request. So when I looked at this again, it occurred to me that if the board directed the agency to follow these principles, you could still have the opportunity to review the EOAs in a logical, timely, sequenced manner that would minimize these types of service disruptions and allow the RFP process with the current zones to proceed. And that's the last thing I wanted to point out was the very last part of the handout, and that was the legislative intent associated with exclusive operating areas. You'll notice this comes from a Supreme Court decision in California from the county of San Bernardino. That is the county I work for, and I was involved in that very lengthy and contentious case. And it was the intent of the legislature to bring order to a dangerously fragmented, spotty, and unwieldy emergency medical services system. The goal of the system has to be to assure timely and high-quality field triage and treatment and transport to definitive care. And the responsibility of the board in designing the exclusive operating areas must have as your paramount consideration that goal. Thank you.
Are there any questions or comments? Ms. Tracy, I do. I just want to be clear on what I think I understand the option is that it's a 5-year, review it, and that's what it is now. Review it in 3 to 3.5 years to see what the current status is of what Calco wants to do.
And any other
then
system changes.
At 5 years, then could put in the change for another look at it as. But then you had also said this is a very expensive process.
It is
for ambulance
it's
providers.
Not.
So if I'm a provider, why would I want to go in and bid on something that in 5 years that might change?
That is the potential chilling effect. But when you take a look at it at the 3 or the 3.5 year point, you're going to receive, I would expect you would want to receive options at that point in time. You would ask the agency to do analysis. I think your first cut would be, what's public agency participation and other system EOA design factors look like now? Have there been changes? Okay, is there projected population growth in some parts of the county? It's always intended to be dynamic, okay, and be responsive to changes. Does it create a disincentive or an additional cost? It does. But I think in balancing what was the interest of the board at that time, as stated, I believe, in these documents, to encourage and support public agency participation. Now, notably, that was for providers who were existing service providers, okay? The board could say that they encourage generally participation of public agency providers in the system. It's a big jump from advanced life support to transport. That's a big jump. It's a big financial jump from one place to another. So I think what Ebbets Pass was saying is you got to walk before you run. This allows another look without disadvantaging the fire district, but does not mitigate entirely the potential chilling effect of truncating the contract period. But you're not making that decision now. The decision you would be making would be that you want to reconsider the zone designations. You may find in 3.5 years that there is no compelling reason to change them. It may be that Calco feels they would be prepared to bid on the entire north zone, and not just within their fire district boundaries. There are options. The proposal today carries some unknown amount of risk. The types of risks, I think, are known. The amount of risk is not. This is a system that is life and death for all of us. And so balancing those risks and finding some other, some balance that mitigates part of it immediately, the potential for disruption. But I don't think if there is a desire on the board's part to reconsider designation of zones before a 10-year benchmark period. Okay, this would be, I think, the best option I could think of. It's not a perfect option.
Okay, thank you. Just a moment, Ms. Tracy.
Ms. Tracy, I thank you for bringing this information forward to us today. I certainly was not aware did this in-depth of research to pull documents from 03. I did, however, sit in this boardroom in 2010. I believe you were here as well.
I was here.
During that last discussion in 2010, I was in the audience as a candidate. It was a very painful experience to go through, as it was for me, as I'm sure it was for you. Part of that pain came from watching the Board of Supervisors stare at their shoelaces and not give any direction. At that time, it would have been appropriate for the Board of Supervisors to give direction as you're suggesting today. And that was 3.5 years ago. And if the board would have done their job at that time, there wouldn't be this rushed effort that could possibly, jeopardize, turning over some apple carts, causing some difficulties in the bidding process. But we can't rewind the clock. And I can't make those supervisors from 3.5 years ago and not stare at their shoelaces and do their jobs. I was elected as a result of some of those people staring at their shoelaces, and now it's my opportunity as the elected official to bring these things to light and to ask for action to be taken. For me to suggest that we wait another 3.5 years while we have substandard policies and procedures in place, I can't accept that without making every effort for action at this moment, not to be waited on any further. And I think part of your suggestion that was wrapped into that long comment that you made was that there could be a reconfiguration of the north and south zone where you could have a east zone, a west zone, and then a central zone, where there would be enough money on the table if you had what's now the north zone combined with the south zone other than the Calco boundaries. So everything from Toyon east and north combined with Angels Camp and Copperopolis for a central zone. I think there's enough money on the table there to be able to attract people to bid in that process. And actually, I hadn't thought about that until you brought it up. So I appreciate your thought process and sharing that with us, because I think that's probably the most viable option. Instead of creating a new additional zone to make 4, maybe just reconfigure the 3 to accommodate what's being asked for in the west zone and create a new central zone, which is a combination of the current south and part of the current north.
I think anytime you're going to look at the exclusive operating areas, there has to be some element of zero basing in it, okay? And not so much start from, this is what we have now, let's just, do residual kinds of things, let's carve this out, and, whatever's residual stays, you'd end up with 4 zones. And that's, I think, the opportunity that having a formal review and report creates. I would also recommend that the board request that the agency give you an annual report or brief study session on the state of the system, that you not be in a situation where you're in a very short time period having to catch up with everything that's happening, okay, and then make what are really important policy decisions in a short time period. And that way you would be building your knowledge and your understanding of what changes are happening that affect the EMS system, including the transport. Because remember, transport's a critical part. It gets most of the attention, but it's not the whole system. And so having an opportunity every year to understand what's going on builds your knowledge base. So when at 3 or 3.5 years, should the board feel that was a good option, you would be in a more informed place about making changes, and that would support better and probably faster decision making.
It is a good option, and I agree with that. Based on the document, though, which I think was very inspired by whoever was on the board at that point in time, that these things should be a maximum of 5 to 7 years to assure that zones can be redrawn based upon changes in population, call volume, and demographics, along with public agency participation. And I don't think there's a person in this room that could honestly raise their hand to the square and say that they swear that there would be no basis for redrawing boundaries based on demographics and population increase. We all know that population has decreased on the eastern and northern part of the county, while it's increased in the western part of the county due to construction and other things for expanding residential development. And so I think it's very clear. I mean, 2003 is the year I moved to this county, and I've seen it myself. And my wife's parents who lived here before we moved here, I saw it. I mean, probably in Rancho Calaveras, they've got twice as many houses as they did before 2003 on lots that were built. There's an obvious expansion of population in the west part of the county that has not been addressed in any reconfiguration of these EOA zones to be in compliance with what the board has asked, or in compliance with the spirit of the law that the legislature and the Supreme Court has asked for.
I think the board has the opportunity to move forward with that in a much more involved way in the future.
Certainly hope so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin.
Good morning. Kim Olson from Calaveras Consolidated Fire Chief. We've heard a lot of interesting conversation here this morning about, the soon, can we do it this fast? And it's kind of ironic because it's exactly what we're trying not to do. You're going to put out an RFP for the next decade. And if we don't act now, if we don't create our own zone, then we can't plan for the next decade. Because I can't go to the people in my district and ask them to provide an ambulance for West Point. And that zone that we're looking at goes from Walls to West Point. So why should the people in Calaveras Consolidated Fire District pay for an ambulance in Glencoe or an ambulance in West Point? That's the issue here. But for the next decade, we can plan, should this board say yes, you know what, West Calaveras County or Calaveras Consolidated Fire District boundaries can have their own zone. Now, I got 10 years to go to the people. I got 10 years to secure financing. I got 10 years to plan. Without that, I won't be here before you in 10 years, but maybe Jason will, saying we need to create a zone, and the same argument's going to come out. You know, we're going to put the cart before the horse here. So I've got a letter from the board, all 9 board of directors have signed requesting this zone. I agree with the conversation that came up before, is 3 zones make sense. We're all trying to get the model that we've talked about in Evans Pass. Why? Because they probably provide the best service to the community up there. They have great response times, and they serve the community. That's all we're asking for, is to give us the opportunity to serve our community and to give our residents a voice. That if they don't like what is happening over the next 3, 5, 7, 10 years, whatever you're going to decide on to review, that they can have a voice and we can have some planning to step in, and the residents of my district can say, no, we want a public service, a fire-based EMS delivery service. And if you don't create the zone, then we cannot plan for it. We can't go to the tax assess. We can't, you know, people are going to say, why? Why are we going to pay for an ambulance in West Point and Glencoe? That's where we are. Questions?
I have a question. You've studied the Evans Pass project in that district.
I have studied it. I came from Stockton, so we ran our own ambulance through Stockton Fire Department, and unfortunately through an EOA bid process, we lost it there.
Okay.
But
but have you studied the Evans Pass project?
I'm familiar with it. I haven't studied it.
So I'm sitting here wondering why, you know, we heard from before the Evans Pass model, and that seemed to work very well, where they worked within their fire district boundaries and were able to convince their citizens, who ultimately passed a tax over several years to support their ambulance and EMS system within Evans Pass. And I don't know why this particular fire district doesn't try to do the same thing. They did that, and then they came before asking for a particular zone. So that's where I'm confused. I don't understand why that would not be the first approach, which to me, the citizens would say, yes, that's what we want, and being able to vote for that particular area of the county to put in such a tax to support such a system.
To do that, the timing would have to be,
5 to 10, 15 years.
And now we come up, and now we're going to pass an assessment, right? So that we get the community on board. Mm-hmm. We pass the assessment, we get investors on board, we do whatever we have to do to secure the money. Mm-hmm. We have to bid. This is a bid process.
Right.
We have to bid for our zone.
So does Evans Pass?
So how can we collect a tax, or how can we collect an assessment for something that we don't know that we're going to get the bid for?
So I would encourage you to maybe sit down and have some study sessions with Evans Pass, because they've been very successful in that endeavor.
But unless we have our own zone, like Evans Pass has their own zone to bid for, then we're in the same boat. We can't look at going to the people and say...
But even in this process, if you had your own zone, you would have to be bidding at some point for that zone and may not make it.
And that could be part of what the assessment would be. Go to the people, it passes, and now they authorize us to bid for the zone. If we don't get the zone, maybe the assessment wouldn't go through. Those are all things we could look at. Maybe we're put in a very ugly predicament here by not having our own zone. Because I couldn't go and bid for West Point and Glencoe. And
how long has your district been new?
Whatever, about 60 days now.
Okay. I have a hard time. I understand the need the desire, the want to have your own particular zone and such. But my feeling is that this has been, a 10, 15-year plan for the county. I was there in the days of the ambulance wars and the inconsistent services and even the staffing of the ambulance companies, and I think we've come a long way. And I can respect people wanting their own zone, but I admired what the folks did in Evetts Pass, and they started from scratch to build to where they want today.
Exactly.
And then they went for the zoning in regards with the ambulance, and I feel like, why should they have to bid? They've proven themselves. But that's the process that's set up. I look at Copperopolis. Those folks have done the same thing. Their monies are concentrated on fire service, with maybe 5 to 10 years being before this board again, wanting their own zone for going to their folks. But they're in that process of building to that point. I have a hard time saying, this is your zone for maybe something we want to do. We need to do this, that, and everything else. I'm looking for a plan. I'm looking for a commitment. I'm looking for something that says, we have it together and this is what we want and why. Where are your demographics and financial facts and those kinds of things?
That's exactly what we're doing. You answered my question. That's exactly what we're going. And
but
by
a zone is not going to
having
do
a
that
goal
for you
and
right now.
having that zone that we shoot for, that we can go and tell our people that this is what we're going for.
You have a zone, and that's your fire district.
No, the ambulance zone we're talking about goes from Wallace to West Point.
But your fire district, are those the folks you want to serve within this zone, right?
That's why we want our zone to mirror our fire district.
Right.
Because those are the people that are going to be paying for it.
But if you go for your fire district and are asking those folks to support you, you're not asking them to support up in West Point. You're asking for an assessment for your fire district with the potential of having a zone that incorporates that.
Well, potential. If we don't
Everything's
approve it, this
potential.
board doesn't approve it, then all the work that we went through for the past 10 years is in vain, because they don't want to pay for an ambulance in West Point. And I don't blame them. So that's what we're trying to do, is carve out ours so we can present this to the people and start generating our revenues and our
Chief,
plans.
just a second. Supervisor Wright has a question.
I'm just trying to clarify, the process here for the zone creation. Just to be clear, we vote to recommend to the EMS JPA to create the zone.
We approve the zone.
We approve the zone, but they have to have the final approval, right?
No, we have the final approval. They can recommend to us the zones, and that's what's before us today. But the board determines what the zones are.
Okay. Thank you.
We can ask them
Any-
to recommend it to us. We can ask EMS.
We could send it back to EMS and say, what do you guys think?
Correct.
They'll do the
And that is
But the
what's
final
before
decision
us.
still rests
But the
with this
final
board.
decision.
Right, that's what I was trying to clarify.
Correct.
So we recommended to EMS, hey,
Okay.
take a look at this, we'd like to create a new zone, what do you think? They come back, or vice versa, we don't want to do this, what do you think? And then they come back with a recommendation, is that the process? Yeah. Yeah. We're all...
Generally.
Yep.
Okay, any other questions of the chief from the board? Okay, thank you, chief. Yes.
Good morning. My name is Marilyn Smith. I'm the Responsive Transport Coordinator with the Mountain Valley EMS Agency. I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarification for you in that fire departments are eligible to provide advanced life support first response service without having an exclusive operating area. A fire department, if they so choose, can apply to the EMS agency to begin that service. Currently, Evetts Pass started that way here in Calaveras County. Copperopolis Fire followed that model. And then we also have other first response agencies in the city of Modesto that provide fire departments that provide ALS first response. That is something that can be put together, applied for, and put into place in a fairly short time frame that would benefit the citizens of the Calaveras Consolidated Fire District. You don't have to have an ambulance EOA. All of those, when they first began those services, did not exist within an EOA.
Evetts Pass was already providing that service before EOAs were created, so they kind of they didn't have to go and ask for a zone because they were already grandfathered.
No, they were not grandfathered in. Just a moment. Supervisor
Point of
Thompson.
clarification, yes. So when you talked about the transport component of it, so it's currently there's a 24-hour ambulance in Valley Springs?
Yes.
Okay, 24 in Angels Camp?
Yes. I'm going to look to Alan to help you confirm.
Okay.
24 in San Andreas and 12 in West Point.
And 12 in West Point? Okay, and then Ebbets Pass has theirs. Is that currently the ambulance structure?
Correct.
And currently it's American Legion?
Correct. In the north and south zone, Ebbets Pass
and
and
Ebbets
east zone.
Pass. Okay, I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question.
Any other, yeah.
I have a question for Ms. Smith.
Ms. Smith, just Supervisor Spellman has a question.
I have a question for you, Ms. Smith. It's been made known to me that prior to the EMS system that we have currently in place, there were 6 providers outside the Ebbets Pass current operating area. So there was 7 total in the county, but 6 outside of Ebbets Pass. 6 independent providers for ambulance services. Would it be your opinion, based on the information given to us by Ms. Tracy, stating the case of San Bernardino County as decided by Superior Court, that it would be in the best interest to reconfigure the zones to an east, west, and central zone, that central zone including West Point, where I feel they are being underserved in the spirit of the law and in the wording that the legislature has given, to have an ambulance service that only is available for 12 hours of the day from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. in West Point. God forbid anybody have a heart attack at 2 a.m. because the next conversation they're going to have is with St. Peter at the pearly gates. I think that you really should, and I'm asking your opinion as a professional, Ms. Smith, wouldn't it be in the best interest for public safety that the 3 zones were reconfigured to an east, west, and a central zone, which would allow better coverage for the upcountry area, whereas only now they have a 12-hour commitment on the time clock?
I can't answer that question today, because in order to look at the configuration of ambulance zones, you have to consider many of the components that Ms. Tracy talked about in her presentation. You need to look at call volume, and that's one of the reasons that there's only a 12-hour car in the West Point area. They run, I want to see if they average an ambulance call every day and a half up there.
And plus, the ambulance is not going to not come get you.
Correct.
At 2 a.m. there's nobody to get in it.
No, but you're going to be an ambulance come and get you no matter what time.
They will get you from San Andreas.
No, and currently, oftentimes an ambulance from Amador County that's operated also by American Legion Ambulance will drop down in from the Highway 80 corridor.
Who's to say that they'll be the successful bidder in the RFP process for Amador? It may be somebody else.
Well, I
exactly correct.
just don't want to give people the idea that they're not going to get an ambulance.
They will get an ambulance. It's just a matter of when they'll get it.
Very quickly.
That
They will get it very
discussion-
quickly.
Well, however fast you can drive from San Andreas in an ambulance.
Well, there's also from Amador County there's coverage.
Yes, ALA gets the contract.
Well, right now is what I'm talking about.
We're talking about
And
unknowns.
AL came to us when they talked about changing the location of their ambulance. That was publicly discussed. So, anything else? Mr. Spellman, do you have any other questions?
I don't have any other questions.
Okay.
I would hope that Ms. Smith would have an answer for me. I mean, she's
All
a
right. Is
professional.
there any other
so-
public comment on this? Yes.
Warren Wilkes, I'm a retired fire chief of Ebbets Pass Fire. I was chief during this whole process that we're discussing here. And I'm kind of standing here with some really mixed emotions at this point in time, because we really absolutely support the model that we have and the vision that they have down there in Calco. Yeah, I'm very concerned, and I guess I'm going to pose a question. If you take this back to the Mountain Valley, asking them to study redrawing boundaries, maybe creating more zones or changing boundaries of existing zones, will we have an opportunity to respond to that if that's the case? They come back and say, we want to redraw the zones based on this criteria, that criteria, because we're concerned about our zone expanding to an area that's not within our assessments, or having a new zone expand into our area that's already being assessed, and how that might affect Ebbets Pass Fire District. So if this proceeds that direction, and they're looking at redrawing zones, would we have an opportunity to come back and plead our case if it negatively impacts our folks up there that we've worked so hard to try to provide this service to?
Yes, Chief Wilkes, you would, because the final decision rests with the Board of Supervisors, and that would be a public discussion.
Okay.
And I'm assuming you could also go to Mountain Valley EMS board meetings and plead the case there, too.
All right.
Thank you, Chief Wilkes.
You don't have to raise your hand.
My name is Brian Dixon. I was Chief Wilkes' assistant chief, and he and I basically navigated this whole process from 1996 all the way up to where we are today. We're missing one thing that isn't coming up here, and that is, as we walked before we ran, we did a real good thing for our community. We went out, we got our special tax, we got ALS first responders on the engines. Then we have a wonderful thing in Ebbets Pass where we had a community barbecue every year. It generates a good amount of money. Our barbecue, that money is administered by our Firefighters Association. We purchased a Type 1 ambulance. It was equipped with the community funds, and it was placed in service in our town. And it was there, we were in service as an ALS engine for about 2 years, and we realized that about 10-15% of the time, when the private ambulance provider was not available in our town, we had to get these people to a helicopter landing zone immediately because they needed to go to a specialty center down the valley because of their stroke, because of their trauma, because of their STEMI-type cardiac event. And, as Mountain Valley accredited paramedics, we called Mark Twain Base, got permission, called a helicopter, and we transported them only when emergent and needed. And that is a very good initial step on the ladder to the rung. If Supervisor Spillman's district wants to pursue it, and we're looking at the 3-year review.
Supervisor Edson's district, too.
Okay, anyone's district. I would encourage just about anybody to look at first responder paramedic service. And what you have there, you could step in, you have an emergent transport vehicle. Copperopolis is doing this today. And if they have a critical patient in Copperopolis, the person's picked up and delivered to a landing zone. Copperopolis Fire has an excellent landing zone right behind one of their stations. And they rendezvous with the helicopter and the patient is transferred. And that is what's best. If we're truly looking out for the citizens, I'm looking at Calco, and I don't want to speak for their organization, but it would give them an opportunity to get their financing, to put their paramedics on the street, and give their paramedics the experience so that this post-review analysis that Colleen Tracy brought up could be done. And it's all a walk before you run. Everyone wants to see better service to the citizens in this county, but we have to work within the confines of the state EMS authority to keep the exclusive operating zones and what have you, and we are up against a time crunch. Anyway, I just thought I'd bring up that option of you could go into first response at any time, and first response can include an emergency transport component for the critically sick and injured, which are only about 10 or 15%. What happened to us in Arnold and why we went that way is our private provider, they were excellent service, but to make the financial ends meet, they had to keep taking that transport unit that was housed in Arnold and sending it a long distance interfacility missions, and it was gone for 10 or 12 hours at a time. And eventually, when American Medical Response bought Cal Sierra, they found that not to be profitable, and they eliminated the ambulance in our town. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comments on this item?
I have a question.
Which chief? Pick a chief. Lots of them
I have
out
a
here.
question for Chief.
For Brian.
Brian, when you were going through this and you went after the assessment, did you have a zone?
No, we actually have 2 assessments, and they're still in place today at Ebbets Pass. We maintain a first responder paramedic at all times. Okay, the operation up there is a first responder paramedic on the career engine out of the main station in Arnold, Medic Engine 435. Then we have the second station, and that also at Station 1, there's a career staffed with 2 firefighter paramedics, or actually 1 firefighter paramedic and a firefighter EMT, but they're fire suppression and technical rescue trained, and they staff a transport unit out of our Station 1. Down in Avery, there's 2 vehicles, a paramedic-equipped engine company and a transport vehicle, and both they're cross-staffed with 1 firefighter-paramedic and 1 firefighter. And if there's a roadside fire burning, they can go out and catch that thing with the engine. They can be first in on a structure fire. They can start actions, and they're 10 minutes closer than the town. Or they can staff that ambulance. Okay, so there's 2 systems. We also have 3 other fully stocked ambulances up there that we can call back people that live in town, because our full-time staff expanded when we opened the second career station. So our 2 taxes are this. $39 a house gets you first response paramedic service. That paramedic never leaves our fire district. We always have advanced life support and a paramedic in our town. Then we have the 2 transport-capable units, which sometimes leave the town. And when those units leave the town, we've been very successful. Mountain Valley will show this, where we staff up a 3rd and a 4th. And around Christmas time, when everybody's up from the Bay Area, we go 5 deep. Okay? And we are very, very successful in that. We maintain one of our units up in Dorrington, fully stocked. When the General Grant redwood tree falls down and there's a mudslide on Highway 4, we're staffing up there. So it's, we have 2 special taxes in place that have been voted on by our community. Our community has bought us 3 ambulances and equipped them. And there's been a lot of community involvement and support, but it evolved over a 15-year period.
Many years.
Sure, but you evolved it to get the experience, but it wouldn't take you that long to...
No, you could go out and hire people now, and if you were...
could set up a lot quicker now if you were to start again. If you did it over again, it would take you probably a quarter of the time, right?
Yeah, well, I was very experienced, and I set up a system in San Mateo County in the Bay Area before I came up here, and it was easy.
The key is going to be the vote of the people to...
That was it. It was
for that.
The education of the community. Chief Oakes and I started educating the community in 1996.
Yeah.
And then this event actually happened when one of our firefighters on duty at a drill had a heart attack. And we waited 40 minutes for the transport unit, which excellent paramedic, came up from San Andreas. But we waited 40 minutes. And there I am watching a friend of mine have his heart attack, and I'm telling the fire chief, with my 1.5-year-old son drooling over my shoulder at Mark Twain, Warren, tomorrow when I go back to East Palo Alto, I'm going to have all the toys and tools to take care of this. We got to fix this. And that's where it started. It started when John Matthews had his heart attack.
So in today's world, if you were to start now, just as Consolidated wants to do, the zone part seems to be the big issue here.
The zone part is the final issue to ensure that you're providing total transport services to your community. Nothing would preclude Calaveras Consolidated from starting up a first response service with what I call the emergent transport component. And emergent transport is the 10 or 15% of the people who have that life-threatening event who would need to go to a helicopter right now. And not being intimately familiar with the Genuine area, I don't know how many LZs there are out there, but you have them. So develop a system like Copperopolis, where the community has supported and bought in on buying the advanced life support equipment and paying additional firefighter paramedic types, and they're available for the community. They respond to that emergency, and when if they do a transport to a helicopter landing zone, they're can I say, cleared and available for that community immediately. What happens with the ambulances we have in Epps Pass is on a snowy day and somebody twanks their knee in Bear Valley, we could go 20 miles an hour all the way up to Bear. Pick up Fred, take Fred all the way back down to Sonora, and they've left the world for 6 hours. Now, we do call additional people in to staff up another one. We know that when it's going to happen. Mm-hmm. But, it is... You lose a little. You have to have your residual people available to keep advanced life support in town, and that's why we always keep it.
So I think from what I'm gathering with all this is they're afraid that that window of opportunity for that zone won't be there when they're ready to get there.
I don't want to speak for Calco Fire. I can speak that I think, in my professional opinion, 34 years as a firefighter, paramedic type guy, and involved in setting up systems in San Mateo County and up here, that the community could be very well served with a model like Copperopolis has right now. Properly publicly supported, and with first response service, with the emergent transport capability. Doesn't mean you're transporting every patient that fell down and needs 12 sutures in their forearm. This is someone who's having a surgical event like a AAA, an aortic aneurysm. He's having a major cardiac event. It needs to see a trauma surgeon within the golden hour, or is having a huge cardiac event. All those people need to go right now, and most of them are being flown to specialty centers down in the valley.
And if I recall, the voters of Copperopolis, and I know Chief is here, but they have approved that assessment to themselves without a zone. I mean, they're in the larger zone. So within their Copper Fire District boundaries, they've been able to establish that and provide this level of service.
They provide that level of service, and American Legion still does their
overlay,
the majority of their transports, and transports everyone to the local community hospitals, which are 85% of your transports. Those are the diabetics whose sugar was a little off. Those are the breathing situations that you stabilize with the paramedic medications.
Right.
The orthopedic injuries that are pain managed with the morphine. Those are all taken care of and transported to the local community hospitals. Can I?
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Just one more quick, maybe one little more piece of the puzzle, because I can see that, well, why did Ebbets Pass want their own zone or make a case for their own zone if the paramedic program and the partial transport is such a good deal? Why did we want our own zone? We have 208 square miles of fire district. We've always felt through history that one ambulance really was not going to serve the needs of our district, because we had response times into Spicer Lake and Ebbets. We go all the way up to Ebbets Pass, and the time that those ambulances would be gone. So we wanted to really do it right. We felt we needed 2 ambulances, and so that's when we went out and got that second assessment. So we could have 2 ambulances. We'd always have that backup ambulance when there's 2 calls, multiple calls, or when one of our cars is gone for a long, long time. And so that's why we made a case for our own zone, is because of our assessment, which was put in place because our folks wanted that second ambulance in place all the time in our district, not just partial once in a while. So that's why the zone kind of got brought into this mix that we in our original model. So
it was after the assessment was approved by the voters?
Yeah. Yeah, we have 2 separate assessments, one for the paramedic program and one for the Station 3 ambulance, so that we have 2 full-time staffed ambulances in our fire district, centrally located in the area, so, for what it's worth.
Thank you, Chief.
Good morning. I'll make it real quick. My name is Jason Robitel, Calaveras Consolidated Fire Protection District Deputy Chief. What we're hearing this morning in a one-on-one to make clear is what our drive is: service to our community. We have recognized and identified a need of rapid transport. We heard the value of that. We heard Brian Dixon, Chief, what sparked his interest is waiting on scene for minutes after minutes, waiting for an ambulance to transport their loved one. Been in the community 26 years in Valley Springs, and it's often that I'm on scene with loved ones, neighbors, people I went to school with, and I have seen just in this past year that situation replayed several times when our ambulance is coming from San Andreas. It's no longer appropriate. When we've developed our fire district, we've identified these needs, one of which is, and we heard the model that's working for Ebbets Pass. Why wait? Why flirt and start transitioning to the ultimate model? We've identified it. We need to target it and go for it with everything we have. That's our motto. That's basically our demeanor in our fire district. We've heard the Copperopolis model. Today I'm not going to identify them, but there's 3 paramedics that have worked in the Copperopolis model in the past. for several years. It didn't start where they had the opportunity to transport critical patients. It wasn't until there was, I believe, a motor vehicle accident where they had a delayed transport waiting for a helicopter, or the helicopters landed waiting for a ground ambulance, that they throw this patient in the back of a pickup truck and take him to the LZ. And I was part of that process in developing a mutual aid agreement where we can only do that if an ambulance is within 20 minutes of arriving on scene and the helicopters within a certain time of landing. Ebbets Pass, if you look, and I received this, there's about 55 zones the county is broken into. Within those 55 fall into three major zones, the north, central, or the east. Well, help me out with the other one. Northeast and south. So when we look at response times in our zones of Wallace of 30 minutes, Highway 12 and 26, 30 minutes, Jenny Lynn, 30 minutes, 40 minutes to Milton, those are appropriate. That's what Mountain Valley says, hey, this is appropriate time before penalties are put on the providers. But when you look at Ebbets Pass, they're 11 minutes, 9 minutes, 18. Why are they able to provide that service to their community, and we're not given that opportunity for us? For a time limit of 10 years, I agree, we're going to take our time, we're going to do it right if we're going to do something. If it's a 10-year contract, we provide ALS response. At year 6, we're ready to go up and live on transporting these patients. What do we sit on our hands for 4 years waiting until that time? And like I give several situations throughout that year where there's a benefit to rapid transport, how many people could be affected within that time frame. That's what we're talking about, is because seconds and minutes do count. And just to give us our zone gives us that opportunity to pursue our ultimate goal for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Is there anyone else who would like to address the board on this issue? Okay, I'm going to bring it back for board discussion. Mr. Spellman, did you want to start?
Well, I'd like to end, but just for starters, I want to make sure. I just want to make a quick comment for a start. One thing I'd like to have people keep in perspective and at the top of your mind is that for the population base for Ebbets Pass Fire District, which we've heard testimony that they can go as much as 5 deep if they have to during tourist season with Bear Valley and things like that. There's about 5,000 people that live in that area, give or take. Correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
How many? What's the population then? Would you say?
Population is not near as high as our property tax.
Okay. Well, I'm just talking about population.
I believe the 2010 census was about 12,000 full-time residents considered Starland, Dorrington, Forest Meadows, the whole fire district.
Okay, so I'll take them on their word for it. So I'm just trying to put it in perspective. So they have 12,000 people approximately. We'll take that. That's a lot bigger than my number, but it's probably a lot more appropriate. I'm not familiar as they are with the numbers. So let's just say that number approximately is correct. So they've got 5 ambulances available for a population of 12,000. The Calco boundaries, which basically are from the west part of the county to Milton to Toyon, within that about 8-mile radius right there, there's 15,000 residents as of the 2010 census. There's 1 ambulance, and Mr. Dixon gave testimony that, I'm sorry, the other chief, Wilkes, Mr. Wilkes, Wilkes. No, I want to get it right. Chief Wilkes mentioned that the driving force originally for them was, either him or Mr. Dixon, said that the driving force originally was that they had an ambulance there, but because they couldn't make enough money in that area, they would send out on transport to generate revenue to be able to meet their bottom line requirements. And
Chief, I'll get back to you. I'll let Mr. Spellman talk.
But what I would let you guys be aware of is that the current policy that's in place through Mountain Valley EMS in ALA, we've only got 1 ambulance for 15,000 people, And in the event that there needs to be a transport, the current policy and procedure is to take that one ambulance from Valley Springs to conduct a transport and then drop the San Andreas ambulance down to Toyon to go back and forth. So they're taking one ambulance, which is insufficient in my estimation for 15,000 people. They're taking that one ambulance out to do any out-of-area transfers so that they can generate, revenue, so to improve their profit margin. Taking that one ambulance away from 15,000 people to do an out-of-area transfer is completely reprehensible. And I think that Mountain Valley EMS and or ALA and their organization could face potential liability for death risks that occur because of that policy. That, to me, is an unacceptable policy. That's too many people's lives on the line, taking that ambulance out of that area with 1/3 of the county's population to do transfers so that they can increase their bottom line. That's unacceptable. So, just for openers on that.
I did not
Part
hear
of the discussion.
I did not hear the chief say that, but Chief Welch, did you want to clarify
I
that?
misunderstood what Mr. Stone was saying, because we don't take our ambulances out. We never have. It's the private providers doing that.
Correct. Yes. So because the private provider up there was transferring out of the area, they were worried about their having appropriate coverage, and that was one of the driving forces for them to upgrade their system and to where they are now. And what Calaveras Consolidated is saying is, we're in the same boat. All we want to do is to try to lay the foundation to do what you guys have done. We're even in a worse boat because we've got 15,000 people with one ambulance, and they use that one to go do transports if they have to. That is just completely absurd.
Okay. Ms. Smith, I have closed the public hearing. Is there some public comment? Is there something you feel is germane?
I just wanted to provide clarification to his concern about the one ambulance there at response times in Valley Springs. It's under Calaveras Consolidated area.
Okay, please go ahead.
Again, I'm Marilyn Smith with the Mountain Valley EMS Agency. I just wanted to provide clarification that ambulance companies use a system called System Status Management that allows ambulances to be moved around. So even if the Valley Springs ambulance had gone on a call, you're still going to see the ambulance from San Andreas coming down and posting at Toyon. An analysis of a year's worth of data of calls into the grids that make up the the Calaveras Consolidated Fire Department told me that 95.6% of the time an ambulance was there in 20 minutes or less. Their contractual obligation is at 90%, and they met that at 95.6%.
Is that including Code 2 and Code 3, or ones they switch code on?
No, their contractual obligation is only on Code 3 calls.
Yes.
That was something that was established by the Emergency Medical Services Operations Committee when these contracts were initiated after the first year of operation. That was a decision made by that committee, which is advisory to this board. So for the last 8 years, there's only Code 3 response time criteria in their contracts. Moving forward, it is our goal. There will be Code 2 and Code 3 response time criteria in the new contracts.
I would certainly hope so, because I was having lunch with my family at Eddie's Grill last week in Valley Springs, and I saw the AL ambulance go by, headed towards Rancho Calaveras, Jenny Lynn, with no sirens on. They were doing a Code 2. And I will tell you that there was 2 CHP, 2 sheriff's officers, and a fire unit that went before the ALA. And so if all those people are involved, 2 CHP, 2 sheriffs, and a fire crew are headed there, that couldn't possibly be a Code 2 event. But they were acting like it was a Code 2 event because they didn't have their... My own kids said, hey, there goes the ambulance, but there's no siren on. What's up with that? So I think there's a little bit of disparity here, and I would like to see some language about that, because those need to be considered. Because I think there's some people that are fudging on the numbers of the Code 2 and the Code 3 call-outs. And I think that you're aware of that. I'm not looking for an admission. I'm just letting you know.
That's
I just wanted to provide that
Thank you very
clarification.
much.
It's not my opinion. I've viewed it personally myself.
Thank you, Mr. Spellman. Mr. Edson, did you have any comments you want to make at this point?
Sure. I'll dive in. So my thought is Consolidated wants to move towards their own carrier service, and they want to do a better job for the community. And I'm all for that. I think they should. But I also think that they should use the model that Ebbets Pass used to be able to do that, because it's successful. And it also isn't something that is controversial. And that's kind of important, because it seems to me like, all you fire guys should be working together. And I see, I really never knew that there was a problem before with American Legion. I've always had good service from them. I got in an accident on Highway 12. They were the first ones there, actually. Before the fire guys were there. They were there. And they passed, and they had to go to somebody that was a little bit more hurt than me, and had a helicopter land right there on the highway and took them out. As a matter of fact, I know that Lee was one of the people that responded, and he was helping with the Jaws of Life, and it's just it was a good thing. Everybody was working together. So I am interested in better service in the Valley Springs area. I'm interested in the chief and Consolidated getting their own zone when it comes time for that. Maybe there's something that we can do to make sure that happens. But first and foremost, in my mind, should be what service can we give right now, and how can we build to where we need to be. And that's, I'm hearing, from Ebbets over there that you can do that. And us as a board, even if we're not here, as being responsible, should support that, because if they can do it cheaper, more efficient, and better, then great. If they can't, well, then they can't. But there needs to be a process to that point, and I think that would be the way to go.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor.
I agree with what Cliff was saying. I think that they should put together an assessment tax raise for their district and see, what kind of interesting feedback they'll get from the constituents. And then if they do get that passed, start with sounds like the emergent transport vehicle is a good place to start, and then move forward from there. So I agree that I think it's important to state that everybody has the same thing in common. How can we have the best coverage, throughout the county? From West Point to Wallace to Ebbets Pass to Copperopolis, we all want to be able to, when our loved one is in trouble, we want the ambulance there right then. And so whatever we can do to improve that and work together as a county to make that happen, and not be dividing our county, but working together to improve that coverage. And so that's what I'm after. And I think that we have a good process in place. We do actually have better ambulance coverage now than we did a few years back in the West Point area. That is true. I guarantee it. You can go up there and talk to anybody up there. Chief Stone is Central Calaveras in the back. You could talk to him about the improvements over the last few years. So, and I think that you guys I can hear and feel that you have a real need for helping your people down in your district, and I appreciate that. And I think that we're moving in the right direction. But what I do is work hard down there, educating your folks in your district about the need to raise your assessment tax, because that's going to be the tricky part right there. And then come back and we'll readjust the zone, or whoever the board is at that point.
I agree with pretty much what Cliff and Chris have said. I've lived and breathed fire service for many years, being married to a firefighter, so I've heard the emergency calls, and things along that line. And it disturbs me when you hear bits and pieces of little stories in regards to what happens in the field, and I just caution that there are many sides to a story in regards to what goes on. And anytime I've had concerns about hearing whatever in the community, I have found, many different agencies being responsive to getting the full picture of these stories. And I encourage people, as I've been on the Mountain Valley Emergency Services Board now for 6 months, we haven't seen anybody at our meetings. And it would be nice if we had some participation there from the folks that are in this business of emergency services. With that being said, I see where Calco wants to go with this, and I admire the effort right now in trying to put together a plan to best service their community. But I really find it's kind of the cart before the horse, because I go back to the Ebbets Pass model. And having lived here and seen that model develop over years, I think it's a very successful model, and it would be nice to be able to piggyback on that successful model. And I know there's been support extended to help look at that and see what we can do for Calco in regards to that. But I believe there are things that can be done now. It's not a closed-door operation. As I heard earlier, it's like, there are efforts to be able to put things in place for emergency response, the paramedics, EMS, etc. on the scene, in a transport ambulance for those high emergency kinds of situations. Those can be done now, zone or no zone. It's really going to your community, asking for the various assessments to help support and fund that and carry it forward. With all of that in place, then there is real data to take a look at to see what merits a zone or rezoning or placement of zone. Right now, I find it's just kind of that error and that second guessing. So we really need to have the data in place to determine what's best for the zoning. And we might even find, there's openers, as I see the 5 years an opener. There's been other openers in the past from what I'm learning today. But, I also look at example in my district with Copper Fire and what they're doing. They could be at that opener in 5 years to say, hey, now we're ready for this position. Who knows? They're still in that position of kind of growing into what they have and taking a look at what their community will support. So at this point, I'm happy with the zones the way they are. I'm not in supportive of rezoning anything right now. I think, as Tracy said, time is of the essence. If we mess this up too badly, we'll be possibly, without. Our community will suffer from a poorly developed ambulance service, as well as the costs of what that means to our community at large. So at this point, I'm not supportive of asking Valley Emergency Services to take a look at changing the zones.
What Calco did in consolidating was excellent. And I think I told you that when you came before the LAFCO board. It was well thought out. You got community involvement, you got firefighters involvement, you had 2 elected boards you had to deal with, and you put together a plan that was very easy to approve as the LAFCO representative. And I guess I'm looking to see that same thing as you move forward in this area. I'm interested in what the strategic plan is. What would be the estimated cost to the voters? What is it that they would be getting for that dollar amount? How are you going to fund your system and be taxpayers' dollars? Your billing for non-residents, your Medicare, your Medi-Cal, all that to me needs to be part of the plan that you would be proposing. And the other concern I have is if we did as what Supervisor Spellman's doing, is carve out a section for Calco and leaving the rest, that would be San Andreas, Smoke Hill, Mountain Ranch, West Point. Would somebody even want to bid on it? And if they don't, then it's going to come back to the county to find a way to make it happen. And it reminds me, as most of all the many chiefs in here, when we dissolved county fire. And most of the fire districts took on additional territory. And if I remember, I think Valley Springs took on additional territory going to Wallace. But there was a little community called Milton that didn't want to be involved in this, and the county wound up having to pay for the services because that's where we have a landfill. And so it's going to come back to the county. I don't want to get back into the fire service business unless we have one fire district in this whole county, and I don't want us to get involved into the ambulance service. So to just carve something out at this point without a specific plan from Calco, I'm not comfortable with. And, things came up like moving the ambulance. When the Valley Springs ambulance is gone, the Angels ambulance moves to Toyon. I mean, those are all part of what your plan would be. If your vision is as good, your plan is as good for where you want to go as it was for your consolidation, it's going to happen. It was a first-rate quality consolidation, and I guess I'd like to see that happen. Also, as you move forward to wanting a zone, but you can have ALS providers, which I understand you don't have now. There are things that you can do before you get a zone. You might find that you would like to provide service to West Point. I don't know. So I guess I'm with the rest of the board, minus Supervisor Spellman. I really don't want to refer this back to EMS for a comment. And Mr. Spellman, since it's yours, you can make the final comments.
My final comments on this subject is a plea. It is a direct plea to this board that has been appointed and elected by your constituents in the county, appointed by the state as the emergency medical service authority for Calaveras County. My plea to you is to separate in your mind. It is the desire of Calco, yes, to provide ambulance transport and services. However, that is a separate issue from the fact that there needs to be a reconfiguration of the zone, regardless of whether or not Calco is now or ever will be an ambulance provider. The fact of the matter remains that 1/3 of the county's population right now is served by one ambulance. That is not acceptable. In the guidelines that were provided by the board direction in 2003, they said that the zones needed to be adjusted to be reflective of demographics and population change. We all know that there has been change in the last 10 years. And there has been no change, though, in the way that the zones are drawn. They need to be changed. And I would submit to you that if we can't encourage Mountain Valley, Marita said she'd like to see something from Calco demonstrating on what the plan is and who's going to cover and drop down. That's not their responsibility. That's Smith's responsibility. In Mountain Valley EMS, that is their responsibility, not the fire department's, to develop a plan for how those people are going to be best taken care of and cared for. That's what she gets paid to do as a professional, supposedly. I would submit to you that unless there are not changes made to the current configuration of the zones, regardless of whether or not it follows the boundaries that I wish or Calco wishes, if there's no changes made to reflect the change in a decade's worth of population increase, that I have no other option as an elected official for my constituents than to approach the state and ask them to come and intervene so that the best interests are served of the people who now are being ill-served, I believe, by the current configuration, regardless of whether Calco ever provides the service. It is my honest 100% honest, frank, forthright opinion, which I'm known for, that the constituents that I represent are in danger of peril under the current configuration. In that the current configuration, which has not been changed in over 10 years, is not in keeping with either the letter or the spirit of the legislature and those who enacted this law to begin with. And I have no other choice other than to go to the state and ask for legislative and or other intervention to make sure that Mountain Valley EMS does their job. But they can't do their job until we give them direction to give us an opinion based on their professional expertise. And so, until we give them direction to give us some kind of idea of a potential reconfiguration that would meet the needs that are currently undermet by the configuration of zones that has not been changed in over a decade with increased population in the west part of the county. I can't do it with the clear conscience. I cannot say that my next step has to be to go to the state and ask for intervention unless this board directs Mountain Valley EMS to come back with at least a proposal for some different zones that meet what the legislature and the courts, California Supreme Court, have said needs to be in the best interest to bring order to a dangerously fragmented, spotty, and unwieldy emergency system. Having one ambulance that's used to take away for transfer for 15,000 people, in my opinion, is dangerously fragmented, spotty, and unwieldy. Those are my final statements.
That's fine. The item before us, though, is just to provide a zone that's concurrent with the jurisdictional boundaries of Calaveras Consolidated, not to look at zones generically.
Fine, agendize it for the 24th to ask them to look at other configurations.
Mr. Spellman, you can just say, if you feel you need to go to the state, that is your decision to do that.
I absolutely will, if necessary.
That is up to you. This is your item.
I have a moral
if you
obligation.
would like to, that's fine, Mr. Spellman. If you would like to make a motion on this to see if you have support to send a letter to EMS to look at a carve-out for CalCode, you may make that motion.
I make a motion that we give direction to Mountain Valley EMS to create a west zone for the county of Calaveras that mirrors the boundaries of the Calaveras Consolidated District. Or, if the board wishes, to give direction to them to create a separate district configured differently than the CalCo boundaries.
That is not on the agenda, Mr. Spellman.
It's a technicality. I think I'm going to ask our attorney if that's a possibility. Janice, would you like to comment?
I'm not sure what the question is. I would suggest you make your motion separately first.
Fine, I'll make two motions. The first motion as stated in the agenda. The second motion would be to give direction to Mountain Valley EMS to look at anything that they could think of in their professional opinion that would help meet the needs with a reconfiguration of zones. That's the second.
So let me suggest something there.
Okay.
Maybe you might want to just table it without making a motion.
Which one?
Either any motion. Just suggest we table this agenda.
For what?
For some further.
If the chair and the board is willing to entertain an agenda item for the September 24th meeting, at which time we could give direction agendized to look at reconfiguring to meet the needs of the people per the direction of the California Supreme Court and the legislature. So I will make a motion to table if this board will agree to agendize for the September 24th meeting.
The motion before us, Mr. Spellman, is...
The attorney said I could make multiple motions.
That's correct, and I'm trying to clarify your motion. Your first motion is...
Is as agendized.
Do you as agendized?
That's the first motion.
Is there a second on that motion? Dies for lack of a second. And your second motion is?
Second motion is that we ask Mountain Valley, give direction to Mountain Valley EMS to prepare, in their professional opinion, the best way to reconfigure the current zones to serve the needs of the people as stipulated by the California Supreme Court and the California State Legislature.
Is there a second on that motion?
I'll second that one.
Any discussion?
I support that.
I'm not supporting it. We're in the process of a 10-year review.
But
if it is something, I have the floor. If it is, I'm why I am not supporting it. If it's something that we would like them to consider sometime within the next 5 years, that can always be discussed at a later date. I don't think that's something that we should be taking up now without discussion on what those ramifications could be. So I don't support doing it at this time. I think it needs a little further discussion with the CAO. Yes.
I kind of liked what Colleen had to offer because it gets us past this critical point with the contract, and yet it allows us to have an opportunity to check out the zones and see if they need to be adjusted. Seems like a good compromise, and then the window could be 3.5 to 5 years, somewhere around there.
Excuse me, Board, point of
Mr.
clarification.
Spellman.
We had a motion and a second. I'm asking for a call of votes. We had a motion and a second. He's talking about a different motion entirely based on
Mr. Spellman.
Ms. Colleen's. Point of order. Point of order.
You're calling
we have a
the
first and a
question?
second. I'm asking for a call of the votes.
You're calling the question.
That's correct.
That's fine. We can call the question, but I don't want to interrupt Mr. Edson and let him finish.
Mr. Edson already seconded. His conversation was
I
relative to
asked for
Colleen.
discussion, Mr. Spellman, so just a moment. We will get to it.
Discussion
Cliff,
on
did you-
the item
yes.
presented.
Did you?
He seconded.
Just a second. Just cool it. Okay. Could you finish what it is you had to say?
Well,
No.
so I'm interested in consolidating, getting to where they need to go or where they want to go, and I'm willing to help them do that. I just think that right now, according to Colleen, who I got to tell you is one of the most smartest persons I've ever known, yeah, and I told her that, but she don't like hearing that. But she has studied this. She knows more about it than anybody. The whole process, not just part of the process. And I think that when she came up with this compromise, I thought it was a very it's based on fact and based on what will work, and it does provide an avenue for Consolidated to go where they want to go. It doesn't give you that 10-year window, and it does give an opportunity for a 3.5 to 5 year. You start looking at it at 3.5 years, and then you got all your ducks in a row, and it can happen. So it seems like the right thing, and that's how I feel about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, to clarify that doesn't necessarily mean to be a motion, because that's the way it's written now, correct? 5 year, there is an opener. Is that, I'm looking at Colleen.
Let me make a suggestion.
Okay.
We have a code that the board codified in 2005. It actually already states that the maximum ambulance provider agreement term allowed shall be 5 years.
Yeah.
Agreement renewals may be allowed, but not to exceed a total agreement term of 10 years. The current RFP, the draft RFP, administrative draft RFP conforms to that. The section that is in front of the board today, which is included in the board packet, you have the ability to direct staff to come back to amend the code to add the concerns that you're hearing if you'd like. That gives it a little bit more groundwork for CalCo to rely on, that in fact the board will take that action within a certain number of years, as opposed to just direction. So if you'd like to do that, I will take on the task of amending this ordinance for you, whatever direction that you have. That's another option that you have available to you. That way, that binds further board members also, not just your direction today, it's in our code.
Okay. Mr. Spellman's call. The
Can you repeat the motion?
Do you want to repeat the motion, Mr. Spellman?
The motion that was given and seconded
Yes.
was to give direction to Mountain Valley EMS to bring their professional opinion of how the zones could be reconfigured to provide the adequate level of service necessary to meet the letter and the spirit of the law as determined by the Supreme Court and the state legislature, which at this time is not being met, with only one ambulance for 15,000 people. Whether or not the reconfiguration of the zones is favorable to the original agenda item.
Okay, that's expanding. Just the motion, please. Thank you. There's a motion by Supervisor Spellman and a second by Supervisor Edson. I'll call for the question. All in favor?
No.
Excuse me. I think I'm going to do a roll call vote on this. I'm not hearing some voices. Clerk, could you please do a roll call vote? I don't like doing roll call votes.
I just like that.
Supervisor Edson?
No.
Supervisor Wright?
Abstain.
Oh, that you can abstain.
I guess so. That just counts for the majority.
Supervisor Fonzie?
No.
Supervisor Spellman?
I made the motion, so it's a yes, honestly. This is to get them to
We
give us their
understand.
professional opinion.
We understand, Mr. Spellman.
Chair Calloway?
No. So it passes. It
Well, you're inviting the
fails on
state to come in and spank us then.
3 no's, 1 yes, and 1 abstention, and 1
Now,
option.
shall we move on to what
okay.
Janice is suggesting?
I would suggest that Ms. Smith and her organization.
All right, Mr. Spellman.
I would like to hear what Cliff wanted to expand upon in regards to what Janice is saying about modifying the code. I would be interested in that.
I'm very interested in what Janice has to say because it seems like this is a critical point, I guess, in this bidding process or this contract or the JPA or whatever. And well, we all know Consolidated wants to go where they want to go. We also know that it seems like the population has shifted in the county in the past 10 years.
Yes.
So we have obviously identified by some folks that we have maybe a little more of a need for our folks down in Valley Springs area and Jenny Lind area to have more coverage,
yes,
to have better coverage. So I think that that message is probably pretty loud and clear for Mountain Valley right now.
But unless we give them official direction.
Mr. Spellman.
Sorry, I don't interrupt you, do I?
Yeah, you do. But that's
So,
okay.
so what I'm looking for is a way for us, like Colleen was saying, to get us to points where we can look at the zones within the 3.5 to 5 year period, so that it gives Consolidated that opportunity that they want. And this is a binding thing, right? This would go past this board if it need be.
Yeah.
So what you're gonna do is you're gonna change the.
My suggestion is to change the language in front of you, change the order,
Okay.
rather than having it be recommended by the local EMS agency, that the board recommend to the EMS agency on a particular basis. I'll work with those involved to do a review and recommend to the board. The board would still be the approving body.
Okay, that's for the.
For anything related to the EOAs, number, boundaries, reconfiguration, etc.
All right, and that's after this.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
So what I've heard so far is if the board wants direction on every 3 year basis, whatever you want, it would be that they would be required to review at your request and then bring it back to you for recommendation.
So, right now it's 5.
Well,
5 years.
Right now, the contracts are 5 years with an extension to a maximum of 10.
So there's not a review process
There's
with
no
that 5.
review process
Okay.
written into your ordinance at all.
And the review process, I think, is a good thing. We have, this is what happens when you don't have a review process.
Exactly.
So at 3.5 years would be a good time to start that, just as Colleen suggested. And then the review process begins then. I think that's a good way to go.
Yeah, because it's not only, we've heard from Calco today, and I think, there's other possibilities within other districts of the county. So it kind of opens up for review overall at that 5-year mark or, a year prior to that 5-year renewal, just to take a look at it. I also know that when people are bidding on these kinds of things, it's a big financial outlay. To maintain what they've got. We've heard earlier about ambulances having to keep X amount of mileage up and the staffing requirements and those kinds of things. So, if we tweak it too much, we may have nobody coming forward because of the cost of what they have to do to maintain these things. But I do believe it's some form of a review process to take a look, because it's just not numbers. When I look at, population base, it is based on call run and many number other factors. And as I said, we have particular growth in our area. We have the tourism in our area. There's many, many factors that come into play. So, I look at just in Angels Camp alone, when you're looking at Murphy's to Copper, there's a lot of people in that. And if we have that projected growth in copper at some point, it's going to shift things around too. But with people, and as we want industry to come into the area, it's going to change the dynamics of just not population, but our industry, economics.
In my opinion, nobody knows their communities better than the folks that are working them. Mm-hmm. And that's the guys, the fire department, the police department. Those guys are the ones that know the needs. And so they've identified a need, and you got to commend them for going after it. Mm-hmm. The other thing that I think is, so I'd like to eventually get to a motion on that. But the other thing I think is important, that there is an identification of a apparent lack of service in the Valley Springs area, having only one ambulance for 15,000 people, and I would like Mountain Valley EMS to respond to that.
We're getting off the agenda topic.
That's what I was asking.
And so county council has made a recommendation to look at the ordinance. And so
bring it back to us.
And it would have to come back to us, and it's a public process.
On what date?
So that's up to county council to bring it off. It's up to her.
If you're directing a rewrite of the ordinance, there are certain time limits in the government code. I don't think I could get it back on the 24th. And it has to be introduced and then come back at the next meeting to be adopted. So the proposal I'm hearing is to change the process, to have an annual report given to you on the status of the system, to have a minimum every 3-year review, but I will also language that leaves it up to the board to request it at less than 3 years if you feel that it's necessary.
Okay.
I just have to put all that together.
Supervisor.
Can we do this right now? Because it's not part of the agenda.
You're just directing me to bring something back. Yes, you
So
know.
at any point during the meeting, we can just direct you to rewrite an ordinance?
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay.
No. As long as it's related to the ordinance in front of you. You can't go pick something else.
It's not really related to
It is totally related to this. I'm talking about rewriting the code section that's actually at issue.
Okay.
And it's in your board packet. So, yeah.
Mr. Spellman.
Just for the record, I want to make this board aware, fully aware, that I separated out the issue of Calco versus the need to reconfigure boundaries. Those are separate issues. I would remind this board that Dan Sant from the, at that time, Foothill Fire Protection District appeared in this chamber 3.5 years ago and asked for the very same thing that we're saying that we're going to do in 3.5 years now. He asked for 3.5 years ago, and it never happened. So I certainly hope that this board is aware of that, and that you're knowing that this is going to come back, and it needs to get done. The people are not going to stand for another kicking it down the road like they did. He came here 3.5 years ago and asked for this, and they gave him a bunch of this, and that's why we're here right now.
That's why we're changing the code, okay?
I
It's
certainly.
kind of guaranteed.
Well, I'm going to just sort of lay it out the moment. I don't support changing the code, looking at it every 3 or 5 years. Ambulance service is an extremely expensive proposition. And if bidders or potential bidders or even Ebbets Pass Fire District knows they have to go through this, or Calco if they ever get a transport system every 3.5 to 5 years to being renewed, we're going to be in a whole lot of hurt. So, I mean, there's board support for council to bring the ordinance back. As I hear it, I have trouble having it evaluated, the zones evaluated, because you are going to do it every 3.5 to every 5 years. That doesn't give a provider of the service a whole lot of feeling that they're going to still be there if we're going to reevaluate zones every 5 years.
That's good.
So I just, Mr. Spellman, we've given direction to county council.
I have a question.
And
I have a question for the chair.
yeah, what's the question?
The information that Ms. Tracy gave us said that in 2003, the Board of Supervisors asked that a maximum of 5 to 7 years. Did you or did you not vote with the majority?
I do not remember. I don't remember if I did or didn't, because that was more of a minor issue in relation to the ambulance wars that we had at that time. So this board's given direction, as I've heard Mr. Wright says fine. Ms. Ponte?
Well, I think that what you said did make some sense to me there, as far as the fact that there's a huge investment, so do we really want to be going back and opening this up every 3 years? I think that is a valid point.
It's not the RFP, it's just a review.
Right, but still, once you open that up, you're potentially opening everything up, and then,
so
I'm not sure where I'm at on that. I don't mind entertaining more discussion on it, but I'm not sure I support the changing the ordinance at this point.
Supervisor Ponte?
I think the 5 years is a good trigger. So.
Supervisor?
Yes.
Supervisor Spellman?
Hell no.
Okay, I agree with him. No, but
Well,
it's
fine,
going to
no.
come. It's going to come back. We've asked council to bring it back.
No, not if me, you, and Spellman say no, then it's not coming back.
Oh, wait, did you say?
I'll say no. If
Okay.
Spellman's saying no.
And I'm saying no.
And you're
So-
I'm saying no. I'm saying
I just
yes
like
to
that.
3.5 years. I'm saying no to 5 years.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
So do you want the county to review the ordinance?
Do you want?
Well, I
the
want
council-
them. Yes, I want her. to review.
Okay, that's
Yes.
fine.
Yeah, then you're good.
So
Then not if
there's
we talk about
3
5 years.
yeses. There's 3 yeses to review the ordinances, council.
We
Thank
can
you.
set that time.
There's no other discussion on this matter. All the chiefs certainly, and all of us who wish we were chiefs. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Calco, and the respective fire districts that showed up. And we'll take a 5-minute recess.
When are we going to break for lunch? I need to.
We have just a few. I think these should go pretty fast. And they should go fast. 1 minute.
1 minute for what?
Thank you, Ed.
Everyone's finished, and then we'll just move budget out.
Till after lunch.
Yeah, budget's after lunch.
Okay. It is short. What's the thing on the budget?
Okay, I'd like to move to item 12, a discussion and possible action on the appointment of 2 applicants to serve on the Assessment Appeals Board. I do think that we should go out to bid on this, so Mr. Segala won't accuse us of shopping local only.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Second.
I'd like to go out to public comment. I have a motion by Mr. Edson and a motion by Mr. Wright. Is there any public comment on this appointment?
Joe Kelly. As I've seen in the past, when the Board of Equalization was the Board of Supervisors, they didn't provide me with the, shall I consider it, expression of knowledgeable property tax rules. The law is very specific. The Board of Supervisors can be it. I am not suggesting that, believe me. That would be a waste of time because I don't think you're knowledgeable of the basic property tax rules and don't want to go through the 3 volumes. Now, the laws, on the other hand, are specific to be real estate brokers, attorney, accountant, and even people that have a knowledge of it.
Appraiser.
Pardon me?
Appraiser.
Well, appraisers are in that, yes. But the one key thing, without necessity of a license, is a person that has knowledge of it. So what I would consider, and I think if you're considering if you've already got the motion on the floor, but knowledge, pardon me?
Have not taken the vote.
That's true. But I would say that even though there are appraisers and all this out there, does not mean that these folks are knowledgeable or have read the 3 volumes of property tax rules. And these things, my old copies are about that thick. They're now available on the internet at the Board of Equalization site. And that's a hard thing to read. I like to turn pages. So I would say that something in the future possibly, because I don't think it would be done today, but to discuss the knowledge of the folks of property tax rules to be sure they're understanding, because otherwise it falls back onto the assessor's office, which they are doing anyhow, bringing everything forward. But what I've seen with the past Board of Supervisors is they just accept whatever, and they really didn't have a knowledge of, and that was Board of Equalization, Board of Supervisors, didn't have the knowledge to really understand it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kelly. So his comment is, really, should we be giving a test to these people?
Test Al?
I have a motion. I have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Item 13, adopt a minute order approving the grand jury responses presented or amended by the board direction. Mr. Cullen.
I would like to direct you to the second letter really quick. This is the Technology Services Department. Page 2 of this letter, the end of the first paragraph, your copy has a partial sentence that was deleted. If you would cross that off, that was my error. I'm very sorry. The final copy that the clerk of the board has does not have that partial sentence on it.
So the correction is the last partial sentence is to be scratched.
That's correct.
On what page?
Page 2.
Of 3 of the
2 of 3.
technology. Okay.
Are there any changes or modifications the board would like to make on these 2 letters?
I do appreciate a little bit more information in our responses, so I thank you for that. It's satisfactory to me.
Does any member of the public have any comments on these 2 letters? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Ponte, second by Supervisor Wright, adopting the minimum order approving the grand jury's response to the 2 letters for Gillum Road and Technology Services. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Thank you very much.
Item 14, adopt a resolution authorizing the execution and delivery of facilities sublease and ratifying all previous actions with respect to the adult detention facility. I have Shirley Ryan and Captain Ballard here to discuss this. Are there any questions of these 2? Well, I do. As I told you, I apologize for not giving them to you ahead of time, all of them. Some I found reading the contract, but if I understand the liability insurance, we can go to CSAC, doesn't have to be like we do now, does not have to be a commercial general liability policy.
Is that section 7?
On section 7, the department or the county will pay or cause to be paid all of the insurance pay. But that we can utilize something other than a commercial insurance carrier. Correct?
Yeah, it's my understanding that we can use that card.
Within the contract.
Section 7E addresses that.
Right, the self-insurance part. Okay, fine. And I know we can't change it for what's here, but
we tried.
We
tried.
Thank you. The council has ever taught me the onus resides with us. The state assumes no onus whatsoever if they do something that's incorrect. They're not holding us harmless. She's beat me over the head with that.
I am proud to say, however, that I did get them to review one paragraph. I rewrote 2 alternatives, and I believe they are going to accept my second alternative. So you are not actually, this action is not approving this particular contract. That section may change. It still benefits the state and not us, but it makes it a lot more clear as to who gets to make a decision on whether or not we have to indemnify them for things.
Okay.
I was very proud of that.
Thank you. As I read it, and I said, all right. If I understand it, the state budget assumes the rental costs, and the county assumes all O&M costs. So the rental costs, and there's no dollar amount specified, goes to pay down on the bond. Okay.
Correct.
The other section, I have a little bit of heartburn on. It's on page, well, I'm going to just use page 2 of the resolution, and I think it's elsewhere in the contract, but it says any one of the authorized officers, each of whom acting alone is authorized to approve such changes. That's in section 2. So the chair of the board, the CAO or the designee is hereby authorized, et cetera, et cetera. So, and it's in section 3, it is the same thing. All actions taken by any officer of the county. What that's saying is I can, or whoever the chair is, authorize a change without approval of the Board of Supervisors. I don't think that's appropriate. What am I missing?
I think the reason is that you're approving the agreement to form with possible minor changes, and it's those minor changes that that Janice mentioned, that the person would be able to sign the agreement. Part of the issue is because, if you'll recall, when we sold our own general obligation bonds, there was quick time turnarounds to make sure all the documents were signed. Now, this is a state selling of lease revenue bonds. We're going to be under the same time constraints when those bonds go for sale, and these documents have to be finalized and signed. That's why they're asking that it be approved to form today in order to move forward with the bond sale. Because it's not only for our county, it's for the adult detention facility in San Bernardino County and the juvenile facility across the county. So it's being able to manage all of that, the time constraints they have.
I understand. I just guess I had a problem that I would have the authority or the chair or the CEO to approve changes without it.
I can tell you this contract's not going to, obviously it's not going to change. We tried. I talked to county council up in Shasta County, and they had the same experience and the same heartburn, but we have to live with it.
So is this going to come back to us then?
No. This is the authority for us to go ahead when we get the final version of this to execute it. There probably won't even be time to bring it back to the board based on the timelines they've given us.
So
something's happening next week, as I recall.
That's correct, and that is why we have to report today.
The Department of the Board as a condition cannot negotiate. We can't negotiate. I mean, I understand that, but those were
I don't think they were too happy with me during the phone call, but we tried.
Yeah, and Janice did. She did a great job trying to argue when they get some changes to the contract.
But the other counties had those same concerns.
They did, and their response was, nobody gets it changed. This is it.
I can see a board 30 years from now saying, what was on their mind?
Well, you'll be there, so. Yeah. You know.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on item 14?
I have one question.
Sure.
I just want to clarify because I've read through this a couple different times, and I see the word sublease in there a lot, and I just want to make sure, just for my own peace of mind, this doesn't have anything to do with us renting out beds to additional people that are not our responsibility.
Not this particular agreement, no.
No, not this agreement.
No, we'll have that later.
No. But there's nothing that prevents us from doing that. We could do that. Lassen County rented their beds out to the feds.
I'm not welcoming a hotel. I would never be in favor of a hotel room whoring our county out to put other people up here.
Well, Mr. Spellman, maybe I can put to ease I ask those questions a lot when we was going through this whole process and, the whole forced issue and, I was always told no. The state can and, is trying to, with this whole AB 109, ask us to rent beds for them, but they will pay us a per diem rate in order to support those folks.
I'm not interested in the money.
Well, that's going to be a decision for
Bringing known criminals into our county for a payoff from the state is not on my list of things.
The condition, and I do want to clarify that, the condition has never been somebody from way up north or somebody from way down south. It's always been
But it could be someone from Amador or Tuolumne.
Well, if we did a bed rental, that's true, but through the state, my understanding is if they were going to go to the state from Calaveras County, could we rent beds to just leave them in Calaveras County? So it would be a Calaveras County offender. We wouldn't.
A local person, that might be
correct. We would never take anybody from any place else.
So piggybacking on that, under Section 5, we use it, the county may only use the adult detention facility for purposes relating to state and local criminal justice agencies. So if that's the case, then that scenario would play out. If the state can tell us that we have to rent beds for them, it is their facility.
I'm going to go maybe offline here, and Janice can help me out on that, but when they were talking about that, and some of the things we had about that was, not opening up a McDonald's inside the building and, doing those
No, I specifically asked about this paragraph because I was concerned that it was strict enough to not even allow probation to do AB 109 activities in the educational training rooms, and it is It is simply, it's the same thing. We can't like rent out a conference room for the Board of Supervisors to have a meeting there with somebody, whatever. It has to be related to criminal justice.
Supervisor Connie?
No questions.
Okay. Is there
I
any
make a motion to
questions?
approve.
Is there a second? A motion by Supervisor Wright, second by Supervisor Edson. Public comment, please.
Council Gallup Taxpayer Association. This is confusing to me. I'm not familiar with this way of doing things. We seem to have a land lease of county-owned property to the state and with an unknown premium, or unknown payment. And then we have a sublease of the state, which is called the board, back to the county with an unknown payment. Perhaps a comment that was made that in the future we'll look back at what's happening now, wondering what we did. Can this be clarified so that it's more easily understood?
No. I understand, and I think council said the same thing. This is non-negotiated.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
I would just add to that this scenario under AB 900 is actually codified in state law. It is referenced in the board packet and in the contract where those provisions are. But this whole way of providing the funding is in the government code. So when I say that it's not negotiable, part of this facility sublease is so that the state can move forward to sell the bonds. And the rental to us as part of this, we're subleasing the property back from the state. The rental payments are going to pay off the bond holders. So you can look at the entire process right there in the government code. It's all set forth right in there.
So that would mean that the county would be responsible for paying the interest on those bonds?
The county, I'm going to need Shirley's help on it because it's very complicated. But the bondholders are getting paid back through the rental payments to us. Am I correct? And then that's a general statement. It's much more complicated than that. But yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Kelly?
Joe Kelly. Unfortunately, I didn't have a chance to review the whole budget thing today. Going back to what was just said, does that mean if there's a payment back from the state that reduces the value or the value of our debt, does that mean that possibly our tax rate would go down for a payment on that bond issue? No?
This is not
different funding.
Measure J.
Pardon?
And nothing to do with
Okay.
Measure J.
What is the definition of the facility sublease? I saw that as first I walked in and picked this thing up because now I'm confused on it from what's been said already. And then the ratifying of all previous actions. Well, what actions are those that are being ratified? That's the thing I'm concerned about because this is all about, and is this a requirement prior to the 90 days, or is this part of the 90-day of taking possession of the new facility?
So the state can sell the bonds.
All right. Okay. So by this previous action, so what does that mean? And then the definition of facility sublease.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The previous actions are, on August 24, 2010, the board approved the project delivery and construction agreement and the jail construction agreement between the county and the state. Basically, those were the master agreements that defined what is very complex contractual and financial relationships between the county and the state agency under AB 900. And what has happened is, up until this point, there's been interim financing that we've been reimbursed with for the construction of the jail, but that was only until the state went out and sold the bonds. Also, in October of 2010, the board approved the ground lease and the easement agreement allowing that was required under AB 900, and that again leased a portion of the 11.47 acres to the jail facility and allowed the state to have access to that. This is kind of the final piece, which is the sublease agreement, and that is required to be in place to get the revenue bond financing from the state. And again, it's in the code, and it's ratifying or those prior actions taken by the board, with this the final one to be approved.
Any questions or comments? Or Captain Ballard?
Seems very complicated.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Yes.
Who wants to take the credit for all this mishmash? This contract that, we all agreed. Does anybody want us to take a credit for, hey, I did something good for the county? Thank you.
You're welcome. It was my pleasure. I have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No opposition, 5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Captain Ballard. Thank you, Ms. Bryan.
Thank you.
Okay, we have item 15. I think it's going to take more than 5 minutes, so I'd like to move that out. We also have the budget hearings. I'd like to move the budget hearings to 1:30. And item 15, the pleasure of the board. Would you mind if we move this out maybe to another meeting, or do you want to deal with this today?
How long is it going to be?
Who knows? It depends on the
An hour is the
session.
estimated time.
Not the budget, I'm talking about item 15.
In reviewing the PowerPoint, it looked to be about 10, 12 slides, but I would guess that there would be a discussion about it. So I'm guessing half an hour to 45 minutes.
And how long do you think for the budget hearings?
My estimate is that our presentation, which is going to be very short, it will be about half an hour. I do not anticipate there are going to be any departments here presenting information, so I think it will be relatively short.
So, pleasure of the board, do you want to deal with both of these this afternoon?
Yeah, sure.
I would.
Okay, could you tell, maybe we'll do final budget hearings at 1:30, and then tell Mr. Garcia we'll deal with item 15 about 2:30-ish. Is that okay?
Might be earlier, right?
Yeah, maybe.
Following the budget hearing, though, right? That'll be the next item, and then we'll deal with correspondence.
We'll stand in recess till 1:30.
I think we should. Ready? I think he's like being blamed. There's something going on. One of those points off, which is really.
Welcome to round 2 of the budget hearings. This should be a lot shorter than it was at recommended budget. Ms. Dorton, would you like to take the lead on this, please?
Happy to do so. And yes, indeed, this will be a lot shorter than our presentation on the recommended budget. The board did all the heavy lifting during the recommended budget hearing this year. So we will go through a relatively quick presentation of slides, essentially talking to you about adjustments to the recommended budget, most of which are technical in nature. See if I can get my slide thing to work. There we go. So the afternoon, we are in the midst of the final budget hearings. They were scheduled to be held from September 10th to 13th, anticipating spending about an hour of your time today. And at that time, we believe you will be able to consider the final budget, close the public hearing, and then direct staff to prepare budget resolutions, which we will return to you on September 24th for you to adopt. That would be enacting any actions that you take today. So a quick overview of the final budget. It is balanced. All funds, appropriations of approximately $104 million, revenues of $96 million. The general fund, which is our primary focus because those are the revenues that are the discretionary revenues available to the board to allocate and spend in the way that you deem appropriate. Again, balanced appropriations of $39 million and revenues of approximately $36 million. They're balanced in this fiscal year using fund balance and teeter revenues. Fund balance that actually are funds that were budgeted in last fiscal year, and because of what I believe to be the department's great prudent fiscal management were unspent last year, so become available to the board to reallocate in the current year. So at the year end, as you recall, we actually had a fund balance of $3.7 million. We had anticipated a fund balance of $3.2 million. So actually had about $500,000 more than was anticipated. That and $3.4 million of teeter funds are what's used to balance the fiscal year 13-14 general fund balance or budget. So what we're bringing to you, again, is a series of technical adjustments. Many of those are as a result of year-end close. As an example, again, the fund balance, we had greater fund balance than we anticipated, so we are able to reallocate those resources. That's a technical adjustment. The property tax roll has closed, so we had included in recommended budget an estimate of what we would get in property tax. We now know what we're getting in property tax, so again, another technical adjustment. The technical adjustments are really just changes between what we anticipated would happen, and so included in recommended budget, and what really has happened. And so we update the final budget to reflect reality. In addition, we have some additional money on state and federal allocations.
Oh, sorry to interrupt. On that adjustment to the final balance, will that be adjusted again if we get additional information before? Or is that the final number that we're looking at right now? And that's it?
It is the final budget.
So there won't be any, as far as the balance carryover?
Oh, yeah, that is done. We've now closed the year.
So.
All of the year-end adjustments have been made. That is the final fund balance at year-end.
And so there won't be a different one on September 24th?
No, there absolutely will not be a different one on September 24th. Yeah. And then again, state and federal allocations, particularly in the area of health and human services, oftentimes the state gives us estimated allocations. They then, as they're going through their state budget process, update the allocations. We still don't have all of our final allocations. We have our most up-to-date estimates of what our state and federal allocations will be in the final budget. Adjustments to those may come during the course of the year as final allocations are known, but again, those are non-general fund resources, state and federal resources that are only available for specific purposes.
And just one clarification on that. The other number that can change is the property tax collection. The roll that gets certified is good, and that's the value that day.
Right.
And then from that day forward, it could go up or down, depending on what assessed valuation changes occur at the assessor's office. So we'll tend to see movement of what that number is throughout the year.
Oh. Thank you.
Mr. Rebecca. So the general fund contingency, at recommended budget, your board indicated you wanted to fund the contingency at $850,000. We actually, just so you know why it's a little bit more than that, we budget, I should let Shirley explain this, but we budget what the board told us, and if there are additional resources available, we include those in the contingency.
Actually, the cost is somewhat in addition to what I do. When we actually put those in, change just a little bit based on the start date or higher date. And so when we actually do go through and verify all the numbers for the adjustments that the board approved, sometimes it will be a little bit more or a little bit less than what was estimated, accounting for the original forecasting. So $657.
So it's a balancer, essentially. So as a result of the increase in fiscal year fund balance remaining from fiscal year 12-13, the final budget actually includes a recommendation that you increase the contingency from the $850,000 to $1,368,000. That gets you up to the board's historic policy of establishing a contingency at 3 to 4% of general fund appropriations. Again, the funding source for that is the $513,623, which is over and above what we anticipated getting as fund balance, unspent resources that were budgeted last year, not spent. And again, I just want to commend the departments. I think they did a great job of monitoring their budget, saving money wherever possible. That's what makes that $513,000 available to you. Just 1 minute, because I want to clarify again, too, on the property tax. We budgeted at recommended budget very conservatively. We at that time were estimating that property tax revenues, again, were going to decrease 4%. As of the roll close, they actually increased 0.42. So as a result, we have an extra $500,000, but it's not an increase in actual property tax. The property tax we received last year and what we're anticipating receiving this year, there's an $84,000 difference. So property taxes are starting to go up again, but the increase is not significant. It is not $500,000. I just want to make sure that's clear to folks.
It could be.
We hope someday that it is. That would be great. So the general fund reserve, the board at recommended budget established a reserve of $2.4 million. We're recommending in final that you maintain the reserve at $2.4 million. It is not quite up to the level that is generally recommended, but we're not reducing it. We're not recommending you reduce it. I think maintaining it is a good start, and my hope is that over the next several years we start to rebuild that reserve. Couple of slides on Treasury, and I'm going to turn this over to Rebecca to speak to. We just want to make sure the board is clear of what is invested, what is available, what belongs to the county, and what doesn't. So Rebecca, you want to take these slides?
Okay, so those of you that have looked at the Treasury investment report that comes out on a quarterly basis, you'll see one of those pages is a consolidated investment total, and that as of 6/30/12 was $101 million. In addition to that 13. In addition to that $101 million, we have our checking account, if you will, that's got about, I checked with Barbara this morning, I think it was about $7 million in there as of 6/30/13. So the total that we had invested and in our checking account was $108 million. And that $108 million is all of the assets that fall under our treasury, which is school districts, special districts, water districts, anyone who treasures their funds with the county. The split between the county and non-county, the county has about 66% of the total pool and checking account dollars that are in there, so about 66% of the $108 million. But of that 66%, only about $21 million is under the general fund. And of that general fund portion, a majority of that $21 million is already committed to other resources. It's already committed to a liability against the county, or it's restricted. And if it's restricted, it means it's statutorily restricted, meaning the board has no authority to spend those dollars on anything other than what those programmatic activities are. So the only amount that really is available that is considered unallocated as of June 30th, 2013 is the fund balance that we talked about, which is roughly that $3.9 million. That's all that was available unallocated as of June 30th. And what the board did as part of recommended budget was infuse the 13-14 budget with that, a large portion of that dollar amount. Okay, so I think that's kind of the transition and that education piece that we all kind of have to understand, is that we have an investment pool because in essence we're the county bank, and so that means all the school districts, all the special districts, anyone who we are collecting taxes for really is in our treasury. And then they may pull their money out of our treasury, but a majority of them do stay in our treasury. And so all the money that's in that pool has already been infused in those respective budgets. Those dollars that are invested, well, whether they're in liquid asset form or they're in longer term investment form, they are already part of that entity's budget. They're already part of the county budget, they're already part of the school district's budget, they're already part of the special district's budget. So the investment pool is not above and beyond, it is part of the overall makeup. Does that make sense? So I just wanted to clarify that because I think there was a little confusion on that at the last board meeting. That this might be an answer if we were running into trouble. And the reality is we have very little control or authority over the funds that are in there, frankly, because they're either not general fund, they're restricted, or they're not county money.
Is there a breakdown of that we can get?
I can send that to you.
Oh, is that right?
I don't know if you have it. I have it in.
No, I don't mean that. I meant the.
You're talking by fund.
Yeah,
oh.
you showed the slide here that says the restricted, committed, and allocated. So it'd be great to see, where that money was going.
I can give that to you.
Or where it is.
Yeah.
Could you send that to each of the board members? Thank you.
Thanks, Rebecca.
I understand restricted. Could you extrapolate further on the word committed?
Committed, sure. I'll give you a couple of examples. So
restricted, I'm assuming, are categorical funding.
It has more to do with the commitments. Let me find a fund that's committed for you.
Something like committed to like a COP or something like that?
Well, it's committed by the board. So the local legislation, the Board of Supervisors, has in essence taken an action to commit those funds for something. For instance, the liability self-insurance fund that we have. That is a commitment that the board undertook to set money aside to help self-insure us. Okay? Or we also have the building department came forward to the Board of Supervisors several board meetings ago and asked that a separate fund be established for the building department for those excess revenues. That was a local legislative action to reserve. It's not to reserve, but it's to commit those funds for another purpose. We also have Animal Services has some funds set up for donations that they received. The board took action to commit those funds for those purposes. So it was a local legislative action that occurred to commit those funds.
I guess.
But the reserve, when you're thinking about what's truly restricted, that means the state or the federal government put a restriction on those funds that they can only be used for X, Y, and Z. And no local move can be made to do anything other with those funds than what the state or federal government says.
Right. So restricted or categorical, they're mandated by the state, thou shalt not touch.
Correct.
Committed funds are those that have been through legislative act taken by the Board of Supervisors, committed those funds for purpose A, B, C, whatever.
Correct.
And likewise, the Board of Supervisors could change their direction through legislative action to reallocate those committed funds to other places.
Correct.
So in the interest of giving an example that you mentioned, we are self-insured, and we have a provision for that provided by X amount of dollars that are in our committed fund, which is showing $10,900,000. But in the event of financial liquefaction of our base fiscal operations, we could choose to go outside and purchase insurance rather than self-insure, therefore freeing up through legislative action funds that were previously therefore committed. Correct.
Yes, there is a multitude of things that you could do, but correct. To uncommit those funds, it would take a legislative action to uncommit those funds
By this board. Correct.
And certainly you could do that. I mean, other types of commitments are that 27th payroll that's looming. Certainly, you could.
I've got that on my radar.
You could unfund that commitment and use it for something else. You're going to have to pay the piper when it comes knocking on your door in 2016. But yes, there's a multitude of funds that we have that were established because of a particular business need, and you could certainly do that.
Right.
But those commitments are the only ones that you could take that action on. Any of the funds that we have that are restricted, you wouldn't be able to touch.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Moving on, I'm going to have Shirley go quickly through the technical adjustments. And Shirley is with us today, even though she's got a bad cold. So if her voice starts to leave her, I will jump in.
I appreciate that. I think you heard that kind of this morning, that my voice isn't the best shape. And yes, not much concern than the cold. But I promise to stay far away from the sun.
I reminded her that she had one with the other budget.
Stress-related, I think.
So, as Lauren mentioned, that the budget for you, final budget, has numerous technical adjustments. And in the non-general fund, they're decreasing appropriations by a little over $7 million. And I know that seems like an awful lot of money, but there's a very simple explanation for the vast majority of that. In prior years, because the Sheriff and Sheriff Office project was a multi-year project, that we had multi-year, very large contracts with Brinco, Digital, and Dewberry, we would disencumber the portion of the contracts that we had encumbered, and at the end of each fiscal year, and re-encumber them as of the first day of the new fiscal year, which meant we budgeted the amount of those contracts for the following year, having a pretty sizable portion in appropriations. This year, because we are near the end of the project, we expect that project to be completed this fall. It was the auditor's recommendation that we not disencumber those contracts, and leave them encumbered, even though that would create a negative fund balance, and just budget the remaining portion. So in recommended budget, we had budgeted for how we had always done it, where we would have this disencumber and rebudgeting, and only budgeted the part that was not on expenses that were not encumbered, decreasing our appropriations significantly. Is that understandable? So basically, it was just more a change in the way we're budgeting than an actual reduction in costs. The other part is the decreased revenues. Again, we weren't sure how much of those 8,900 funds we would receive prior to the end of the fiscal year. So we budgeted based on what we thought was logical. We actually received more funds than we expected, and therefore the reduction in revenues.
So the how encumbrances are handled, which is always a little bit of a not just for the board, but for the general, is encumbrances don't come to the Board of Supervisors. You don't have to approve encumbrances. So in essence, what happens is you already appropriated those funds in that given fiscal year, and because we have a liability against the county associated with that appropriation, we just carry forward that authority from one year to the next. So that's why it never comes back to the board. So in this particular case, we felt that we're too into the project. All of the remaining balances on all of the contracts are liabilities against the county. Even as of June 30th, 13, there still are burdens there. So we took the existing appropriations that have already been approved by the Board of Supervisors in 12-13 and are just carrying them forward automatically to 13-14. Historically, what would happen is we would disencumber everything, bring it back to the board for you to approve as part of the budget overall for capital expenditures. And so in essence, we were just reapproving those appropriations year after year after year. So that's kind of the difference in methodology.
Also, there was an increase in certificates of participation in the GO bond reserves. As I've mentioned, I think numerous times, the COP and the additional tobacco settlement money that we receive goes into the service reserve for future use in case those tobacco settlement revenues decline more rapidly than what was projected when we did the certificates of participation. And the vast majority of that, $890,000, close to $600,000, was an increase to the COP, and the balance was to the GO bond reserve. So the general fund, the technical adjustments increased the appropriations by 1.9, almost $2 million, and the vast majority of that was, again, we did the technical adjustments for the CCP plan under AB 109 that the board had approved just shortly before, I think it was in the beginning of September. It was increases for the DUI local prosecution grant that the DA successfully was able to get renewed for another year. There were increases to revenues that departments made us aware of in an offset to their appropriations, usually related to grants. There were also increases based on our recommendations for some technology needs. And again, the increased revenues were tied pretty much to your increase in from recommended budget, not increased revenue per se, but increase from what was budgeted recommended budget for the property taxes, again, for the AB 109 to offset the appropriations and the other grant revenue. There were also some minor general fund adjustments, including A7 revenue with the offset to the building department, because when the building department came to the board requesting that designated fund for their reserve, they agreed that yes, their fees included A87 costs, and so we adjusted for that. We also adjusted for a computer that died that the Grand Carry needed, the board's training and travel money, and the needed funds for the contract for CDBG administration. And there was an increase to county fire for the dispatch contract.
Shirley, on the CDBG to Human Resources, is that for Affordable Care Act? Or
that's for cost consulting.
And it's to Human Services. It's Human Services, correct?
Oh, to Mary's
yes,
department.
to Mary's department. Yes.
Okay, got it.
It goes to the, towards the paper.
Right. That's fine. I thought it was going to HR. Thank you. Got it. Yeah.
Shirley, the increase of $32,422 to county fire for the that's for Cal Fire Dispatch. What does that bring the grand total to? I know it's usually like between 2 and 220 or something like that. So are we talking like 250 now? Or?
Yeah, I believe it's higher than that. Supervisor Spellman, I believe it's close to $300,000.
Really?
I can get you the exact number that I have.
Sure. At your leisure. I wouldn't expect you to have it right now, but when you have the opportunity.
Is that the 352,000?
It's 280,000.
For 13-14?
Yes. And this is the final year of a 3-year contract. And actually what caused that was their fund balance at the year end was a little lower than expected. And it's basically due to some of the revenues not coming in as expected. So in essence, that's what pays for the dispatch contract, along with general fund contributions.
And I would just say the details that make up all of these numbers are available in your binder. They're attached to my memo, and they're attachments A, B, and C. If you have any questions about any of them, happy to respond to those questions. So next, a brief discussion of the capital assets. This is the list of capital assets that's included in the final budget. This is the list of requests. A number of them are in the budget. A number of them the CAO is recommending. I'll focus on those that were not, since they are fewer. We are not recommending the one-ton pickup truck for animal services. That would be an additional general fund expense of $40,000. I know it's critically necessary, and again, I'm just recommending the board hold the line and not add anything else to the general fund budget. In addition, we are not recommending the 2 library servers. As you can see, the very last line above the subtotal, that too would be a general fund obligation of $14,000. The reason that we're not recommending that is because we are recommending a number of technology replacements. We are at a stage where we have substantial deferred maintenance in many ways. You'll hear about our vehicles when we have the fleet discussion this afternoon, our buildings. We have a number of deferred purchases of technology to the point that we have concerns that our technology may not be available to us, things that we need to perform our work on a daily basis. So I am recommending a number of investments in technology, all of them to serve county-wide interests and needs, like, you'll see it later too, but like an upgrade to the Hyper-V cluster server, which Howard is in the audience and can speak to, but that's additional and replacement storage. Our hope is that if the board approves that Hyper-V cluster server, we will not need both of those library servers and can actually store at least portions of that data on the Hyper-V cluster server. So we're looking at ways to make county-wide investments that meet the needs of some individual departments. And we'll go through those in more detail when we go through the teeter budget, because these purchases are being recommended to come from the teeter fund, which has been the county's historical practice. So we are recommending all of these with the exception of those 2, the animal services vehicles and the library servers.
I have a question. On the Silk Road, that 12,520, I thought the program was 147. Is this on top of that?
It is.
Why?
As we began implementation and looking at implementing the Silk Road, we determined that we needed to go to, we needed an Active Directory upgrade in order to be able to do that. We need that Active Directory upgrade for other purposes also, but most immediately we need that, and I'm looking for Francine just to make sure I'm saying this correctly, and Howard. We need that most immediately to be able to implement Silk Road. And so there are some additional costs associated with the implementation of Silk Road, and we are recommending the board authorize those and approve the use of teeter funds.
Did we know that when we went into, I mean, it's not just Silk Road, but it's any program. When we approve something, we should know.
So I agree with that, and I think we need to do a little bit of a better job of understanding the full package when we asked the board to consider the purchase. This is particularly difficult, I think, and challenging in software purchases. We have a countywide technology department, but then we have department-specific applications, and oftentimes departments do much of the research. It's just a complicated mix. And so I think we do need to do a little bit better job of fully understanding all that's necessary to implement technology when we walk down the path of recommending to the board a technology solution.
And we just approved a grand jury report on a technology item that went before the grand jury, and it was the same.
I share your concerns. Okay. I have no desire to have a failed technology implementation. Share those concerns. Moving on to staffing, similar to the capital assets, I am recommending that the board not include any additional positions in the final budget that would draw upon the general fund. So we are recommending the addition of 4 FTEs, 1 limited term, and an increase in 4 part-time FTEs from 0.48, or essentially half-time. 3 of those would increase to 1.0, and 1 would increase to 0.80. Those are all positions that are outlined in Francine's memo to the board, and they are all funded by sources outside of the general fund. There were some additional requests for reconsideration of positions that were put forth by departments. I am not recommending the board include any of those. Our office looked at them. If we felt that the department could demonstrate that they had an ongoing source of revenue to pay for them, we would have put them into the budget. We did not, so they are not included in the final budget. I've expressed to departments that if they want to appeal that, they're welcome to appeal, but my recommendation is we not open that door. And
did we, when you say, could you go back 1 slide?
Absolutely.
Thank you. You're not recommending the reclassifications. Does that mean every single one or certain ones? Because there were some, I believe, that were already approved and implemented.
There were some that were included in the recommended budget. We are not, and we considered those and made decisions going into the recommended budget, made recommendations to the board. Some departments asked us to reconsider again going into final budget.
But the board did approve some reclassifications, did we not? For people who were working above and beyond their
we did not approve any within the general fund. Similar to the final budget, we did not include any recommended reclassifications or new positions. I'm looking at Shirley just to make sure that I'm accurately remembering that.
So there were some, but they just were not ones that were funded by general fund.
That is correct.
There were a number of positions that were overfilled, I believe outside of the new positions that were approved for first and for any other positions. And there was a meeting early, county council that in the position, but other than that, there was only those that were funded by the
Thank you.
And even the county council is being paid for by CalWorks, so it is not general fund.
Okay.
I will just say that in some ways it creates some inequity. That if you happen to have a funding source that's non-general fund, we look at it differently and might consider a reclassification or a new position. The bottom line is we don't have...
I think most people understand in the staff that we would if it was fiscally responsible to do so, or if we had to, And I don't think that the staff that are general fund, the money's come from general funds, have any animosity towards people who are non-general funds that got reclassified. At least I don't think so. I think they're probably just happy for them and wish that they might be in the same boat. And I think all of us wish that they were.
So if you want, I'll just go through the 4 positions. So it is, again, in the memo that's within your package, but the new positions, there's a clinician 2 in behavioral health, increases in time or clinicians and community services liaisons, again, in health services and paid for by health funds, community health assistant, new position in the district attorney's office, investigative trial support assistant, that's the limited term position. And then there is a new position that's in technology services, so it's in a general fund department, but is being offset by CalWorks Human Services. They're paying for this new position. So that's all that's included in the final budget. So a quick recap, and again, I'm focused on the general fund because that's the area where the board has the most discretion. And what this shows is the general fund departments aggregated by functional area. It compares their actual expenses now that the year has closed, so their actual expenses in 12-13 with what is budgeted in the final budget for 13-14. And you will see in every area we have increased the budget to a $5 million increase overall in the dedication of funds. Now, these are not all general fund funds. These are general fund departments, but many general fund departments, like the sheriff's office, they have general fund dollars that the board allocates to them. They have AB 109 resources. They have grant resources. So this is their total budgets. So overall, an increase of $5 million in the general fund departments. When we take it down to the general fund contribution, so this is what the board has control of and what the board allocates to these general funds departments. Again, an increase of $4.9 million overall. Just going through them very quickly in the area of general government, and the area of general government is board, county administrator, county council, auditor, controller, assessor, all of those general government functions that don't have other sources of revenues that pay for them or have very limited sources of revenues. What the board did this year is they decided, rather than cutting those budgets, to supplement those budgets. As you recall, we talked to you about A87 issue, that we didn't have, that A87 revenues were going down. As departments, the general fund departments' expenses decreased, they can charge out to non-general fund departments less because their expenses are down. As a result, they're getting less revenues in. So typically what the board would have done is they would have said, you're getting less revenues, we're going to cut your budget because you need to live within the revenues that you have. But the board decided this year instead to backfill those A87 losses using teeter funds. So that's really the most significant area in general government that is resulting in the increase. In public protection, it's a combination of things. It's the new positions that have been approved over the last year in the sheriff's office. It's, again, some backfills of revenues that they have not gotten from, or did not get from previous years. So in the area of public protection, they actually spent in 12-13 $11.489 million. This year, we're budgeting 13.12, so there's an increase of 1.6 million. The only area that went down is records and land use, and that's primarily a result of changes in the planning department, reductions in the planning department. Health and Human Services, that is an MOE, or maintenance of effort. It stays static, does not change. Only increase, Shirley, help me out. What is that 11.6? Why is there actually... Thank you.
And a small amount as because of increased cost for
So the bulk of that is the MOE, that's about $400,000, and the rest of that is something that the board does have discretion over. Education recreation, again, they spent $458,000. We're budgeting $500,000. Increases to library, minor insignificant increases. Other departments, the actual expenses 2.9 and the final budget at 4.7. Primary differences here are in the insurance budget. We've actually, over the last several years, had a declining payroll, and as payroll declines, our insurance also declines. We're now, as we're starting to add positions, because during the last 2 budget years we've added positions, we're seeing insurance increases going back up. In addition, we just talked about funding, our recommendation to fund contingencies at a higher level. Last year we spent $5,000, I believe, out of what we budgeted in contingencies. So we didn't actually spend much in contingencies, but we're budgeting 1.3 in contingencies this year. So that's the most significant part of that difference.
But we did come back to the board at the last board with 300 and, so we did actually, part of that was the non-received revenue in the department. So we are going to, in the future, actually show that contingencies law on a yearly basis. Historically, we would just absorb those adjustments internally, which we need to rectify that situation and actually bring those to the board like you just said.
So what Rebecca's talking about, when Shirley and Rebecca came to the board a couple weeks ago and did the year-end close, a couple of departments had managed to their appropriations. And typically that's what departments would do. The board appropriates resources. That gives departments the authority to spend that resource. On the other hand, though, the board also approves revenues, anticipated revenues. And we anticipate we're getting grant revenues in, for instance. So the difference between grant revenues and the full appropriation is general fund. Well, departments also have to manage their revenues. If they're not getting in their grant revenues, they should be not spending their full appropriation, because when they spend their full appropriation, then the board has to come back, or a request comes back to the board to backfill the revenue that they didn't get from an outside source with general fund revenues. So you'll see in the recommendations at the end of the PowerPoint, the auditor and the CAO's office are recommending that this year we more closely monitor outside revenues, and if we're not receiving those revenues, that we come back to the board in mid-year and ask the board to both decrease revenues if they aren't coming in and decrease appropriations, so that we're not in a situation where we're having to backfill with general fund dollars. So moving on, looking forward to the next 5 years, we still are in the situation, has not changed. Our expenses are continuing to increase. We anticipate 4 to 7% annually. We now have additional added workforce. We're going to be experiencing some salary and benefit increases. PERS actuarial changes. We have not gotten the final. We have the final at this point for this year. I'm looking at Francine because I think we just got a letter on PERS.
They're saying that it's going to be delayed.
Okay. Okay. So we know that we're going to be receiving increases from PERS. And now, actually, some other counties and cities are receiving notification that PERS is considering again reducing their discount rate. They currently are using 7.5 and are thinking about decreasing it to 7.25. If they do that, that again will result in an increased contribution requirement from employers, us. So that continues to be something that we need to keep an eye on and be concerned about. We're seeing slow revenue growth. We talked a little bit about property tax. Similarly, sales tax, BLF, we're starting to see some increases, but those increases are very modest. Our expenses are going to continue to outpace our revenue growth in 13, 14, and beyond. So you remember the famous gap chart, and this is what it looks like at this point in time. just going back historically, I mean, what you really want to see on this gap chart is your green line below your red line. Excuse me. Your green line above your red line. Your red line is expenses. You want your revenues to be more than your expenses. And you can tell we had some challenges in the past, 06, 07, 08. We were spending more than we were bringing in. The way we close that gap every year, because we have to actually adopt a balanced budget, so the way we close that gap is by drawing on reserves and using fund balance from the previous year to actually close that gap if there's a gap and revenues that are less than expenses. So we were kind of headed in the right direction in 10, 11, and 11, 12. We actually had a couple years there where our revenues exceeded our expenditures. We're now trending back the other direction. We've had 2 years now where the board has added expenses that are above and beyond our revenues. And so if you look at what is budgeted in 13-14, you'll see that it's balanced. But the way it's balanced is by using a total of $7.16 million, teeter 3.4, and fund balance from last year that was unexpended at 3.7. So that's how we're closing the gap this year. Next year, you'll see we have another similar sized gap. We may have fund balance left at the end of this year, although my experience working in other counties that as budgets become tighter and tighter, departments are more likely to spend all of the resources they have available to them. So I'm not anticipating we're going to have a significantly greater fund balance next year, which means we're going to have to look at our only two choices: expenditure reductions or revenue increases. And I know the board has been very focused on revenue increases. I hope we can make those happen. We are 3 months into the year, and we don't have any significant increases at this point in time. So I think revenue increases are going to come slowly and over time. If we are successful in realizing some of the economic development plans that this board has, that will help, but that's a long-term revenue outlook. We're not going to be seeing the results of those economic investments in the next 2 to 3 years, is my belief. So again, when we have the two ways to go about closing this gap, reducing expenses or increasing revenues, we're going to have to be looking at some expenditure reductions into the coming years.
So this year wasn't the only year that they used teeter.
That is correct. We'll go through that in just a minute. That's a slide that's coming up. So as a matter of fact, it's right here. So this is teeter funds, the recommendation for inclusion in the final budget. The first half of this chart, the items above total recommended budget, are what the board has already approved during the course of the recommended budget. And yes, you're right, we have historically used teeter. The historical use of teeter has been primarily for the areas in green at the top. The board's policy has been to use teeter for one-time uses for software purchases, technology investments. Now, a year ago, we had a couple of audit settlements that were 3-year payment requirements, as I understand them. Is that correct, Rebecca, 3 years? So we're in the first of those 3 years. We have 2 years remaining obligation, the $200,000 a year and the $106,500 a year. That was a non-historical use of teeter, but that was really the only available resource at that time. That's where the board chose to go for that. Software licensing, as I understand it, that's a relatively new use of teeter to use, again, teeter for ongoing annual costs associated with software. Historically, the board had used teeter for the technology purchase, but then the maintenance and the licensing of that software was budgeted for within a department's budget. So that was kind of outside the box and something we had to do because, again, we were short-resourced and didn't have another source of funding. The general fund annual contribution, when we established the teeter fund, the board at that point in time determined that they were going to make an annual general fund contribution of $250,000. So that has been an ongoing historical practice. The areas in the pink, the A87 backfill, the general fund balancing backfill, and then the use of teeter for staffing funds in this current year budget, that has not been the historical practice of the board. Historically, the practice of the board has been to use teeter resources for one-time expenses. So that's really the area that we need to think about and pay attention to as we go forward. Now, I have to tell you, it was with great reservation that I added a number of things to my recommendation on the list for things we should fund out of teeter. You'll note they're all one-time investments. And again, the rationale behind including these in the teeter funds is because these support our basic infrastructure that's necessary to keep our existing technology up and running. As I understand it, if we don't implement the email rules, spam filter server, our email may go down. And we could spend a couple weeks without email before we can get back to the board and ask your authority to invest in, and I know some of you may appreciate that. I know I would. Janice would. But, we need to continue to make investments in technology. And in my opinion, we need to invest in technology even more so now because when we are looking at reduced resources, having a system that stores and maintains our data so that folks can get to it into the future and different folks can get to it if necessary, I think is critical. Supervisor Wright, did you have a question?
I just had a few questions up here, if that's all right now.
Absolutely.
The property tax audit, the 2 years remaining, court audit, 2 years. So after that, those annual teeter costs are going to go away.
That is correct.
And then, so that's pretty straightforward. But what about the software licensing? Is that going to be, stay static there? Is it going to go up? Is it going to go down?
Most of those contracts are tied to CPI, so they can increase anywhere between 2 and 5%.
And as we invest in more technology, we're going to have additional licensing requirements. Now, I know that we are looking at ways to site license. We're looking at opportunities to do things differently. We would like to try to reduce that.
A vast sum of money.
It's a lot of money. So for perspective, and we'll show this on slides coming up, but we get $750,000 a year into the teeter fund.
Yeah.
So we can accommodate an annual ongoing expense of $750,000.
Right, but I'd much rather spend that on something other than software licensing, if at all possible. So I think that's a real good target to make that more efficient and reduce the cost.
So if I heard you correctly, though, that 471 was included in the respective departments' budgets.
In years past.
So we're paying it anyway. It's just that
we're seeing the whole picture now.
We're seeing the
that's
whole
good.
thing
Anyway.
versus each department eating the cost.
Yeah.
It's like, should A87 be included or excluded from general fund department budget?
So what happened is several years ago, we were watching A87 on this kind of, we call it the death spiral, but it just continues to go down because as the civil service department's expenditures continue to shrink, they have less they can charge out. So 87 revenues have gone down, down, down. Technology services had a vast majority of the licensing in their budget, and they didn't have the 87 revenue for several years to accommodate that. And so that was the decision that we need to fund it somehow because this is our email. This is you being able to open up Word. This is your ability to, use a multitude of softwares. So it's how we do business. Otherwise, we go.
Oh yeah, I'm not doubting the importance of it. I'm just looking at that number, saying,
And so that was how we figured out how to fund it because we couldn't get 87 revenue to come that. So it's not an ideal one.
I know my email, so it's not.
So it was hidden before.
Yeah,
We didn't see it.
Well, it was budgeted for in the department.
Yeah.
Right.
Scattered across.
You just saw the general fund contribution go up in technology services, but while that was going up, we were backfilling that contribution.
So are all the software licensing agreements reflected in there for every department?
No.
Just a portion of?
Portion. It would be the property tax system, the enterprise licensing.
Most of the county-wide systems, as I understand it, as opposed to a department-specific application that may have licensing or maintenance associated with it.
And is that typical of the county our size?
Is what typical?
That amount, I mean, the amount of money?
I came from two counties that invested far more heavily in technology than this county's, and far bigger counties. So I don't know as a percentage, but I would say that we had significant amounts dedicated to both software and the licensing requirements. And honestly, I mean, we, again, as we're headed to a place where we may have reductions in staffing, I think that we need to become more heavily dependent on technology. I don't believe that technology can replace people, but having data systems to help streamline work processes, I just think is something that we have to look at investing
Maybe that could be
in.
looked like in the, more general services kind of, along with the fleet management. This is kind of falls into the same category for me. It's like maybe we should be looking at this as a whole county rather than piecemealing, so we could save some money.
I strongly
We all
agree with
switch
you.
to Gmail, and just.
Well, I know that TSD is doing some research and looking at trying to reduce by site licensing and other options. And I do think that, again, we need to have a more coordinated, centralized look at software and technology in general. I think that there could be some efficiencies gained in that way. I will also fess up to me encouraging technology as they were bringing forward these suggestions for things that they had to have. I added broadbanding on here. It is an annual ongoing expense of $15,000. From my perspective, if we have a county that has additional opportunities for the public to engage with us over the internet, our agenda management system, if we want to move to a planning system that allows folks to submit their plans and for us to interact with them online. Many of the things that we need to do online, in my opinion, require an investment in broadband. It wasn't, I don't think, Howard's highest priority, but I encouraged him to allow me to put it on there because I think it's a priority, just like we need to invest in public safety and the roads. That's, to me, the internet is another piece of infrastructure that we can't continue to not invest in.
I thought broadband was Mr. Stallman's highest priority. And have economic development without it, Mr. Stallman? Just got it.
Well, if you're looking at replacing basic infrastructure to keep your email system working or broadband, it may not be the highest priority, but I think it needs to be a priority for all of us. So I am suggesting that, again, we include a number of technology infrastructure investments. We've also put IFAS, the One Solution, and training back in the recommendation. Rebecca, do you want to speak to it for a moment?
Yes. So our county actually was one of the beta testers for the One Solution and software. So I was able to see firsthand what we benefit from moving from the current version that we're on to the One Solution version. And one of the biggest things is speed, because and as I said at recommended budget, when you're doing data entry, and there's a lot of data entry done at the county, because this is the county's financial system. This isn't just the auditor controller's financial system. When an employee is waiting for 30 seconds for a screen to render, and they have to utilize that screen, umpteen times a day, that can be almost an hour's worth of wasted time during the day. So I did recognize that we saw a lot of additional response times on the One Solution version. It also helps to keep track of how a user works, so it makes it more efficient for that user. The reporting aspect of it is incredibly strong. The analytics that are built into the One Solution reporting, we are having to utilize reporting in ways that every day there is another type of report either that you're asking for, or the public is asking for, or the state controller is asking for, or a granting agency is asking for, and we need to be able to be more responsive. And we do not have staff available to do the reporting that is required. And so we're having to spend a lot of extra resources to try to pull this data together that we really shouldn't have to. So I think there would be immediate soft cost savings in terms of just gaining efficiencies in departments. I think that departments will be able to work more coordinated with one another. We can kind of get rid of some of this paper process and these paper workflow processes that we're doing. There is the potential for hard cost savings. That would just, time will tell on that. There will definitely be reduction in errors, and there's going to be enhanced tools for departmental fiscal operations. We're relying on departments to do budget year-round, and if we don't have powerful tools for them to do that, it makes it more complicated, and it just makes it more of an ordeal. This reporting in this financial system upgrade could take, for instance, 4 trend reports, and you would only have to run 1. So the dynamic abilities, the dynamic reporting that's available is very, very powerful. So it certainly would save my office a tremendous amount of time moving forward to this platform, but it would also save the county as a whole in terms of efficiency.
So I want to point out one more good news piece of information here. You'll see that I've included an investment of $16,000 for the megabyte server and SQL. You will recall that the board gave direction to a negotiating team to go out and look at replacing the county's property tax system. The negotiating team met at least once, maybe twice, with a potential vendor to discuss looking at a new system, and then had some internal conversations, and as a team we are recommending that the board not go forward at this juncture with a new property tax system. That is a savings of, or an avoided cost of about $3.9 million over a several year period of time. But we do need to make some investments in our existing system in order to upgrade to the next version of that system. I think we were unanimous in our recommendation to the board. We still think that there will be a time when we should look at a new property tax system. A number of other counties are transitioning now, and the vendor is actually looking at developing 2 different systems, so we will have the opportunity to benefit from some other counties going before us, look at those 2 systems, see if ultimately they develop a statewide standard, which we think might be most beneficial to all. But again, we're recommending we delay that purchase. I personally think that just like some of these other technology investments, knowing that we need to be doing that in the future, we should be setting some resources aside so that we have the money available to us when we decide to replace that system. So it's not included in the final budget, but I'd like to come back to you at some point in time and talk to you about setting aside some funds for ultimately replacing that system.
I think the appropriate time might be when we realize the revenues and tax assessments to pay for it.
I would like to see, like we've set aside for the 27th pay period, and when you and Barbara and Leslie came Madeline. I mean, it was a pretty big price tag, we understood that. But saying, all we're doing is, I think Lori said, we're delaying it. But we know it's going to cost somewhere in the 1.3 whatever million that maybe we should set up, I mean, unless the board makes a change this year, at least in next year's budget, set up a fund so that when we do or we move, that we already have money set aside for it.
Yes,
Otherwise,
because-
it's a pretty big price tag.
Yes, and really, we're looking at this more as a deferral. We do have to make an investment in our property tax system overall. Regardless of whether we stay with this vendor or go to another vendor, there's got to be an investment because there is entirely too much manual work that's going on a very complex process.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. It's like capital improvement plan or an account or something like that for, that'd be good.
Another one of those things that are called committed funds.
So moving on to the next slide. So this is what the teeter fund projection looks like if we continue to spend on an annual ongoing basis what we are spending this year. And this takes into consideration, I'm going to move back to this slide, this takes into consideration that again in 2 years the $200,000 falls off for the property tax audit and the $106,500 falls off for the court audit. It's really, the issue is more the backfill of the 87, the backfill of the general fund, the adding staffing. Those are annual ongoing costs that we don't have another revenue source for. So as you can see, if we continue to spend teeter at the current rate, and this shows the $750,000 we're getting a year in and offsets it with the expected expenses, that we will have fully depleted the teeter fund by fiscal year 16-17. This next slide shows if we go back to the board's historic policy of not using the teeter fund for annual ongoing expenses and maintain that for investments in technology, primarily one-time uses. This is what could happen with our teeter fund. Now, realistically, what I see is coming back to the board next year during our budget hearings and recommending that we go someplace in between these two charts. I think we're going to have to cut expenses, and I'd like to do that in a way that we can have a soft landing over a couple years period of time. But I feel very strongly that we need to get back to a place where we are using ongoing revenue sources for ongoing expenses.
And the other important point is that I look at the committed funds that we do have, which includes the teeter balance, as a cash flow mechanism for dry period funding. And the further down we take those commitments, the more realistic it is that we're going to have to borrow on an annual basis for dry period funding, which is it's expensive. I mean, it can cost $80,000 to $120,000 a year just for us to borrow funds to make it from the beginning to the end of the year. So that's also just something to consider, is that those commitments are also helping us save money overall because we're not having to go out and do tax revenue anticipation notes or any sort of external borrowing.
So when you said to borrow funds, you're talking it's costing us $100,000. That's internal borrowing or going to trans?
Going to trans.
Well, we don't want to go to trans.
We don't want to go to trans. So that's the importance of making sure that not only we keep our contingency relatively high and I keep our reserves where they are, but also the commitment balances that we have are those balances that I can internally borrow against, which then all we have to do is pay pooled rate, which we're hardly earning any interest, so it's a really great bargain at borrowing. If we have to borrow externally, it does cost us money. So that's always something to think about in the back of your head, that, I mean, certainly you can budgetarily expend down your committed funds, but it will cost us in the overall.
So this year we're using it to backfill the 87? Would the anticipation be that we're going to have to do that next year too?
The A87 is our cost plan is a 2-year cycle. We're continuing. We haven't added significant resources to our general government department, so my perception is it might go down slightly, but I don't know why it would go down significantly.
No, I don't think it's going to go down significantly. It's probably going to stay about where it is right now, but that still means we funded our central service departments with this backfill of Teeter, and that will continue to happen going forward because we're not going to see an increase of A87 revenue.
And in fact, if we shrink our internal service fund departments more, it compounds this problem. That's the death spiral that Rebecca talked about earlier. I know that the board asked for a study session on A87, and I think we need to come back and do that because I think that this is a really complicated issue that the board needs to understand. And we have some options available to us. We could do A87 differently. We could allocate our time differently or direct charge our time differently. The board has policies in place that we could change that could help in this situation. Now, I don't want to mislead you. The pie is only so big. And so it's not that we would be adding resources. It's just that we might, for instance, if we have a big department that uses a lot of HR's time, that department could pay directly for that time. Right now, if they're a general fund department, they're not paying at all because although we allocate 87 charges to them, they don't pay them because we don't want just the paper swap of general fund resources going back and forth between departments. But we could change our system that would allow more direct charge.
I think we've had this conversation, the old A87 conversation.
We have, or you have probably, and we may need to revisit again.
I've had it because special districts get tons of work done for them from the auditor's office, from public works office and stuff, and they don't get billed those CSAs in special districts because they quote unquote don't have any money. But because Rancho Calaveras CSA 1 has over $1 million, they get billed for every nickel of time that the county spends on them. So they should. They should, but everybody else should too. Fair is fair for everyone. I've been saying it for the last 3 years, and I'll continue to say it.
So
How much do they have? Guys get tired of the record.
So it's a conversation I think we should bring back to the board because there are some choices the board can make in this area. But at this point in time, we are using Teeter funds to backfill primarily general government departments, both through the A87 backfill and the general fund balancing. And that's about $2 million. And the choices are continue to use reserves to do that or reduce expenses because there are no other choices.
Well, if I ran my restaurant like this, we'd be already out of business.
That's right.
So, how do you generate funds?
Make people pay for the services
If we spend as much time as you are looking at what we're doing here and going out and trying to figure out how to generate funds, then maybe we would be getting something.
So if the board will entertain me doing so, we have a very nice presentation that we've put together that I'd like to bring to you at the evening meeting on October 29th that looks at revenue generating opportunity because they're somewhat limited, but we do have some opportunities. And I'd like to bring that to the board. I'd like to focus some time and energy on revenues. Yes.
Talked about entertaining. I like it.
Well, entertainment's good, but I'm pretty sure you're talking about raising the fees.
The only revenue opportunities that the board has available to them are to increase fees, and you can only increase fees to cover the cost of the service provided to you. Janice is dealing with us now as we're trying to bring our first set of fee increases for the airport, and under Prop 218 we're having to do a nexus study. We can't charge fees above the cost to provide the services. So we can increase fees. The board has talked about taxing opportunities, and so we'll bring a discussion of what very limited taxing opportunities the board has. All would have to be approved by a vote, of course, of the electorate.
Just an interjection there. When they talk about increased fees or cost recovery for services rendered, just a few sessions ago, we talked about the fact that prior to just a couple years ago, Sheriff's Department provided services to local events for concert events and other things like that. I won't name any names. But they were told for years and years, hey, you guys need to go over to this event and provide muscle and back up for this event because that event is bringing money to our county and that pays the general fund that pays you guys. So you guys just need to go over there and help keep a handle on it. Well, that's not what they do anymore. Now they have a contract in writing where they bill per hour, per employee, based on whatever the rate is, and they're reimbursed by those event promoters, which is the way it should be. And so this isn't just a thing of like when people talk about increasing fees, like people get that image of gouging someone for more money. These are only, as far as I'm concerned anyway, these are only increases that are commensurate with the amount of money that it takes to produce the service that these people are requesting. And that's only fair. If you don't want the service, you don't want to pay for it, then don't get the service. But if you want the service, then you pay for it. I mean, I'd like to go get chiropractic once a week and maybe a massage, stuff like that. But, I can't find anybody that's willing to give it for free. I mean, so if you want the goods and services, you got to pay for it. It's just a simple thing.
So we have a number of departments that are looking at fee increases, and we'll be bringing those forward to you because they haven't increased their fees, many of them since 2009. And there is the balance to be struck there. It's hard to increase fees, but as we discussed in an earlier item today, if the individual that's receiving the service isn't paying the fee, then the rest of the county is subsidizing the cost of whatever service they're getting. So we do have limited revenue generating opportunity, but there are some, and I think we need to talk about them and see if the board is willing to entertain, I'll use a different word, whether the board is willing to approve us going forward to look at some of those revenue opportunities. So we're almost done. Other outstanding issues just to be aware of, jail sheriff's office, the project is almost complete and we're going to be closing out. We are going to have ongoing operating costs to maintain the jail, some of which are already included in the final budget, some of which aren't. We are going to be issuing an RFP to look at the maintenance for that facility. You'll recall that in a previous discussion with the board before I got here, staff brought forward a projection of $250,000 a year that may be the cost of maintaining that facility. That's based upon a similar facility in another county. We are going to be issuing an RFP, and we will be providing a comparison so the board can choose in some areas whether to contract for that services or have county staff provide those services. We would have to add county staff to provide those services, and there are some areas that we just could not provide. It's far more technologically advanced as a facility than the other county facilities. So we'll be coming back to you with that. We already talked a little bit about megabytes and the need to upgrade the existing software and at some point in time replace it with new technology. I mentioned earlier we have deferred maintenance, buildings, equipments, vehicles. We need to develop some kind of a maintenance and replacement plan. Costs money, but we need to start investing in those things. You'll hear through the fleet's presentation that we have a number of vehicles, most of them that are older than 10 years and have many miles on them, and in many cases are not really suitable for our employees to be driving, and yet that's what we have at this point in time, and we need to think about that. Yes, and employees driving their own vehicles, yeah. So general fund risks, continued concern about a weak local economy. We talked previously about the self-insurance liability. Based upon a recommendation of a consultant, we did reduce the confidence level from 85 to 80%, feel comfortable with that. Additional PERS increases we've already touched on lightly. Adult detention facility operating costs, there will be some additional costs that are not included in this final budget that we'll be coming back to you with. General plan updates, again, That needs to be a very high priority, I believe. We are investing in it. We need to complete it, and there may be some additional investment required to complete it. Deferred maintenance, reserves one-time funding. In conclusion, the budget is balanced, utilizing 3.4 in teeter funds, 3.7 in fund balance. Contingencies are budgeted at 1.4, or equal to 3.6% of the general fund appropriations. General fund 2.4. It's less than recommended, but I think it's a positive that we're maintaining funding at this level at this time. Local economy remains sluggish. We're not seeing significant revenue increases in the first quarter of this year. Slow growth in assessed valuation and the resulting property tax. And I think, as you've heard, even when property tax starts to really pick up, and it's going to at some point in time, for every dollar in property tax we collect, the county gets 18 cents. The general fund increase is attributed to salary and benefits for new positions. These aren't new employees, but new positions, and their compounding effects are going to continue to require, the ongoing commitment of resources into the future, and those are resources that are not offset by revenue. Our recommendation is, at the conclusion of the budget hearing, to adopt the final budget totaling $1.3533429 for all funds, $39,382,858 for the general fund. Direct staff to return to the board on September 24th, 2013, to execute the final budget resolutions to officially enact your direction. Direct the CAO to work with county department heads to identify efficiencies, reduce opportunities for reduced expenditures, and to pursue revenue opportunities for the board's consideration. And again, direct the CAO and auditor to monitor revenues and possibly come back to you with mid-year adjustments if we are not realizing the revenue that we've included in the final budget. I want to thank the board. I know this has been a difficult year and a difficult process. I think you have shown great leadership in establishing sustainable budget principles and policies, and appreciate your patience with me during this process. To all the county department heads, this is a significant year-round work effort for departments at this point in time. Would like to reduce that, but without the departments, this budget would not come together as it does. And it's not always smooth, and it's sometimes a little messy, but I think it gets us to a good place, and I'm proud of the contributions that all of the departments have made. I really appreciate Rebecca, Leslie, Francine. This is a team. We work together to pull this information together to make it as understandable as possible for the board and for the public. It is a complex subject matter, and we try to boil it down to the essence so that it's understandable. And to my staff, Clay, Shirley, Zachariah, Karen, couldn't do it without them. Greatly appreciate them. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the board.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the board at this time? I'd like to open it up to the public for any comments or questions.
House Gala Taxpayer Association. I want to say I really admire the work done by Lori and Rebecca and the other people involved here. If the purpose of these presentations is to present a factual picture of where we are and where we're going, I think it's a job well done. It seemed clear, even to me. On the chart for general funds 5-year projection, we see a drop in the anticipated revenues, and then we see a continuation of expenditures way above that. That's the red that you see over there to the right. And then below that, we see another line that looks like, let me put my glasses on. It says double revenue, but it might be doable revenue. It seemed like the green line needs to be above that blue line, if that blue line is for revenue. Also, a good part of our expenditures are in salaries and benefits, and so in having to reduce expenditures, we have to look at that area, and it's very difficult when you have a collective bargaining situation how to do that. One area where there's quite a bit of danger, which was pointed out, but it wasn't quantified, didn't say how much danger, is in the CalPERS area, where CalPERS is using a figure that's unrealistic for its income on its investments, where the true figure is below that. I'm not exactly what it is now. It was 3%, and they were projecting, I think, 7.9%. Well, the effect of that is when that money is not there, and they have to pay for the benefits for the retired people that are established by specified benefits, then the shortfall falls back on the employer or the county or on the taxpayer. So one of the things that we'd like to see you do is to quantify what that amount really is, so you know what the size of that axe is, or the gorilla, or you want to call it. And the second thing that needs to be done, and has to be in the collective bargaining process, is completely eliminate specified benefits, instead go to specified contributions. By doing that, then if the investment fund makes money, fine. If it doesn't, it won't go back to the employer and to the taxpayer who never agreed to the thing to begin with. In the conclusions area, we're showing a contingency or budgeted at 1.368290, or 3.6% of the general fund appropriations. And I understand that to be in a healthy condition, it should be more like 14%. Is that wrong?
That's incorrect. That's the GFOA recommendation for reserves. Contingencies is different. Again, the board's policy is 3 to 4%, and so they're right in the right range for contingencies.
What is a reserve?
The GFOA recommendation for reserves, the latest report, and there is no absolute. There are a number of benchmarks. It's approximately 2 months of appropriations, or about 14% of general fund appropriations.
So are we at 14% for reserves?
No, we're not. And primarily, GFOA did the 14%. They were doing a study on a particular governmental entity that had extremely volatile revenues. So for their particular entity, 14% was accurate for them because they had just huge swings in their revenue. So the basis of what your reserve should be depends on the types of revenues that you have. So we tend to have less volatile revenues. We are relying more and more on grant revenue, but we've had, for most of the grants that we do have right now, we've had some pretty long history with them. So they don't jump around. Also, we're not so dependent on sales tax. We don't have a huge sales tax base, so we don't have a lot of reliance on that, nor do we have a huge reliance on TOT. So the bulk of our revenues tend to be more static, less volatile revenues, and because of that, we can go at a lower percentage. So I think what the board has deemed within their policy as the percentage for contingencies and the percentage for reserves is pretty good. And then I think it's something that we probably have to look at on an annual basis, because if we start having a real heavy reliance on new grants, a heavier reliance on economic development, then you're going to have a larger contingent, a larger reserve, because otherwise you're going to expose yourself to a huge swing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It seems to make sense. What is our reserve?
$2.4 million.
Which is, I guess, around 4% or so?
I think it's more like 6% of the general fund appropriations.
You're better at math than I am.
Well, I see Rebecca using her calculator now.
Okay, so the 6% would be considered a prudent amount for reserves for our type of county and our type of expenditures. I take it that's what we're saying.
For our history thus
Yeah.
far, yes, and for the types of revenues that we are encountering right now, yes, but like I said, it should be something that should be looked at on an annual basis.
Okay, back to on the chart, the general fund 5-year projection. It's not clear to me why that those red figures are continuing to climb when our actual income is down below the blue line, and why aren't we planning to have our expenditures less than our income, not more than our income? I'm assuming that red line is our plan.
So let me clarify the chart for you because you asked a number of questions about it. The green line is our revenue line. The blue line that says double revenue, last year, at the recommended budget hearing, the suggestion was made that our property tax might actually increase at a rate double what we were projecting. So we drew on that blue line to show the board what would happen if our property tax actually property tax and VLF actually doubled, and we exceeded our expectations. The point behind that line was to demonstrate that even if we get a significant bump in property tax, it's not enough to close the gap. The red line is our projected expenditures, and what we did is took the expenditures that are being approved by the board, in theory, in this final budget, and then added to them, I'm looking at Zachariah, I believe it was approximately 2% a year going forward.
It depends on the specific expense, but we know what the
salary increases
are, the projectors are 1% increase in services and supplies. Those are the basic assumptions that we're making.
Are you saying that salary increases are mandated by the state?
We have contracts.
Yeah, which are negotiated. Is that correct?
And we have contracts in place, so at this point in time, the existing contracts are 3-year contracts, and the next big bump up in those contracts is in January of 2015, where there is a negotiated 4% increase. So that is built into that expenditure line, which is why you see it continue to tick up. We also have merit increases that are part of, what happens in this county as people are hired into positions and successfully complete time in the job and receive increases. So we do have a number of salary and benefit increases that we know about and we have already agreed to, and that is primarily what's driving the expenditure
the red line. What can be done to drop that red line below the green line?
Ooh, I know the answer.
I mean, it's a basic question. How do we?
Could you go to the slide that
how do we balance our balanced budget?
Could you go to the slide that shows the total budget, both general fund and non-general fund budget, which was just over $100 million?
$103 million, so just we have the figure in there, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
The very beginning slide that shows
all funds, $103,553,429 and some loose change in Al's pocket. So the scenario is that we've heard Supervisor Edson early on in his tenure as supervisor called for a study session to talk about economic development. In that meeting, it was relayed to us that approximately 4% of our operating budget comes from commercial and retail sales tax revenue.
No.
Huh?
No.
Now. Yeah, 4%. So of the $103 million, we get $4 million, give or take, from commercial and retail sales taxes. Now, coming from the city of Modesto, where I was 10 years ago, prior to coming to Calaveras, they got 1/3 of their operating budget came from commercial and retail sales tax. Things like Target for buying underwear for my kid for school. Okay? I've talked about that for the last 3 years.
Go to CVS.
If anybody's, they don't have underwear at CVS, Marita.
You can buy it at the drugstore.
Okay. Anyway, you understand the point. If most municipalities and counties are getting a third of their spending revenue from commercial and retail sales, of which we have none,
4%.
very little. There's an unrealized aggregate there between the 4 and the 33%. You're talking like 29%. So that'd be another $29 million in our budget. So let's just say, for instance, that we don't want all that big box stuff because nobody wants to look like that here. But so say it's not 29 million. Say we only put a few more retail shopping experience opportunities in our county, and we had $10 million more in our budget. Not 29 million, but just 10 million more. That would shoot our green line way above the red line. It's just that the people here have to understand and realize they have to be willing to accept opportunities for revenue creation that are commensurate with the expenditures that they're asking us to provide. If you want more cops on the streets, if you want better roads, then as a public, as a voting entity, you have to be willing to be a force for good when things are put to a ballot measure or even just out there in the community, things that come to the Board of Supervisors, opportunities to create revenue for the county. If people would stop saying, I don't want this in my backyard, or I don't want that in my backyard, then we might have more money. But that red line and the green line are never going to get closer or the way that you would like or the way that I would like with the current revenue sources that we have available to us.
There's another opportunity that we haven't talked about, and this is to expose and try to correct unreasonable state regulations. And I'll give you an example. Probably none of you are aware of it. One of the major tourist attractions in our county is the Moaning Caverns, the zip lines. They have 15 employees, and they were all laid off because the state decided to require the owner to fill out unnecessary paperwork, like 2 inches thick, for their zip lines. And this was triggered because the owner put a safety device to better protect the public.
Mr. Scal, I'm very understanding of what you say. You say, this is not the place. If you want those rules changed, you need to go to your state legislators, not to the Board of Supervisors. We totally understand, and board members here have lobbied before, but that's...
You might be able to help going through CSAC.
We've done that. We are not the engine to change those rules. But I do want to say, when you talk about employees' compensation, the employees of this county have taken pay cuts, pay freezes, increases in contributions to their PERS, their health insurance. The employees in this county have really stepped up to help with the county. So I mean, I voted for the contracts that we have for our employees, and it's well deserved to them for what they've done for the county over the last 5 years. So, yeah, we could cut their pay or have them do things like that when the contract comes up, but they've been doing that, and I just
there might be
speak to that.
There might be an approach that could be helpful, and that's to when you hire people, try to set the compensation at a figure that's sufficient to attract the people and keep them. Okay, the same is true for existing people. And sometimes pay cuts are needed in some areas.
We do that.
Actually, we need to increase it to attract and keep people.
Yeah, I think it's something like, for instance, in law enforcement, we've lost people because they were more attractive.
You know what would really help right now from this day forward? If people would shop here in this county instead of over in Tuolumne or over in Amador County. That would help a lot.
Well, if we
If
had
you
places
buy
to
it, if you
shop,
buy it.
that might be part of the solution.
One of the things that's a bright spot in all of this, the Cinders is opening up in Valley Springs, and that's gonna bring a lot of opportunity for revenue in that area. And hopefully, maybe if we can find our way to allowing other businesses to open up down there, then that's a good start. That's where we need to go.
And we got 3 businesses that have opened in District 2, Wilseyville Store, and
That's
2
where we need
restaurants.
to go.
Well, that's good. That's really good.
Okay, can we get back to this?
What do we do to lower that red line below the green?
Yeah, just
Raise your
make that
taxes,
investment.
Mr. Segal.
We're not going to lower the red line, we're going to higher the green line.
We've got to raise the bar, Al.
Yeah, raise the red
Okay.
line. That's what needs to
Thank
happen. Raise the green line.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Sheriff Coons, I am here to I would like to make a suggestion. I know we're pretty much solid on this final budget, but 3 cars that we have to replace in our fleet there's 2 04s and 105. One has 215,000 miles, one has 225,000 miles, and one has 202,000 miles, and these are Crown Vic patrol vehicles that get really nervous about sending them out on code 3 runs because on normal wear and tear of a family vehicle can probably go up stand that kind of mileage, but when you're putting deputies in there running code 3 to emergencies and such, it's really starting to push the line. We've patched them up the best we could over the years. Historically, the county has given us 5 vehicles a year, and to replace ones we had. And of course, I've been around through the whole thing with the budget cuts and the whole thing. We're asking for 3 patrol cars this year. We're going to lease them. I don't like leasing cars, but it's the only way we can kind of afford it. And the lease is going to be at $75,942 a year. And we also have 1 car we're getting through AB 900, which is going to stay. The deputy who's assigned to AB 900, he'll be driving that car. That'll be kind of like his contract car. So what I was proposing is that if this year the board could pick up half of this lease at about $32,971. One of the reasons I'm asking for this is that we did lose some AB 443 money to finance the radio for the new sheriff's office, and some of that money I was intending on using for putting special enforcement teams out because we're starting to get some pretty bad areas up here in our county that are going to need really a lot of penetration for the patrols and such, and this marijuana thing, everything's going on, it's getting kind of out of hand. So that would give me a little extra overtime every year so I could do that, saturate these areas and knock this crime down. And I guess I have the money to do all 3 of them, but it'd be nice that if you would the board would pay for 1.5 of the vehicle, not pay for the other 1.5 vehicles. We'll come to some kind of a new arrangement next year. That'd be greatly appreciated. And I know you've done a lot for the sheriff's office this year. We brought back 4 employees that we lost that you brought back, and it was a good common sense decision making, which I feel, and community wanted them. And so anyways, I wish you would think about this, and as my grandmother always says, it doesn't hurt to ask. Thank you.
So just so I'm clear, is that these 3 vehicles that we've included in the final budget, and right now
Yes.
we've included them with $75,942 that we understood you were going to pay this first of the 3 years with the OHB grant and
Yes.
contracts?
We're just trying to find vehicles to buy, because we have to have vehicles. I mean, there's, like I said, we haven't really got any vehicles in wait about 6 years, and there are Band-Aids on them right now, and we have to get those vehicles. Not only that, but by replacing these vehicles, that the Crown Vics are a bigger vehicle, they're a heavier vehicle, they're wore out. The engines, since we went to that new oil help, but they just consume a lot of gasoline. And with the new vehicles we're getting, which are the new Tauruses, probably get anywhere from 6 to 9 miles a gallon
better, and they're a lighter vehicle, and something we want to go to energy efficient vehicles because what's going on, gas price is going to soar off the map again, so it'll all pay for itself in the long run. Thank you.
Michael, is this an additional vehicle to the 4?
I don't believe so. I believe what he's asking, we put the 3 vehicles in. This is the 4th line down, 3 patrol cars. What he proposed to us is that he use a 3-year lease for these vehicles. So the $75,942 is the first year. So there would need to be 2 additional years of that commitment of funds. And we understood that they were being proposed to be paid for with grant revenues, increases in grant revenues that they are anticipating. What I believe is he's asking is if the board would consider the board contributing half of that money in this year, so that the sheriff would pay half of it through their increased grant funds and the board would pay half of it. I have discussed this with the sheriff, and he knows that's not what I'm recommending, but it's certainly the board's option to consider that.
Absolutely.
So where would the half come from? Calaveras County, Teeter?
That's the only place we have money.
Okay.
So yes.
Well, actually, right now we haven't shifted the additional $500,000 from the carryover to the contingency yet, have we?
We haven't. You could reduce the amount that you budget for contingency. The reason I suggested you maintain a high contingency is because, again, we have a...
But it wouldn't be much. I mean, what was it, 3,600? Is that what he wants?
Well, times 3.
32,000, 33,000.
Yeah, you'll have to budget it each year.
But each year we would get to decide if we want to fund that.
We'd be in a contract, so each year someone's got to pay.
Well, then we can make him fund it next year. If we didn't like him, if we got mad at him.
That's committed, right?
We consider it next year.
Yeah, we could consider it
next year.
So what's the pleasure of the board on this?
On what?
Do you want to take 33,000?
My pleasure would be no. I think there are a lot of time and energy has gone into this. We've got our capital asset set, and I think if we start to deviate from monies one way or the other, it's going to open up many cans of worms for many other departments that have been told no and haven't gotten much of anything. So that would be my 2 cents.
Chris?
Doesn't look like it's going to go. So.
Are you a yes or a no or a
Oh,
abstain?
I actually think that there's a lot of room for discussion if we want to open it all up. I mean, there's,
The sheriff's asked a question. Do you want to support his request?
Oh, sure, I'll fund it, yeah.
From?
From the contingency fund.
Okay.
But it's actually not contingency funds yet. It's important. It's a cash carryover. But I also would like to see a breakdown of where better understanding of all the sheriff's cars out there. So I have when people come up to me and say, well, why did you support that? I have a better understanding of all the cars in the sheriff's department and what they're used for and why there's a need for it. I take their word that they need it. I see the roads that they drive on, especially in my district. It's insane. So I want a really reliable sheriff's car fleet out there responding to these emergencies. So I do think it's important. I mean, I know that the sheriff's department is an expensive department, but it is a vital department. And so the more understanding I have of where all those cars fit and the overall fleet management of the sheriff's department, then maybe I can bring another board member along with me.
You want to split the cost?
No. I think that, nice try, Gary. That was, as much as I would like to do this, I think that we should probably wait until we have a fleet program that we're going to be discussing here And I believe that we can set some real standards for fleet, including hopefully your fleet too. And maybe we can get a better understanding of how we're able to manage these types of situations a little better. And I really believe that when we implement a fleet program here, it's going to take away a lot of this, because I've dealt with fleet most of my life. And
I feel to mention one thing is that by taking 3 cars out of service, is that the air bill on the rest.
yeah,
So I mean, it makes a
yeah. So, but you know, a fleet program doesn't just mean the repairs on a vehicle. It could be a standardization of a type of vehicle that you need. It could be a lot of things that could make it way better for us as a county to operate with fleet and your sheriff's department. You have certain requirements for your fleet, right? So, you know, there could be studies that could make it to where, to make sure that you have the fleet that you need, it could be a lot less expensive to have. And, you know, there's possibilities out there. I've seen it done. So I would like to hold off on that until...
You can't.
Hold on what?
On this. He gets this for vehicles.
Well, I know that, but I know it stands the way it is. And I would like an opportunity, though, to be asked next year for the same opportunity to help you out there. Okay, but this year I think we're stuck. We're done. So.
Mr. Spellman?
Not to take away any of the objections voiced by my fellow supervisors on this topic, but just coming from my own personal experience, I have an 02 Ford Explorer, and I keep it waxed. I put 91 premium octane in it. I take it to Lalo's Auto in Valley Springs every time it has any little hiccup or giggle to make sure all the belts are there, it's tuned up, everything like that. But at 192,000 miles that it has right now, it has a pretty predictable cycle where I'm seeing Tony Lalo every couple months for something, get nickel-dimed here and there for stuff. And that's a vehicle, like I said, with the rare occasion that I go off-road up in the high country to go on a Boy Scout trip with my son or camping with my family or something like that. Other than that, it's pretty much babied. I mean, I keep good care of it and everything like that. And it still has issues with 192,000 miles. So knowing how I take meticulous care of my vehicle and don't drive it real hard, the things that I've experienced as things that need to be repaired on it with 192,000 miles, I can only imagine the type of things that they would run into with vehicles that are over 200,000 miles where these guys are doing Code 3, which is for those people that aren't with the lingo, the Code 3 is where they turn the lights on and go as fast as the skinny pedal will go when you mash it down. So if the sheriff is saying that they've got 3 vehicles that are over 200,000 miles in their fleet that they currently cycle in and out of,
they're getting their 3 vehicles. He's just wanting us to pay for one of them.
as we should.
Well, then your vote is yes.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Any vehicle that's got over 200,000 miles on it, I don't care what's going on, it needs to be gone. I don't want to be the one that's relying on hey, let me tell you, I had to call 911 for somebody that tried to invade my home. And the officer that night had to come from Angels Camp all the way to Rancho. And he was going like a scalded dog, and it took him 41 minutes to get there. I wouldn't want to be the one where the car broke down that had 220,000 miles on it when some guy's trying to break into my house. And I don't think anybody else would either. At the very least, we can give our sheriff's department cars to get to where they need to go when people need them.
That's not.
And we should pay for them.
He's getting the vehicles. Well, and he's paying for them with OHV grant. Okay, my vote is a no. So it's a 3-2 vote. Good try, Sheriff. All right. Is there someone else? Thank you.
Thank you, Animal Services Manager. I'll bring to you 2 items that are dear to my heart. One is a building. CCWD has approached us whether we would be interested in their modular building after they moved. In a very short time, this was becoming the number one on our wish list. Thinking about a second building would give us a huge opportunity to increase the quality of care of the animals that are in our custody for many reasons. Right now, we do have cats and dogs in close vicinity. We have the community cat pens, essentially our dog run, so they are in visible contact with the dogs, which to me is an unacceptable situation. We also have to have puppies and kittens mixed in with the adult population. Those are extremely vulnerable since at their young age they don't have their immunity system, so they are at high risk of attracting any infectious disease. Getting that additional building up there, and we figured out where we might put it, would allow us to separate cats and dogs, have one building just for cats and one building just for dogs. It would allow us as well to have separate rooms for puppies and for kittens. It would also allow us to have rooms for adoptions and socialization of the animals so that we are more attractive to people that would like to adopt animals. And it would certainly increase the quality of care tremendously. We are regularly troubled by upper respiratory infections with the feline population, which is basically a stress-induced herpes virus that comes out. It leads to unnecessary euthanization of a lot of animals that we have put a lot of care and a lot of love in. So we can increase a lot of those, or we can mitigate a lot of those issues by just getting that building. At this point, I'd like just to ask you to keep that in mind when you do your final budget decisions, that we will come back to you when we have the costs that are associated with it and when we determine that it is a worthwhile cost to follow up. The second that I'd like to bring up is the part-time position of vet tech for the shelter. To me, the medical care of the animals that we're responsible for is at the core of our operation. And I think this is something that should be done by staff. At this time, I do have a volunteer that is giving a lot of her time to do all this work, and she saves us a ton of money. If she would go away, and I can't predict anything because it's a volunteer, she can just call me today and say, I'm not coming tomorrow. If she would not provide all these services, I would have to call in a veterinarian at a price of probably about $125 an hour to do the work that she does, that she can do as a vet technician. It would increase tremendously the quality of care, again, of the animals that are in our responsibility. And I'd like to reconsider that proposal that we would get that part-time position. I know budget is tight, but I do see that we do have a responsibility to care for the animals that are put into our responsibility.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, were there any questions for the board on these two items? Okay, thank you.
Oh, actually, I do, sorry. Sure. So what was the cost, do you think, on the modular from CCW? I mean,
we don't have quotes in for moving and for the foundation and extending the utilities, but we think that we can come in at below $50,000.
And CCWD is going to just donate it?
They don't donate, but they'll give us to a nominal fee.
Very well. Thank you.
Ask them if they'll do that for the moving too.
If they'll reduce water use.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I'm going to talk about something that I'm sure hasn't been talked about in a couple of years, and I'm sure wasn't talked about this year, but there are over 250 people working for the IHSS program that have had stagnant pay for the last 5 years. There's been no increase in wages, and in fact, this year, the services took an 8% cut. Nobody has probably talked about a pay raise for the IHSS workers, and they probably won't. But I'd like to remind you all that you got some really dedicated workers out there that have not enjoyed any benefits from any increase in 5 years. IHSS home care providers, as well as the consumers who suffer from cuts, not able to get the services they need. Thank you.
Yeah, Bonnie, I think it's actually a really good idea to give them a raise, personally. And it's a good, because the county and state, the state and the feds will cover a lot of their of the salary. So it's a good bang for the buck.
To a maximum amount of
Yeah.
$10.
I think it's $8.50.
Well,
We're already above the state,
what we're bringing first.
for benefits.
Well, I definitely think that it should be looked at, and that will be part of what we do, going forward.
Just to keep it in your mind that we're not asking yet, but we're suffering.
Thank you. All right. Any other public comments on this?
One question. The self-insurance liability under general fund risk, it's an 80% confidence level, and it was previously 85. What all does that cover as far as self-insurance liability? And after that,
I was looking for our HR Director of Risk Management. It's any liability claims against the county. And what is done every year, there's an actuarial done, and it looks at past claims, current claims pending against the county, the amount of those claims, calculate a figure at what the liability insurance should be funded at. And the recommendation is for good funding is, I believe, from 75 to 85%. So we're funding at the 80% level. And that is between what is in our designated fund and what is in a line item within the insurance budget.
so then within the insurance budget would be over and above this self-insurance liability. For example, the commercial general liability insurance that's called out by the CSA on the last thing, the jail project, that last little thing that I hadn't seen. I just happened to be going through some pages there. So that would be, you would have your general liability, your self-insurance liability, and then you would have another commercial entity liability?
No, that was the question I asked.
We are self-insured, so any claims against the county and liability, we are liable for the first $100,000. After that, we have CSAC excess liability insurance that will cover claims above the first $100,000. So, and when we talk about a $1 million policy, it is through CSAC excess insurance that we cover those claims in excess of $100,000.
But you're sitting there, going back to this other thing, I'm sorry to bring it up now, it says, must maintain commercial general liability insurance and other insurance required by the CSA.
Look, turn the page, go to subdivision E of section 7.
I am Section 7 insurance, page 3.
Subdivision E of section 7. Allows us to...
Well, I didn't get past this page. You want me to tell you, I'm doing as much multitasking as I can for an old person.
That was the same question I asked.
Okay.
Subdivision E allows us to completely ignore everything above there and just self-insurance.
All right. Well, like I say, it's the first thing I ran into, and it just bothers me a little bit seeing this and wanting to see how it works. Thank you.
Good point.
Okay, thank you. Any other public what? Any other public comments on the budget? Mr. Spellman, you had an item you wanted to discuss on this?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
My mentor is taunting me.
Thank you.
JP's going.
Okay, bring this back to the board, and the request from the CAO's office is that they will come back on the 20-something or other, 24th, with the resolutions approving the action of the board during the recommended budget and technical adjustments. Is there any changes that the board would like to make at this time? Otherwise, it's probably a go. Mr. Spellman.
I would just like to make a comment in regards to revenue creation. There are a few things that are, I make a humorous point about the underwear, buying jeans or different things like that. But, the Sheriff's Department has installed through previous funding cycles towers, various locations, that we may be able to co-opt to get some revenue from. There's also the question of what's to be done with the jail when it's demolished. I think Mr. Kelly's talked about that a number of times. And, some of the ideas that have come to me, one of the ones that seems very plausible is with connection to this new terabyte broadband capability that we're going to have with the connecting to the spine or whatever it is, the big terabyte net or whatever. We could actually take that space once the sheriff's old facility is demolished, and you could do a build-a-suit lease for professional type spaces. If somebody wanted to do a server cloud or a professional space or something like that. I mean, it'd be a perfect opportunity with the highest possible internet speed, very obviously safe location, right at the government center next to the sheriff's office. In terms of technical things that they would want to keep protected for data storage and things like that.
We can discuss this at our night meeting because it's going to be on the agenda.
That's great. Just throwing it out there to give people an opportunity to perhaps mull it over until that time.
Okay. There's only one sort of maybe recommendation I'm going to throw out for next year is that this budget process, and I don't remember, I think it might have been Lori or Rebecca, budgeting has become a year-round process. It's extremely time-consuming. It's frustrating. It's frustrating for staff, for departments who do it. It's frustrating for the CAO's office, I'm sure the auditor controller, and I will guarantee you it is frustrating for the board. But I would like to see us do a one-time budget so that we do the hard work in June at the recommended budget. And this isn't novel, other counties do it too. We make the technical adjustments in September, and it's going to reduce the amount of time that all of you predominantly spend on the budget. So I guess I'd like to see us consider doing that for the next budget year.
I thought we were going to have a budget workshop sometime between now and December. Didn't you bring that up, Laura?
We will. It probably in January is when we traditionally kick off the budget process, and we will continue to do that. Absolutely, and I think what Chair Callaway is suggesting is a process similar to this one this year. My understanding is that historically you had a multiple-day recommended budget hearing and a multiple-day final budget hearing. So we've already streamlined it somewhat this year because, again, you did much of the work in recommended budget. So I think what Chair Callaway is suggesting is that we try to implement that more formally, and we can certainly talk about it at the budget workshop that will be coming to you in January.
And we understand under the governing code we have to have an approved recommended budget by the end of June, and we have to have an approved final budget by October 2nd. Okay. Anyway, that's all I have. So if there's no other comments from the board, we will look for What?
I have some comments.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's just a compliment.
Oh, you want to give a compliment?
Yeah, is that all right?
In triplicate?
Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
So last year I attended the budgets, just to kind of get my feet wet before I got elected. And last year I seen a lot of infighting and people throwing daggers at each other and that sort of thing. And this year I seen a whole different persona through this whole thing. And I want to thank admin and and Rebecca, and especially Laura. I think Lori kind of was the gel for this, and I really appreciate that because it was pretty uncomfortable for me just to sit in the audience last year. And now I'm sitting up here. It was a lot more comfortable, although it's not really comfortable knowing that all the decisions that we have to make. But it feels a lot better knowing that people are starting to get the picture, starting to work together. The Sheriff's Department has come around, and everybody's kind of working together there, and it's becoming what I think we should be, and that is working together through this whole thing, because this going back and forth at each other, all it does is cost money and create problems. This is a way better situation than we had last year. Thank you, Lori. And thank you, Rebecca and admin, all the folks who are involved. And I just wanted to say that I know that it's a contentious time to go through this for the department heads and the folks that work out in the county, for the county here. And I know and I'll speak for myself, but I know my peers feel the same way. We are considering each and every one of you, and we value the work that you do here because our community depends on you. And we know, and I know from the times that I've went around and talked to folks and got to know people in the different departments and that sort of thing, that I have not met a person that doesn't care about this county and doesn't want to do the right thing for it. And that is very important to me. So sometimes, it may feel like we may not think of everybody or may be picking on somebody, but it's absolutely not true, because really we're running at bare bones right now, and everybody has picked up the slack to do that. Everybody's becoming more efficient. Everybody's starting to work together a lot better, and we're in a tough spot. I know we are. And so this, I feel that this board cares deeply for what's going on here, and cares about this county and how it's going to be in the future. And so we need all the help that we can get to move forward. That means everybody has to be on board. Everybody has to be thinking the same way. And I think we're there. I really do. So this year, to me, was an eye-opening experience for the first time on the board. Compared to last year, it was like, the Jerry Springer show. I appreciate all of your efforts to make this job a little easier on me, because I've had to make some pretty tough decisions this year. So thanks very much to everybody that can hear me right now. So.
The resolutions, I would love to have them on consent, but they ain't going to be on consent. Please vote just before. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. I just, again, want to echo some of Cliff's and others that have said, thank you to the staff for putting all of this together. I saw a very cooperative working relationship, and I know probably behind the scenes there was a little bit more probably arm twisting and words and that sort of thing. But from what I see from everybody, it's recognizing the financial dire straits we're in. What can we do today? Where are we going to go tomorrow? Last night just studying the budget even more, and it's just a continual process to learn more and study more and get all of these little acronyms and knowing what they understand. And then I was hearing from a friend that had invited me to go to Tuolumne County last night to hear about, the rim fire and the economic impact to Tuolumne County. And then I realized, after looking at our Calaveras County budget, that, it's probably not as bad as what Tuolumne County is going to be going through, and the devastating effect of that fire and the economic impact of that fire, and not just in the next year, but the years to follow. I do see, I always like to look at the glass of half full instead of half empty. I do see good things happening in Calaveras County, and want to work certainly with my counterparts here and building up a better EDC base and to me, the core roots of it all stands with our general plan and getting that plan done and out there. So when people come to our door, they know where they can go within our general plan, get some policies in place to make it a little bit easier for people to come through our doors in regards to permitting processes, etc. There is hope. There's a lot more work to be done. At this point, I personally don't like using one-time funds, but I find it's necessary at this point to turn this ship around and get it going in the right direction. And I just thank you again for all of the work, because I know it's a lot of work, and it's no longer just a month or two process. It seems like it's a daily process and a year-long process in regards to the budget, but the day-to-day. And Rebecca, I have to also tell you that, you know, I just so appreciate the work that comes out of your office, because it's very difficult to track this money, where it's coming from, who it's coming from, how it's being paid, and that sort of thing. And I just appreciate the effort that you put into it to know that, you know, where the money is coming from and how it's being paid out. And I know that it's a very challenging task. You've inherited a lot of what we used to do, or how it used to come into our county. So I just appreciate the efforts out of your office, and that we're tracking these funds. And I know there's much more to be done in that regards, but I think we're on a good track record there. So, thank you.
Any other kudos you want to give staff? Otherwise, I accept chocolate as a bribe. This is adjourned, and we will be moving to item 15, study session. Mr. Garth, you want to take a 5-minute recess?
I'm going to go through my radiator.
Reel you in. Okay. Like to move to item 15, review recommendations and provide directions regarding a county vehicle fleet, management program. Mr. Garcia.
Honorable Chair. Is this on?
Yeah.
Honorable Chair, members of the Board, Tom Garcia, Department of Public Works, here with the county-wide management presentation. Based on the time, I think this is
Bless you.
all right. First, existing fleet. Based on previous audits, we have about 315 vehicles in the countywide fleet. This is the top 11. You can see the roads and sheriffs departments are pretty much the lion's share. But you start getting into 8, 9, 10 vehicles in each of the other departments, and again, this being the top 11, there's still a sizable number of vehicles out there. The age of the vehicles is one of our biggest concerns. Currently, about 53% of the vehicles are 10 years or older. That's the breakdown we have for the countywide fleet. For the public works fleet, we know that we have vehicles that date back to 1951. About 26% of our fleet, 22% of our fleet dates back to between 1998 and 1988. We have a very, very old fleet.
When you say we, are you talking about the public works fleet?
The county as a whole.
Oh, the county as a whole. Okay, thank you.
Can I ask what vehicle was 1951?
We have some vehicles for integrated waste and the roads department that are specialty for service and transport that are unique, old, and the replacement cost is considerably higher than the cost it is to maintain them. The problem that we're running into more often is the parts are no longer available and we have to fabricate. We would much prefer to have newer vehicles, but budget realities as they are, we put funds where they're best able to use.
Just glad to hear it wasn't one of those sheriff vehicles.
1950. I'll take. Maintenance of the fleet varies by department and funding source. The majority of departments use outside vendors. Public Works uses the Equipment Service Center, and the Equipment Service Center is based on cost recovery at an hourly rate, and that hourly rate is calculated each fiscal year and then budgeted for the next fiscal year.
Do you know what the hourly rate is now?
I believe that was presented in the budget presentation. And we are at about $90 with overhead. And overhead includes 87 and Public Works Administration. It's, it was competitive. The escalation rates on quite frankly, 87 and Public Works Administration have impacted the hourly. Fleet Maintenance and Improvement Service Center is staffed at a minimum to maintain public works and integrated waste fleets right now. It has specialized skills for maintenance of snow removal, integrated waste, transit, and construction equipment. We just took in the transit fleet, I believe, 2 years ago. And after some ramping up, developing skills, they're performing pretty well. Vehicle replacement plans also vary by department. Public Works has an identified vehicle replacement plan, but again, due to budget constraints, it's currently unfunded. One of our more challenging tasks is replacement of heavy equipment, as it's very expensive. We have to plan for it for several budget years until we approve enough funding to single purchase.
Assuming the board doesn't rob, but kidding. You don't have to say that, I will.
On to the proposal is to establish a pilot fleet program. We would identify and secure pool vehicles, either transfer from existing departments, purchase used or new vehicles, and then assigned vehicles, and also include assigned vehicles put into the fleet. We develop a rental rate based on the size and the age of the pool vehicles. The maintenance and repairs would be done through the Equipment Service Center and outside vendors. We create an internal service fund and deposit funds for administration, maintenance, and repairs. And then we would revisit the program in 6 months and 1 year, update the board, and then come up with a recommended vehicle replacement plan. There are a couple of, one of the issues that we have is the older you get with the pool vehicles, the larger the required influx of, or the larger the required rental rates for both the hourly and the monthly. We'll get into that just in a minute. The pool vehicles are segregated by type, both pool and assigned. Pool vehicles are designed to be available for any county staff use, and assigned vehicles could be included at the initiation of the pool program. And assigned vehicles have a subset of specialty vehicles, such as the repair vehicles. We have the service vehicles with utility beds that carry tools, the survey vehicles, which have survey equipment in them. These vehicles serve a purpose, but they could be in the assigned pool at a monthly rate. That would allow for the department to have a vehicle replacement plan put in place and not worry about major repairs in their annual budget. They wouldn't have to forecast an emergency. They wouldn't have to have a contingency. They would just have to program that monthly rate in their budget.
So if the survey truck is used by other departments and they pay a rental fee on it, that would go to the survey department.
That would become a pool vehicle. An assigned vehicle would be our surveyors use one truck that has all the rods, the total stations,
right,
in truck, in locked containers. They're ready. They find the vehicle, they go to the field, and they do the survey work, put everything back in the truck. Building inspectors building and construction inspectors might be one where they can share vehicles. Where that would be an assigned vehicle to a task, not to an individual. What I was looking at more is assigned vehicles to individuals for specific tasks. Our shop has service trucks that maintain equipment out of integrated waste in Rock Creek. That vehicle, specialty vehicle, has all the equipment for that piece of heavy equipment. They go out to service. That could be part of the assigned vehicle.
So assigned task versus assigned person.
You could also. Specialty vehicles are for assigned tasks. Not many people will be using
Surveyor's truck.
Right. Assigned vehicles to people like road foremen or building and construction inspectors. There's a group of people who can use those vehicles. And again, that can be, once we work with the departments and identify the pool of people and the pool of vehicles that they need, we can hone in on what should and should not be included at the onset for the fleet. For these assigned vehicles, no more determining the monthly rate, so that again we can have surety that when that vehicle reaches the end of its service life, they'll get another one. Right. And they don't have to come to the board and have a budget that spikes every couple of years because they need a new vehicle. It can be a constant.
Are you saying do that for assigned vehicles too?
Indeed. The goal here is to have a vehicle pool that's consistent, that doesn't have spikes in it. That general fund departments and non-general fund departments don't come to the board saying, I need 20 vehicles and now, or the others.
You go ahead. I got questions. Go
So
ahead.
if I could interject 1 second, I believe what Mr. Garcia is saying, for instance, with the inspectors, you may have 5 inspectors, and rather than having 5 vehicles, 1 assigned to each, you may be able to have 4 vehicles, because not all of those 5 need one of those vehicles every day. So if they have a place where they can go and check them out, so there might be assigned cars to that function, but not 1 car assigned to each individual, if I understand what he's saying. Thereby reducing the overall cost, and again, setting a rental rate that allows you to replenish a pool that then is used to purchase vehicles, maintain vehicles. So you're establishing an internal service fund, so the rental rate is paying for the replacement of those vehicles in the future too, so we don't have to come to the board and say, I need 5 vehicles and it's going to cost $100,000 this year. The departments are renting vehicles and establishing a pool to replace those vehicles through the rental rate.
Okay, let's take it for instance, like the assessor in last year's budget. She said she needed 2 vehicles. She needed them the year before, so 2 years ago she needed them, and she put it off to last year, and then she finally got, I think, 2 vehicles approved or something, $20,000 each. But what she was saying was that they only logged, like, on the 2 vehicles they had, which were older ones, she only logged like 2,800 miles in the whole year on one of them, I think. And so what she was saying was it was a real shame to have to spend $20,000 out of their budget to buy a new vehicle that they're only going to drive 2,800 miles a year. So in this instance, maybe they might only have 1 vehicle assigned to their whatever, and then the other one would be a pool rent, where they do the rental rate thing. So that's going to save everybody money. Is that
That's what we're looking at.
Is that what we're talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
So funding of pool vehicles. Pool vehicles will be charged at a rate per mile and includes scheduled maintenance and vehicle replacement at the end of useful life. Now, what we'd be doing with pool vehicles is establishing end of useful life where we could recoup some of the value of the vehicle and not have to scrap it. That would go back into the funding pot once the program becomes mature. We're not there. I don't think we'll be there for several years because if we use the existing pool for existing vehicles, draw from them to create a pool, we're already in a deficit because the fleet is so old. It's going to take a while before the vehicles that we sell actually have a useful life. Also included in the rate would be a reserve for repairs. This reserve would depend on the size and the age of the fleet. Given our fleet, smaller pool equals a higher rental rate because you have less of a group of vehicles to spread out those repairs on. And older vehicles also equals a higher rental rate because older vehicles can have more regulation repairs and the preventive maintenance service isn't going to cover replacement of the transmission or air gaskets or things that go wrong with such vehicle ages. This, of course, would translate to higher hourly rate. The more you spend on repairs, the more you have to set your rate in order to recoup our costs. We'd also like to look at the standardized purchasing policy. Standardize the purchase of new vehicles, standardized vehicle types, both in sport utility vehicles and sedans. The maintenance benefits are obvious. We have to stock fewer spare parts. And we'll also be able to use combined purchasing power of either state fleets or other local, similar local vehicular buses. We went to state got a much better rate on a bus purchase. We were purchasing, I think, 3, and they were purchasing 28. So we got a great deal. This would also allow us to phase out older vehicles. And the phase out wouldn't be on a one-on-one basis. The more we, given the fleet that we have, the age of the fleet and the use of the fleet, as you mentioned, the auditors only meeting a couple of days a week, we would anticipate that we'd be able to get rid of many more vehicles than we could purchase if the use of the pool became an accepted practice by the departments. Right now, we're not looking to mandate that. We're looking at voluntary use and making programs attractive to the departments where they want to. Fleet maintenance. Maintenance services to be provided by outside vendors, either as primary maintenance service or as overflow for the service center. That will address the cost differential.
Tom, how does, you go ahead. I'll come back. Thank you. I'll come back.
Maintenance funding. Pool vehicle rental rates would cover preventive maintenance services. The rental rates would also cover repairs. So this is for the pool vehicles, which are charged out on a per mile basis. The assigned vehicles would be a monthly rental rate. Those preventative maintenance would also be funded through the rental rate, but the repairs would not be in the age of the assigned vehicle. We could establish a rental rate that would be acceptable to departments at that point. There would be no incentive to go into the program. Establishment of an internal service fund. An internal service fund is required by state accounting standards and procedures. The fund would be used to purchase, maintain, and administer the fleet. It's purchase, maintain, and administer. Fund revenues would be the rental rate for pool vehicles, and as the fleet gets more mature, it will be augmented by the sale of the assets with useful life fund. And it would be supplemented by the general fund during the establishment period, as the rental rates would not be sufficient to fund staff maintenance and replacement. So what we're looking at is, over a period of time, a couple of years, the rental rates wouldn't be sufficient to build up the reserve for some new vehicles as the older ones get phased out. And there's a possibility that the repairs might also exceed what the rental rates would cover. We'd be looking for supplemental funds that would come down as the older vehicles are phased out, the fleet becomes self-sustaining. Rental rate for the pool vehicles is determined by the age and type of the pool vehicle. It's made up of predicted cost of preventive maintenance services, which includes replacement costs and includes costs for repairs independent of the service. So if it's too long, there's a small cushion in there to repair car steering. And again, older vehicles, higher rental rate. San Joaquin County has a much larger fleet, much more established. These are the rental rates they have. The per mile rate varies on the type of vehicle, and the monthly rate also varies on the type of vehicle. What's interesting about this, if you do the math, that's only $500 a month, or 500 miles a month. That doesn't quite work for us, as we're very spread out. So this is a nice basis for us to look at. I don't think we're going to come in with this. I think we're going to be a bit higher at the onset. As the fleet gets larger and better used, and we get better equipment in the fleet, this is our goal, is to get something that is this low and is self-sustaining. The initial funding, the larger the initial pool, the larger the funds required for the establishment. we're trying to do is strike a balance between the rental rates and the initial general fund contributions for the General Service Fund by working on the size and age of the fleet. Right now, we're looking at something around probably 4 vehicles, 4 or 5 vehicles. We can get some fairly new vehicles both from Public Works and I believe Administration has one. And there are a couple of others floating around that we're working on the parts. There are also some very old vehicles out there that need to be used as a reserve, just in case all vehicles in the pool were checked out on time. The alternative is to secure lightly used vehicles and start off with something that's better than what we have, or augment what we have with something that's a little more reliable. That would certainly, it would be a larger initial contribution to the Internal Service Fund, but it would allow us to have a more stable rental rate, a lower rental rate for long-term operations. Again, we're looking at a general fund contribution to decrease over the next couple of years to where it's self-sustaining. And that's based on this program maturing, the older vehicles being phased out, newer vehicles coming in, and eventually the resale value of those fleet vehicles and that the county's useful life still having some, there's still being some money left in resale value that could go back into the program. That's one way to keep rental rates low, is to have an asset left when you're done.
So say maybe purchase a vehicle lightly used with 25 to 30,000 miles, maybe drive it till it has 100,000 and then sell it, there's still some money left in it.
That's right. What we're looking at is the vehicles, once we determine the end of useful life, we're in the market now. We have to compete with used cars. So we have to make ours attractive enough, both from an age and a mileage standpoint, where we still have value that would reimburse the fund. We determine that on either 3 or 5 years of age, depending on the type of vehicle. And then we have to make sure that they aren't used to the point where they drop off significantly because of mileage. But again, our assigned vehicles appear to have high mileage. Our pool vehicles are high age and not that high mileage. There's a balance. So the next steps, the board so acts, the fleet department could be established under Public Works to manage a small fleet of vehicles, either existing or purchased, new or used purchase. Created an internal service fund and work with the county auditor to create the required fund and make sure that we're compliant with those state and Public Works internal federal auditing requirements. And we would continue to solicit input from other county departments on what their needs are, what vehicles are available, and then how we would work with them to make sure that work with them in administration to make sure that the budget, their budget, could cover their anticipated use of the vehicle, either assigned or pool, for that fiscal year. Then we'd revisit this in 6 months and then a year after establishment of the fleet status, and then come back to quantified vehicle replacement. And with that, I would anticipate some questions.
Any questions from the board on this?
Did you get this model from someplace?
I beg your pardon?
Did you get this model from someplace?
No.
They just...
But the internal service fund model is used very widely by other cities and counties that have fleets. That's the standard way to do that.
But they're much larger than this county.
So of the 315 vehicles, that's like every vehicle through like public health, sheriff's department, landfill. I mean, anything that has wheels.
Pretty much anything that goes on the road. I do have a breakdown of the vehicles we have per department. I'd be glad to get that support.
Just seems like we have just as many vehicles as we do employees. It just seems like, that's many more vehicles than I realized.
This is something the board wanted to come forward. Do you have some questions, Mr.
Well, it was a little bit different than what I was anticipating. Only because I haven't heard of this before, so so it's kind of interesting to me. When I worked in fleet, it was based on we had a pool, but the whole fleet wasn't based on rental. It was basically based on, each department has a requirement for their fleet, and then fleet purchases those vehicles for them and maintains them for them. But they decide what the requirement is, and then any time that anything happens, like if there's any maintenance, repairs, or anything like that, it gets charged back, basically like on 887 charges to fleet from that group. It's like 87. And then, but it's a way to get things standardized, it's a way to get things tracked, and it's a way to get your fleet
So who funded the fleet?
Well, just like they do right now, they buy their own vehicles, but fleet buys them for them.
So what you're used to, who funded that? So excellent. I mean, somebody funded that department who bought. How did they get the money to buy vehicles?
Yeah, they have the fleet. The fleet is funded. Well, they have a budget for fleet, and so each department has a certain amount of the budget for fleet. And sometimes, some years they were able to purchase new vehicles, some years they weren't able to purchase new vehicles, but they were all maintenance, purchased, and tracked through fleet. And so instead of, having a rental agreement, even if it was in a pool, if you went to a pool to pick out a vehicle, which the vehicles were pretty decent, you just sign in what department, and sign out, and then that time gets charged to the work group. And so it's by 887. And of course, fleet figured out what that was, just like you were. It's either 36 cents a mile or whatever it was. And so it seemed more simple.
I kind of see that.
And then so the purchasing program was kind of interesting because then there was a panel of folks, like you and a few other folks, department heads maybe, sat down and said, okay, this is what we have for our budget this year, and determine who's going to purchase what. Then when you purchase something, you lose something, right? So that vehicle would either go to another area that if it wasn't such a bad vehicle, it would either go to another area that could be reused, or it would go to surplus, and then it's gone. Immediately gone. So there's a lot more detail.
So you're looking at me. I think one of the benefits of the pooled concept is, and our office may be the exception, but for instance, we have a vehicle assigned to our office. It sits in the parking lot 35 out of 40 hours every week. If that car were in a pool, when we're not using it, another department would be able to check it out and use it.
They could anyhow.
And they could, but we don't know which vehicles are used when. If they're kept in a central location, have a central checkout place, people go there and check that vehicle.
To me, it doesn't really matter what vehicles are used when, because every month the mileage and the gas usage should be tracked. All right, so it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who has it. If you have a vehicle that sits there all that time, and somebody else needs a vehicle, and they can come over and check your vehicle out, who cares?
Yeah, but their department paid for the vehicle.
No, but it doesn't matter because they would get that charge back would go to that work group from the other work group.
That goes to the establishment of an insurance service fund, because again, there's no way to recoup the costs for the department that has the asset and replacement costs for that vehicle, assuming the rate, pool rate, discovery replacement costs, that would have to tell over a number of years, and that would require insurance. Because administration cannot hold funding to replace the vehicle that someone else is using. That's for the state county. This is a method that is used by other jurisdictions, the establishment of a group, and no department wants to be able We go down to their central garage and check it out. Sacramento County has a...
Yeah, I'm sure they have a huge one, yeah.
Yeah. So ours is going to be very much...
Yeah, I understand that.
I have just, if you were to do this, who from your department would be in charge of it?
I beg your pardon?
Who in your department or what position would be in charge of it?
We would anticipate running this out of the Equipment Service Center. That would require at least one clerical staff to manage the repairs on the vehicles, check out, there were some reservations, making sure that everything was ready to go when needed, and also keep tabs on how the fund is doing so that we can make sure we can establish enough money for vehicle replacement.
Do you think one person could do everything?
Depending on the rollout, we were thinking about half-time, and then move that into a full-time assistant service.
I did the calculations here. So Leslie, our assessor, said that she used 2,800 miles on that vehicle last year. So you showed a small sedan at 36 cents a mile. And I think that's what Leslie bought. She just bought like a little Chevy, something like that. That's what she was talking about anyway, like a Ford Escort or Chevy Cavalier, something like that. So 2,800 miles times 36 cents a mile for a small light vehicle sedan like that comes out to $1,008 that she would have spent renting it from the fleet pool, that she had to spend $20,000 to buy that vehicle to drive only those many miles. So if it was only $1,000, she could rent it for 20. She could rent it from the pool for 20 years. She's not going to get 20 years out of the car she bought for $20,000 because even if it doesn't have a lot of miles on it, when it gets to be a certain age, the value is.
Right. Just to stand on that a bit, Rock was bought, but it was purchased with general fund. So the general fund purchased an asset and dedicated to that department.
Right.
Changers, the general fund would buy an asset and then try to maximize the use of that asset.
Right.
And how would that work with other funding sources? So you had CalWorks, has money from non-general fund.
Because part of their operating expenditures, we have our roads department has to fund vehicles, fuel purchases, replacement. I imagine that other non-general fund departments have same constraints we do. Part of our federal audit includes equipment.
So that, like say, Mary's department buys a car, goes into the fleet, then you needed to use that car for some reason.
No.
Did you use that car and pay the...
She wouldn't buy the car. So no department now would buy the car under this plan, right? It would come directly from a general fund budget.
No, but so what about the money has to...
Well, a couple of things. First of all, we're looking at a voluntary program at this time. I'm very sensitive to the fact, because Mary has made it very clear that at this point in time, she wants to continue to manage her own fleet. Her cars right now are purchased with state and federal resources, and there would be some serious limitations for those cars to be able to be used for general fund purposes. Now, the long term, if everyone decided that this was in the best interest of their department, as Mr. Garcia has indicated, the general fund, or actually this internal service fund we would create, would buy the vehicles. Mary's staff could use them, and the state and federal resources would just pay for the rental of those vehicles when they use them. But again, we're looking at a voluntary stepping into this slowly.
Yeah, actually, that sounds pretty good.
What is voluntary?
The more I think about it, the more I see it being doable.
I'm trying to ask a question, I guess.
Sorry.
Shut up, come on.
I didn't hear you.
So we're sensitive to the fact that some departments have what they feel are very well-run fleet management programs now. And my understanding is CalWorks is one of those. They're very happy and satisfied because, very honestly, they have vehicles that are far newer than most of the county vehicles. They have state and federal resources to pay for them, so they have a relatively new, well-maintained fleet. Yeah. So they're happy with their current setup.
So you're just going to say if any department heads want to join this, then
go ahead. If not, then don't worry about it.
Our hope is to start small and have such a quality service and have much nicer vehicles available to people to use that they're going to want to run to that fleet.
Exactly right, Lori.
And as CAO mentioned,
That's exactly right.
the vehicles that we hope to procure, either through other departments, lend, lease, or purchase, given the age of the fleet, I think it will be much better than anything else that's available.
I know Mary's jumping to say something, but I have two questions. So, voluntary I can understand, but someone like CalWorks, is it possible where they would utilize our maintenance part of the fleet program versus an outside source? Would there be something built into this program to where that could happen?
Yes, and that's where all of this started many years ago, was we were initially looking at opening up the equipment service center to be able to do maintenance on an on-call basis for other departments. And that's where we ran into the little hiccup with the internal service fund, where we couldn't provide those services without establishing an internal service fund first. Some of the departments did use us prior to our having to rework the program. Were pretty satisfied with the work. They didn't have to have two drivers go down to stop and drop off the car to go back down and pick it up. It's right there. It's available. You can watch the car after. It was a nice service. That's what we're hoping to kind of expand on. If this is successful, right now we're kind of challenged in that we are down to 4 mechanics. And given the snow season,
And I'll take them.
Given the snow season, they're 24 hours a day.
Yeah.
But if the repairs are run through the equipment service center, we're able to use outside vendors as well. That would free up a staff in the department to say, here, my vehicle's broken, they call equipment service center. It goes to a vendor, it comes back fixed. That is the goal. Getting there from here is going to, again, require the departments to have a little faith in our ability to perform the service. And we've got to establish that. We've got to give track record.
At $90 an hour?
But as time goes, but you know what, that's may not be necessarily true. So as time goes on, you'll be able to create processes and things that could lower that hourly rate, or even put in a program like just a PM, where you have somebody come in and you bring in the vehicle, you PM it, and you run it out. But that's not going to be $90.
The beauty of the internal service is that and attention departments there's a huge knock.
At this year they don't.
This year they don't. Okay, that could change in the future. But those overhead costs are ones that really challenge our rate.
Yeah, it'd be interesting in seeing what they are, and maybe if there's a way to kind of lower them a little bit. You know, the overhead costs. I know it's expensive to operate a shop. I know that. So.
But again, the bigger we get, the more efficiencies we gain.
Right, and then it does drop.
I never thought about what he just said. Say Mary's department over there, or any other department. Say they've got a Chevy Impala or a Chevy whatever, or a Ford Taurus, and they need to repair it. Well, yeah, they've got to take two people with two cars down to Valley Ford in Stockton or whatever, drop it off, come back, and then when they go to pick it up, they got to take two people down to go pick it up and come back, all the way to Stockton and back. And how much does it cost for hourly wages for those two people to go down there and back 2 times? You know, plus the gas money, plus whatever, all that stuff. I mean, you know, you start factoring all that stuff in, then, you know, there could be economy of scale. You know?
So let me tell you what I had going. I had a vendor that came into the yard, and I assigned 30 vehicles a night, and they would do a PM on 30 vehicles a night. They would charge me $40 per vehicle to do that. So they do the 110-point inspection, or whatever you want to call it, LOF, check all the belts, tires, hoses, and change the filter and oil, and they just came in. They had a set of keys for the yard. Boom, they were done, just like that. $40 a pop. And so, there's vendors out there that will do something like that. I mean, there's all kinds of different ways we could look at this. But the main thing is we have to get a buy-in on it, because it doesn't work just for some of it. Because if you have the total package, then you can build your most efficient fleet operation that way. If you have this person over here says, I don't want to do that. No, this person over here says, I don't want to do that. That's fine, but it's fleet's job to make sure that they're getting the best bang for their buck, a better deal than they can get anywhere else. But to be able to do that, you still have to have some buy-in. And that's, I kind of like what you have brought forward so far, and thinking about it. I'm used to working with a private fleet, so it's a little different. But I see huge potential here and good savings.
We had looked on the maintenance side. We looked at contracting out services. Unfortunately, landfill is a 7-day operation. We have to have people on call before our contract goes down. We go down. We can't. We're permanent, so we have to stay in business. And snow removal is also a huge task. We can't get mechanics 24 on call in the middle of a blizzard to report transmission breaks. And they do a lot on our vehicles. So we do have to maintain an equipment service center, but we're able to augment that with outside services. We go local when we can. So it's we're not trying to take business away from the local economy. We're trying to augment it. We're trying to make it easier for the departments and easier for us to ship things in and out.
There were also deals that we used a local shop, and they would come and get the vehicle, take it back to the shop, do the PM on it, and bring it back to the shop. Now, mostly I only did PMs through outside vendors and had them check off a sheet just for repairs, like something that needed to repair when they found it on their PM, because I always like to have control over the repairs as a fleet. But PMs, you can get these guys. They would love to be able to, give you a pretty reasonable rate on preventive maintenance on just a lube oil filter. And in a lot of cases, that's what it is. That's your preventive maintenance. So even if you can find somebody that's pretty local, wherever the cars are, to do that, but fleet needs to manage that. Fleet needs to track the vehicles and manage that. And then you'll realize savings just right there.
Yeah, I think this is a really good start. But I think it's just the beginning. I do think we long-term need to look at a general services department. This would be a component of that for overall efficiency in the county. But this is a good place to start. You got to, start right here.
Mary, did you have something for us?
Right.
Gary Sawicki, Director of Calaveras Works Human Services. I just wanted to say a couple of things. We have worked really hard on our fleet management. When I got here, we had a lot of old vehicles. We have worked really hard to replace them on an ongoing basis, just to let you know. And I do want to say we use local vendor. We do not have anybody go, any employees. They pick the vehicle up and they bring it back, so there is no employee time loss. When you want to talk about putting together a fleet management, please also realize I have it's a county employee in my department who takes care of, keeps the records of all of our fleet, etc. So you're talking about just moving somebody doing work from one department to another, and so you're talking about displacement. So I'm going to be real careful. But my greatest issue is this. I have worked really hard to get our vehicles up, and we use the state purchase fleet contract to get the cheapest vehicles. But they're also equipped for the work that they do. And my workers work all day long, and then they're on call 24/7. So they're called out in the middle of the night. They have to, and so they're with car seats, or we also have it because some of those vehicles, they have to transport elderly people in wheelchairs, so we have it so that they can take, in the larger vehicles if they need to, the seats in and out, for wheelchairs, whatever is needed. Supervisor Ponte certainly knows about rather large wheelchairs or walkers or whatever. And they have the sheriff radio in there, everything. And then the people have to get up the next morning and still come to work again. And so we have to have everything there, and they really can't go to another building. The vehicles have to be there. I have people who are in and out all day long, and I really don't want them anyplace else. So, you know, we worked really hard to keep the vehicles there, up to date, equipped for what they need. If they have to go to some place that they're not familiar with in the middle of the night, that's why I worked really hard to get the GPS in there, because you want to be with 5 kids in the middle of the night where they're finding something to play with, you know, while there's one worker trying to transport them to their aunt. Try it. That's all I'll say. Just try it in the middle of the night and try and do that. It's really hard. And, you know, these folks are really dedicated. We also have people going to all the outstations during the day. Those vehicles are in and out all the time. So please realize that we've tried really hard and long. I'm not disputing anything that you're suggesting or Tom's doing, but just look at it beyond just that one idea. Think about it and ask for some input from all of us who do have vehicles in what we're doing. And get that input before you start making some decisions. Because some of us worked really hard and realize that, you know, I don't want to see my people, because I would have a mini insurrection if you moved those vehicles, as they talked about originally, behind gates where people would have to come up here to this campus, and they would be behind gates at 4:30 and close, and they would have to try and do, you know, combinations in the middle of the night. You know, it's not going to work.
I think that's the difference between things that they've talked about in the past and what he's talking about now.
Yeah.
It's a volunteer to start off with thing.
Well, you would have to move your vehicle.
Well, originally, some of the early ideas were about that, but at the same time, why would you charge us $87 for what we're already doing? And then at the same time, what I'm saying is, you're talking about basically displacing the work of some employee that I have and switching it over to another county department. You have to think about those things. That's all I'm saying.
Got
Thank
it.
you. Well,
Actually, I'm thinking about cost savings for the county.
well, is it a cost savings?
Well, I don't know. I don't know how your fleet is, so I don't know the cost, so I'd have to find that out.
I have a small amount. I'm just saying, you may want to think about it in some, rather than it doesn't have to be all.
Yeah.
I don't have as much experience as Mr. Edson, but I used to be a fleet manager for PG&E. And we had also a pool system, but we have your specialized equipment, your line trucks, your gas trucks, similar to like what Public Works had. What's sort of going through my mind is how many assigned versus, let's say, unassigned vehicles do we have? I mean, Lori said she has a vehicle, but I look at building inspectors. We have 2 of them, and they're out every day. The sheriff's office are all pretty much assigned vehicles. I mean, how many vehicles, the surveyor or the environmental health. So are we talking about enough that it's worth it to go through some of these machinations? That's one issue, is a pool assigning, which I do like that concept, having run pool vehicles. But the other is we have grant-funded vehicles, the non-general fund. Today we just approved, or we will be, 3 vehicles for the sheriff's office that are paid with 2 different fundings. So if you're using OHV money or you're using state, which is state or federal, and it's a vehicle that isn't used very much, then do we then start paying the grant back? I just wonder, 315, do we have enough? The other side is the service center, and that may be utilizing the service center to a greater degree. But your service center is paid for with non-general fund money. When your mechanics work on a vehicle, a bus, it's charged to the bus system. They work on a G.I. Joe truck. I don't know if we have any left, but they're assigned, but it's paid for out of public works. It's not paid for out of general fund money. So as much as I support, like what Cliff says, this concept, I'm wondering, do we have enough of an audience to be able to do it and save the county money?
Well, I think you mentioned starting small with 3 or 4 vehicles and then working.
Well, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to have all your vehicles full. You could have a pool, and you could have assigned vehicles. Each department could have assigned vehicles. But the main important thing is make sure that they're tracked and their maintenance and they're purchased through central purchasing and central maintenance, so that you can grasp what you're doing, what you're spending. And you become more efficient at it. So if it's a maintenance program, you set up maintenance programs for the vehicles, times. We used to have every month we had a list of vehicles that printed out, and that was the vehicles that we had for PMs, right? And then, so you schedule them out with everybody. You schedule them out, go out and you do them on schedule, you get them done, they don't even know they're gone.
Do we have a software program, Tom, that does that?
We do. But we right now use CAMS, but the program that was being looked at,
Acela,
has some wonderful fleet components to it that would certainly make this life
make life easier for that, wouldn't it?
One of the benefits, to address the Chair's question, was, in my mind, the assigned vehicles are actually much simpler than the pool vehicles, because the assigned vehicles stay with the department. They come in for PMs, they come in for repairs, and the beauty of charging the monthly rate for that, rather than having the asset monitor the department who is using the vehicle, is they don't have to worry about replacement. They don't have to worry about the funding for if something blows up on a car or a truck. With an assigned vehicle, they're paying a monthly fee for the assigned vehicle, and that's it. Then when the assigned vehicle reaches its useful life, they get a new assigned vehicle. Those are the simple ones. The pool vehicles that's the one where you have to make sure that the pool is used, otherwise you're not going to pay your costs. That's the one that has to be attractive.
Right.
The assigned vehicles, if we can get them in, that's the end of the orders.
So you give the example about Leslie having 2 vehicles, and they used to have 2,800 miles on them, right? So maybe she would be happy with 1 vehicle and knowing that she can go to the pool when she needs to and grab another vehicle.
Right.
That's an option right there. So right there, you already have savings just on that little piece right there. It may not be the total savings, but then she may decide that, well, why do I even have this vehicle? Because I can go over there and get 2 up anyhow anytime I need it.
As long as they're decent vehicles.
Sure, you got to keep them clean and operating well.
And she said the vehicles were very old. They were questionable in terms of reliability.
But that is something that needs to be set by a standard fleet. So, I drive a 99 piece of crap, right? But it gets me from point A to point B. And that's what I can afford. My wife drives a really nice little car. So the point is the standard of condition of that vehicle should be set by fleet. And then fleet decides if the vehicle is not worth that anymore. I mean, as long as you're taking care of it, the vehicle will stay nice. But just because it's old doesn't mean that it's not worth it nice.
So really, where is it that the board would like to go with this?
I would like to see it start as a pilot program. And
I like what Tom brought forward.
Then ultimately expand it with various
So are we talking about the preventive maintenance portion? We're talking about seeing if we can get department heads to give up their vehicles that aren't used often so we can have a full concept
Yeah, I think I like Tom's idea of starting off with a small pool and giving them the option so that they can buy into it, and they may find that it's better than they don't have to deal with the maintenance. They don't have to deal with worrying about if the tires are low or washing it or anything like that. If it's just sitting there ready to go and it's available to them.
Ms. Cullen, do you have any experience you'd like to share?
Just in terms of what Tom and I have discussed is that we really have to remember that Equipment Service Center, for the most part, is funded with road dollars, unless it's directly charging for work that it's doing for transit or whatever. So we would want to make sure that, if this is still just kind of like a feeler project to kind of vet what departments are interested in and whatnot, then the onus on his department, the staff person or people that are going to be working on it, might be not too much. But if we're actually talking about going forward with pilot program, we need to figure out some sort of funding mechanism for those staff, because otherwise we run into a misuse of funding issue that we're going to get in trouble for, and that's what I don't want to cross that bridge. So there does need to be a certain agreement on that.
What I was hoping to do is the first task that we established in terms of service, and we were really out on that. We would then go out and develop a small pool of vehicles, come back with a recommendation to the board on the size we're looking for, again, where those vehicles come from, and then the amount of funding would be deposited into the internal service fund as the seed money would start to grow. The Equipment Service Center currently is funded by cost recovery from each of the departments. Each of the departments Public Works designates a line item for funding for vehicle repairs. And that's what the Equipment Service Center's budget is. This would be slightly different in that they would also be able to charge from the internal service fund for those vehicles in the Public Works, Integrated Waste, Transit, ones that actually budget for the expense. The interesting part about starting this up would be working with the other departments and their established budgets, and then having to come up with funding for a pool vehicle that they wouldn't have had as part of this budget exercise.
Correct, because if you noticed in the recommended or final budget, there were no budgets for rental fees or pool costs. There was costs for maintenance if they had a car already, but some of them.
And some of them pay their employees mileage to drive their own vehicles.
That's scary.
So there would be...
there's already money out there being spent on it.
I used to do that.
Much less. It would be less, because at this point they're looking at the bare bones to kind of put gas in the car and if something fell off. What we're talking about is actually preventative maintenance that would be done on those vehicles, as well as an incremental amount for future asset replacement. And that was not included in their budgets necessarily that I've seen. Generally, it's a fuel, it's to change the oil. I mean, not even preventative maintenance. It's bare bones costs that they're including in there.
And as Public Works, with one of the larger fleets, that was one of the first items that had to be deferred with budget reductions, was replacement of vehicles. So if we're not doing it, I'm not sure how other departments can do it.
The chair had a question.
No, that's fine.
And I want to I want to answer it because this was one of my main concerns that I talked to Rebecca about initially. This has been over a year, 2 years ago, I don't know. The question was about employees that drive their personal vehicles. when I looked into it with Rebecca and also in HR department Francine, they told me that when people are hired at the county, they ask them to provide proof of insurance, that they have some kind of insurance. And yeah, you would name the county as, hold harmless or whatever, conditional insured, yeah. However, there's no follow-up on that. That's like at the time of hire. So 6 months down the road, they don't renew their insurance policy. They could out there be flying blind with no insurance. If they're driving on county time doing county business and they're uninsured, we don't have any system in place to make sure that those people that are using their private vehicles and are being reimbursed for that, we don't have any check and balance to make sure those people have current insurance policies. I mean, they checked it once when they were hired. That's it. And they don't have.
Every year to renew your
they don't.
license.
Only if you're CDL certified. So if you're driving one of the large trucks or something like that, yeah, you have to do it every year. If you have a DUI or something that shows up on the DMV, it's reported on your CDL. But if you just have a regular driver's license.
Does the DMV not require you to show evidence of insurance when you renew your vehicle license fee every year?
Sure. What does that have to do with it, though? I'm talking about people could drive uninsured.
Well,
you're assuming that they have current tags. Maybe they don't even have current tags.
Yeah, but you could also just send them.
If you're,
It doesn't have to be a specialized license.
Anybody.
But I'm just saying, there is no current mechanism within our county.
They probably use the DMV phone.
Who does?
I would say HR.
No, they don't.
How do you know?
Because I asked them.
Well,
Ask Rebecca.
okay.
Well, we don't necessarily know who's driving their vehicles, but the point...
So the point is, we could have people out there with DUIs, no insurance, driving their own personal vehicle on county time, rear end somebody, and we're personally insured, as we understood earlier today.
Well,
I mean, talk about a ridiculous liability.
That's a good point, but we should probably figure out what we want to do with this.
Yeah,
let's get
the
back
biggest
to
thing with this would be...
get back to the subject at hand.
Tom, what we might consider is just getting the whole process in place, and set up everything, get the whole process in place, and then maybe creep forward with get your like your PMs and your repairs and all the chargebacks and all that stuff in place, and then ease into maybe a pool, or you could start doing maintenance for some of the vehicles that are out there right now that need maintenance, and just start that way. And instead of and you could still open up that fund you're talking about, but.
With what, though?
Yeah, good point. That's a really good point.
I can create funds all day long, but there'll be a balance of zero.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Maybe next year we can do it.
So I think the reality is sinking in that in order to do this, it's going to require an investment. Because right now we have, just like we talked about earlier, deferred maintenance. This is one of the areas. We have an aged fleet that people are, in some cases, not comfortable driving the vehicles. We're going to have to make an investment in vehicles.
But you know why they're not comfortable driving vehicles? Because they don't have a maintenance program.
That's part of the issue.
They're barely keeping the tires full of air. As a matter of fact, if you walk out there in that parking lot right now, there's probably 10 vehicles out there with cobwebs and wasp nests all over them. So that's one of the reasons why they're not comfortable driving their vehicles.
So they're using their own, and we don't know if they have insurance.
So
I mean,
look to this side of the room.
Supervisor Mr. Spellman. Go ahead.
So
That's your time. It's Supervisor Ponte.
Thank you for the presentation.
I know, she never tells you to say it. She just loves telling you to say it.
I think we're on the right track here. I like the idea of a fleet management program. I like the idea of starting on a voluntary basis because it's going to take us a year or two to kind of get it all together. But it's also going to take the preparation of some funding source to get it going, as well as everybody time to look at their vehicles and what they do and how they do things, and the funds from general fund to special funds and so on. So my idea would be to make this a goal for next year's budget, but putting everybody on notice now that this is where we're going, or this is where we're leading, and it gives everybody 9 months time to kind of work together. Mary's idea of bringing people to the table that have cars in their departments and start with that kind of group effort of pulling it together. And then as we look at next year, we can look at the funding and things along that line. I have a fleet of 2 in my business and a fleet of 6 in my personal life. And it would be very nice to have somebody coordinate the maintenance efforts and the driving logs and all that kind of stuff. So when I look at, yes, we're maintaining these vehicles and replacement, another important component, and this is what I deal with every day in my business, is to make sure that all the drivers are qualified to be driving. We have company policies in place that don't allow anyone to drive a car if they have a DUI, if they've had previous accidents, whether they're at fault or not. I mean, it's a very restricted criteria, you might say, because of our insurance rates for that. So I think, we have this vehicle group, and we, I think, need to take a look at how to integrate the employee group driving these particular vehicles and what policy we have. We belong to the pool program. We get that notification. Every employee is in that program. So it makes it a little easier that way. But I know with the county and the various departments, maybe not every employee needs to be in that program. But I think that's an important component to it as well, because as we heard earlier, our self-insured insurance program and everything else, it's quite risky. Our company policy is that we don't allow any employee to use their company vehicle or their private vehicle at all. I don't know if that's realistic for county business or not, but again, because of what Mr. Spellman said in regards to, whether or not they're insured and have a license and all those kinds of things. So I think, besides the vehicle component, I think at some point we need to incorporate who's driving the vehicle behind it, which goes into, people knowing. You take for granted they know how to drive a car because they have a license, but there's also a safety check that people have to go through when they drive the vehicle at my job, where they are checking the tires and the oil and not taking it for granted. So those are my 2 cents, but I really think it's a good concept. We're on the right track, but I think it's going to take us 9 months to get to where we can truly have a fleet management program, because there's lots of little pieces that need to come together, and most importantly, hearing from every department as to what they have and how they use it and where cars are purchased, and kind of that inventory specifically to the kinds of car and mileage and that sort of thing. So,
Mr. Kelly, did you have something you wanted to say on that?
Yes, Joe Kelly. Ms. Sawicki had a very good point. And I think maybe it's not being heard clearly. I haven't heard Public Works taking and looking at her records to see what her costs are. When that vehicle goes into a shop, it has an hourly rate on it. And the provisions of all its fluids are there. They're at a list price. The Equipment Service Center, which would be Public Works up there, what are their hourly rates? What would it be compared to that? And plus the concept of the county getting through their purchasing abilities through the state. And I don't know what all you folks cover in that, but you get a hell of a discount on stuff. So then what is your markup to your local agencies on that fluids and other things?
Markup.
Huh? Markup. Well, yeah. Are you going to, when it goes in, does it go through at cost of everything if you're using this program?
You can't charge any more than what it costs.
Okay, then fine. Then it would say that it would behoove, if he can't do anything more than what it costs, it would behoove this county to use, from my perspective, the Equipment Service Center, because the costs are going to be lower, other than perhaps the manpower cost hourly rate is going to be set because it's set by scale. But your other cost, you can save costs. For one thing, I've heard in the past, sitting through a number of meetings on this stuff, they have Caterpillar equipment, that Caterpillar dozer they bought a few years back. They didn't want anything but the maintenance guys, nothing but Caterpillar filters on it, because Caterpillar would say, no, doesn't have our filter, it's no longer in warranty. Well, I don't believe that's quite true under the laws. But you can then go and look to find a quality filter, and some companies make multiple quality. The basic, the next best, and the top of the line might be the best filtration system there is. So you can do that. You can decide what you want for your filter. Standardizing whatever you can in a system makes it best, so you have less parts to keep on the shelf. You can't necessarily do it with cars because everybody will want a different brand, a Ford, a Dodge, a Chevrolet. But your oils you can, and I don't know if they use a first-time use oil or if the county's on a recycled oil program, which you might say, recycled oil, oh. That is actually, from what I recall of going through, listening to different things elsewhere, that it is actually better than the first-time refined oil, going through the second refinement. Cracking, recracking of the molecules and all that good stuff that they do, supposedly. So here's what I'm saying. You can lower your cost by a number of means, and you have the ability through your central purchasing. If you can buy your greases and your fluids through that central purchasing, other than what I just, and if you can even buy the oil, the engine oils through that, and then standard in that particular thing too. Ford comes out and says use a 510 oil in your new car and use a synthetic. I haven't used this. I don't use synthetic. I use 1540 in everything I have, Dello. I use it in an 08 Ford Escape. What I found on the first oil change on that thing, the oil came out clean with their oil in it. My oil changes come out, the oil's dirty. That tells me the oil's doing its job of cleaning. So this is the concept that need to be looked at, is you have to start looking at what lines do you draw, and that oils, fluids, and that which might be necessitated for the type of vehicle use or type of vehicle. Diesel requires a different radiator fluid than gasoline, but some gasolines might take it because of the aluminum head, aluminum radiator, a number of things, a different one to compensate for the electrolysis that might be going on. So there's a number of things. I understand the PM system. I understand fleet management. So, but I'm just trying to offer some concepts of thought to get to see what she's paying now to what the cost for the rest of the county, or those that do not extract themselves from the system, would be paying through his process. I like the concept of it if they have the manpower to take care of it. If they get overwhelmed with buses and everything else, they may not be able to do the preventive maintenance. Thank you.
Something we got to work out. Bye.
I had a comment, also a question. 30 years ago, the Human Resource Council, well, the Resource Connection now, came to you all and asked you to buy them a van under the guise that the Women's Crisis Line would use it to transport battered women and back and forth. And although that was what was presented, I guarantee you that van was used less than 6 times by the Women's Crisis Line. But when it was used, we were required to write our beginning mileage, our ending mileage, where it was taken and for what purpose. Is there a process or a system in place that requires the county vehicles to log their mileage? Well, I think that would be a great place to start, because guaranteed 100%, I wage all of my property on this. County vehicles are being used for personal use. Nothing to do with the county job, nothing to do with anything, but I can't tell you how many coffee runs might be taken to Murphy's on their, on our dime. If there's no way to track what the vehicles are being used for, this is one step in requiring people to log in their mileage. That's something that I think should be a county policy. Anytime a county vehicle is used to go anywhere, there should be a beginning mileage, an ending mileage, an explanation for it. And I guarantee you, your mileage, your use of your vehicles will go down tremendously. I'm not saying all departments, but I know that there is personal use on county vehicles at this time. So that would just be my suggestion, because if there is no way, that would be a good start.
Thank you.
Joe Kelly, if I may add one more thing. Director Garcia mentioned something about blown head gasket. Something that is bothersome you should think about, too, is within that, with the later model fleet especially, aluminum head, overhead cam. When they blow a head gasket, it causes more than just replacing the head gasket, surfacing the head, throwing it on. It takes a lot more. You want to be sure that they're done properly, because the gasket materials today and the surface of that cylinder head have to be to a certain finish to work within the whole mechanism, or you're going to have another problem. And I don't know who they use. I'm going to ask him afterwards to see who's used up here, so I can get an idea who has that kind of equipment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. Okay, and the direction of the board
Just
is...
a couple more things.
Yeah.
I would like, actually, Mary, I think she probably has a pretty well-maintained fleet. There's no doubt about that. And you keep good records, I'm sure, of your fleet, right? So maybe you could help. Maybe you could help, and that would be probably better for all of us. If there's probably some things that you do that could be best practice. And I know that one of the things that I was most worried about when I was running my fleet was when a driver got in an accident. If they're driving a personal vehicle and they get in an accident, if they have minimal insurance, the county's done. If they have a county vehicle and they get in an accident, and if it's deemed their fault, there's going to be an investigation. And the first place they go is the fleet, where they're asking for vehicle maintenance records. And they do an investigation on the vehicle maintenance records to make sure that vehicle is maintenance properly. So there's many things to consider, that we need to consider as a county as a whole to protect ourselves too. How do you guys license your vehicles? Do you know? Is it a PFR?
E-plates.
They're E-plates?
Exactly.
So it's like a fleet registration through the state? Okay. So I didn't know that. So the other thing too is, Joe was mentioning Ford, Chevy, blah, 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 right? If we were able to all buy the same types of vehicles, then you only have to stock the same types of filters, the same types of oil, all the standardization stuff. Saves a tremendous amount of money. And so I just feel that, we're on the right track. And I like, what you brought forward. I didn't mean to make you feel like you weren't doing a good job on your fleet. I'm pretty darn sure you are. So, but I would really appreciate if you said you have a person that does that, that could help. Maybe we can work together on this thing and make it work for the whole.
Public Works does a vehicle maintenance records on their vehicles.
Sure, but we're probably got about 8 different ways to do it right now. Every place has their own way of doing it. It would be nice to say, okay, let's bring that all together. We could all do it the same way, and then we'll be,
Okay,
standardized.
what is the direction of the board? This is something we're not going to be able to go to till next year. So what is it?
No.
Did you want to adjust the budget?
The presentation, no. There isn't required. The presentation was given. Director Garcia said that the vehicle that the admin office has, and maybe a couple others, could be pried loose to start with a little 3 or 4 car fleet, just to test the waters. And I don't think that that's going to require any major funding from the general fund to start that. But, I mean, there may be a little bit of seed money involved, but I don't think it's something we have to wait 9 months for, just to have a little 3 or 4 car, practice run at it to see if we can get it going.
A little research on it, right?
We need the internal service fund in place first before we can start accepting any type of fees.
Yeah, so that doesn't have to be much.
Okay, so there will need to be a little bit of seed money if you want to do that work. Yeah, but the other issue too that I want to make sure that doesn't get lost in this is that
with the fleet management is an opportunity for us to have better accountability and tracking on where the vehicles are used, who's driving them, where, those type of things like that, which I think are critical. And I'm not joking. There is no plan in place or procedure followed. And there are people that are driving on a daily basis that we have no idea what level of insurance they have, if any at all, what condition their vehicles are in, personal vehicles I'm speaking of, and we don't know what their driving record or history is. All they had to do was show that they had insurance on their data hire when they filled out the paperwork with HR, and who knows, that could have been any number of years ago, and any number of things could have transpired between them. So right now, it's like running with scissors. You know, we're self-insured, and we got people out there driving vehicles on a county responsibility time. They're on the clock. We're paying them mileage to take their own vehicles, and we have no system in place to know whether or not they've got a Dewey, or they've been in accidents, or they even have a licensed vehicle or insurance. And that is just a huge...
I have a hard time believing the county isn't using full notice.
Ask Francine. Ask Rebecca.
And that's a good place to start, right, Tom?
I know that the county does get notice if the license is about to expire, or if they do have an accident record. So the points do get reported to
For the
us.
snowplow drivers and people like that, the big equipment, CDL stuff, but not for just Joe Blow that works in the...
Yeah.
Yes, we do. I don't know where you're getting
We don't
that
necessarily know what level of insurance they have, or if they have insurance until California changed the registration. But we do, as a county, get the reports from DMV.
If they have a reportable incident.
Yes.
Okay, so fine, I take my statement back. You would know if they got a DUI, but you don't know what kind of insurance they have or what the policy states as to who is the insured, who's indemnified, how much coverage they have.
It's not a difficult system to have.
I'm not saying it's a difficult system, I'm saying we don't have one.
Well, let's look into it. Let's look into that, check on that, and then let's move on and figure out what direction we want for the fleet.
So I think it looks like we can work on this for the next 6 months or whatever.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, what is it that you understand? What is it that you're hearing from the...
How do you want to move forward?
I would like to work with the auditor's office to establish an internal service fund. We can just establish the fund and not put anything in it.
All right.
That would allow us to...
No committed money?
It would be nice to have some money in it so that we could recoup our costs and do the research to develop this program. Right now, we're spending road funds and integrated waste funds to do this, which is probably...
Great. That's great.
Is that where your salary comes from?
Our salary comes from all funding sources for New Public Works.
So just use the general fund portion of that.
Our surveyor would love to hear that.
Yeah. No, I meant for you. You just take care of it.
Tom, I want to thank you for bringing this forward like this. At first I was skeptical, but I always like to listen, right? And I really like what's going on. So I'm looking forward to making this thing work.
Are you fine with this, Mr. Spellman?
I just want to know, I want a definitive answer on if these things are reported, if someone has a driving incident, who does the report go to, and can I go and get a copy of it tomorrow?
I'll follow up with HR.
You won't be able to get a copy.
Well, I don't need to see the particulars. I just want to know who is actually assigned. Don't tell me that we can get it. I want to know if we have it, and I want to know who has the copy. Because that is a huge liability for the county.
Are you talking about those people who use their vehicles?
That's correct. People who use their personal vehicles.
That do not have the county as a named insured?
They may not have as named insured. They may not even have insurance at all.
I would just like, maybe just the full notice process.
Okay.
And I'm still uncomfortable not funding the internal service fund at some level, because there is a level of, there are going to be however many hours a staff person or Tom is spending on this. And we did reduce the general fund contribution, so there's not a lot of general fund money in terms of ELF that's going there.
It's mostly going to the mandated services for stormwater and county survey.
So I just don't want to get written up on a road audit because we have utilized staffing to implement a fleet program. So there is an investment, albeit it might be a small one to begin with.
Could we establish the fund and have Tom keep track of the time that he's spending on it, and then make sure that when the board invests in it, that time is reimbursed?
Yeah.
Good solution.
Boy, I tell you.
Supervisor Ponte, are you supportive of the direction?
Yes.
Okay, you have your marching orders.
We will come back forward in a couple months after we looked at the other departments, what vehicles are out there, and how to
Got it. Okay,
Thanks,
thank
Tom.
you.
Thank you.
I'd like to go to review
Good
of
sale. Good
correspondence.
sale, Tom.
Reports. Supervisor Ponte.
Yes, just want to report on a couple of, after last meeting, I did take that wonderful tour of Lake Tulloch and had a very nice tour with Tridam and the couple of board members from Tridam, which was a nice aspect to the tour, and met with Supervisor from Tuolumne County that shares Lake Tulloch with me. And there were some questions kind of that come up out of that tour, and I talked to Tom later about it, and we're thinking about having a meeting of sorts with two of the supervisors from Tuolumne County and myself and Public Works and perhaps their Public Works Department to talk about the O'Burns Ferry Bridge and kind of where we are in that particular project. So I think there's some misinformation out there, and it's been a while if we ever had that kind of meeting. So that's kind of the next step in regards to building that relationship and communicate a little bit more about what we're doing with the O'Burns Ferry Bridge project and where that stands. Met with the Poca Flat homeowner group, had a very nice meeting as well, about 30 people in attendance, and kind of went over short-term rental and a few other past ordinances that we passed recently, noise and special use permits and a few other things. And Poca Flat Homeowner Association basically expressed, individual members, not as an association, that they were very pleased with the short-term rental ordinance that was passed, how much quieter they found the lake, how much they didn't feel they had the public safety issues that they've had in the past, and were very complimentary. In addition, they were very complimentary to the Marine Safety Unit of Calaveras County and the joint venturing that we do with Tuolumne County there. And Blaine happened to be present as well. So I thought it was very nice to hear some nice accolades about the marine safety and from their perspective on Lake Tulloch. So it was a very nice meeting and good comments from there. Met with Fish and Game Commission. We're able to, Lori came with Shirley and discussed the budget, got the budget approved. It's a very basic budget, but it was important for everybody to understand, and I think it opened a few other questions, and hopefully, Rebecca, they'll probably come to you with a few more questions, but I thought it was a good opener. In addition to that, this next meeting, we're going to be taking a look at kind of the goals of the commission and restate them, or take a look at, what is the commission's priorities and what we want to do this next year with the monies we have, and also take a look at, I don't know if bylaws is the right word, but a little bit more structure in regards to meeting attendance and things along that line. So that'll be over the next couple of meetings, but more importantly is, are we going to have fishing clinics, or are we going to have hunter safety courses, or plant fish, or what is it we're going to do in Calaveras County? I believe the money budget is somewhere between $10,000 and $20,000, so it's a small pool of money, and these monies come as a result of a percentage of the fines that get collected through the courts. So it was just good to kind of restate where monies come from and how they're going to be used. Attended the First Five meeting. Lots of discussion within First Five, as most of you may be aware that the director has not been there for several months. They have a contract service for a director who I think is doing a very nice job in this interim basis, but they're in that position of hiring. And but yet looking at the funding sources of First Five and who they're serving, and perhaps some conflict with the funding sources in keeping things on the straight and narrow. In regards to First Five funding being for 0 to 5, and yet there's a lot of crossover in regards to other age groups, you might say. So there's a proposal being floated around, and I basically, at this point, I think it needs county leadership to see how, if at all possible, First Five needs to be restructured. Kind of deals with perhaps the auditor's office in regards to the funding sources and the trust funds associated with that. So, yes.
Was Mary there?
Mary was there. So that was our suggestion, is that they come before the board at a study session in the next several months, and to see how First Five might be restructured and how that fits into the broader picture of kind of social services for Calaveras County. Let's see, I am not going to be able, we had a COG meeting last week, and heard an update on the Wagon Trail project and several other projects. But at the Wagon Trail, we're at a juncture to have another community meeting, and I don't know if the date has been confirmed yet with Caltrans, but sometime in October, bringing people up to date again on where we are with the Wagon Trail project and the various property owners, and kind of redefining the route, even getting more narrowed down to the route, and having, again, the various maps and staff available to talk with people, and hosting it in the Angels Camp area, kind of cross between Copper and Angels Camp, to kind of cover all bases of the Wagon Trail. So we'll announce that date later. We needed a few more of our partners to be on board for a date. I'm not going to be able to accept the invitation for the Grape Stomp. I'm very sorry I won't be able to compete with you guys if you're deciding to stomp grapes and that sort of thing. No, I'm actually going to be out of town that weekend, so I apologize. But I did participate as a celebrity waitress for Bret Hart High School at camps this past weekend. And I'm pleased to say I was able to raise $2,000 as a celebrity waitress.
You want some side work?
No, but I'd be happy to challenge you next year to be a celebrity waitress.
I don't think I'm going to get $2,000 there, kiddo.
So, but I was beaten, and I was beaten by a lady who supported a table and wrote a $3,000 check. So, I was kind of like miffed because I worked hard for my $2,000. So I had a table of 10, and we all had a great time. And anyway, I came in second this year, so I can't take that trophy home.
I'd be happy to challenge you next year.
But it was a great event, and it's a nice cause. And this is a cause that supports the academic portion of Bret Hart High School. They raise monies for, oftentimes the sports gets a lot of fundraising. They have booster clubs and things like that, but this helps to support people who win spelling bees and debates and just academically. They give lots of scholarships in that regard, so it's a good cause overall. That's all I have to report.
Mr. Wright.
Well, I'm happy to report that I went to a Middle River Road District, meeting, and they were having some difficulties, as you guys might remember. But I have to report it was one of the best meetings I've been to of any meeting. They are all getting along and figuring it out. It was a great. It was just amazing. So there is hope for humanity, I think, because they were really, there's a lot of infighting, and they just kind of have put aside and moving forward. So I was really encouraged by that, actually. I've also been talking, to my constituents about regulation, and especially with there are kind of two different sides. That one is on the local timber harvesters and local mills up in District 2. There's a lot of trees, and there's a lot of need to cut the trees down, thin them out, as we've seen for forest fire protection. And there's also, we need to take a look at some of our building code restrictions on the use of that locally milled timber. I'd like to open that up and reduce some of that county regulation on that, because I think we should be able to use our own wood on our own homes structurally without having to go and get them graded. I think that would help both reduce regulation, and help the environment, help the community. So I'd like to look at that going into the future, and that kind of is all within the package of looking at the regulations that the county has that we have the power over, that we can change, that will help the economy, that will help our community, and in many cases help the environment. And also it provides for more liberty and more freedom for our people. And so I think it's really important that we take that leadership, because we need to look at, we're looking at this economy and we're saying, well, we need Target, or, which is, I'm all in favor of Target going to Angels Camp or Valley Springs, that's fine. But Copperopolis, that's cool. But there's a lot of these little things that, are holding people back from starting their own businesses here locally that combined are much more realistically more sustainable than one big box store. So I'd like to take a look at all of our regulations over the next course of the next year, and how we can reduce and incentivize for our local businesses, because that's the feedback I'm getting from our community. And so if we could add that to the ever-growing list of things I'd like. So so that was kind of the interesting conversations I had out in my district the last couple weeks.
Mr. Edson.
I'm so glad to hear you say that, Chris. I mean, about the regulations. So I met with Consolidated Fire last night. Meeting started at 7, I left there about 9:30 or so. And it was a pretty intense meeting. Of course, you've seen what happened today. I met with Army Corps on 5th last week, on Thursday. And it was around, the subject was Cosgrove Creek and Gillum Road. And Cosgrove Creek, we're into a study with them, and we're actually quite a bit into a study with them, about $380,000, I think. And so, from what I gather, from what I see, and everything that they showed me, it's not going to really benefit us because of the damage that's done by flooding in that area isn't that extensive to where it costs more than they're willing to spend on some type of some type of funding to fix the problem. So I think we should get out of it personally, and I think that we should get the report from them, because we need the report. The hydrology report was finished, and we should get the report from them and go after our own funding sources for what we want to do down there. Because we're not going to get any money from the federal government out of it. That's the story they give me. So I just felt like it was a big money pit for us. And as far as Gillum Road goes, I asked them to consider, leaving us alone over there so we could do some repairs when we get the money to do that. And so they said they weren't that department, but that they would talk to the departments that. So I'll follow up with her on that. I'm going on the 18th next week. I'm going to speak at the Valley Springs Area Business Association, and the subject is going to be what do we want to look like when we grow up. So then it has to do with the economy in that particular area. How businesses are surviving there. What do they want it to look like, and what kind of businesses they want to come in there, what kind of amenities, do they want parks, things like that. So that's going to be my subject. And then on the 4th, I went to COG, and after receiving an epidural that morning, I don't remember much of that meeting actually, but but I know I was there because Debbie said I was.
So do you remember what you approved? 4 buses and raises for board members and.
Yeah. Well, I remember it then, but I don't remember it now. So, and other than that, that's about it. Thanks.
Mr. Spellman?
A couple things. Speaking of buses and COG, I want to thank
I already thanked Cliff, but I'll thank Debbie, bless you, and the other people that are on the COG for the bus stop in Rancho, yeah. And then I saw in our final budget today that there was funding associated for creation of, bless you, there was funding from the transportation funds in our final budget to pay for construction of bus stops. It said 5 bus stops, and then there was a number for that. So I'm looking forward to finding out how many of those are going to be allocated for my area and what we can do in terms of the type and quality. Stop. The type and quality of those, because we did construct one with local contractors that was far and away less expensive and a better structure than the average cookie cutter one. So I'm hoping that we can replicate that using that first one as a template, which was approved by the county. It's ADA approved plans, which we swiped off of Steve Walensky. The plans he used for Paloma and West Point, we just modified it. Instead of wood, we used brick and metal, so that down there in the scorching heat of Rancho and the blistering sun, where the wood would deteriorate and go away in about 12 months, those brick and steel structures will be there when I'm pushing up daisies at a cheaper cost than the ones that the county installs currently. So thank you for that. The other thing, Chris made a joke earlier about abstaining from one of the votes, and then Marita chided him and said, well, if you, he said, well, if I abstain, and she said, if you abstain, then your vote's going to count with the majority. Marita and I went to LAFCO conference last week in Lake Tahoe, and one of the panel speakers was Judge Roseberg, who wrote the Roseberg's Rules of Order. And he schooled us on that particular issue. So we're going to need to revisit that. We talked about abstentions and how they were counted. The judge said that an abstention could never be counted as a yes vote. Only as a no vote in the majority.
No, you can adopt a policy. You clearly have the ability to adopt a policy.
Not according to the judge.
If you don't have a policy, then that's right. Yes.
Yeah.
And
according to the judge, a yes vote can never be.
I provide that handout in the board packet that I gave you the other day, and you chose not to go with those rules of conduct.
Well, we'll have to revisit that because the judge clearly said a yes vote can never be yes unless it's a yes. Abstentions can never be counted as a yes. Abstention can be counted as a no if the board adopts a policy. He also said that if you choose to step outside the room and be counted as absent, absent can in no way be construed as abstention. Absent is absent. And I said, well, if it's only 20 feet, or do I have to be like 3 miles away? Or he said, as long as you remove yourself from the days, and preferably out of the room, you are physically absent, and therefore your vote will be counted as nil, neither pro nor for. Yeah. So he was chuckling about today about the abstention on one of the agenda items. So. We need to revisit that if we're showing that an abstention can be counted as a yes vote.
Is that a policy that we set?
Yeah,
You have the ability to set a policy.
Huh?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a policy that we set.
The judge say, well, I'll bring it to you. I'll bring in his stuff.
She gave it to us.
I actually suggested you adopt those, and you chose not to do that.
I didn't choose not to.
They were in your packet.
The judge said clearly, and see, now I know that she had suggested that to us. The judge stated clearly, an abstention can never, the only thing that can be counted as a yes is a yes. A no can be counted as a no, for an abstention can be a no, but it can never be a yes.
That's not current California law. I did research that.
Okay. Well, he just gave it in the conference last week, so I asked him in front of 1,000 people.
Judges can't be wrong.
Oh, that's completely not true.
He could be,
That's
but
why we have
the bottom line is I just want to make sure. I just want to make sure that we're compliant, with what we need to do.
Could you move it?
No, almost. Subsequent to that meeting, I went and visited the Secretary of State's office as well as the Fair Political Practice Commission in Sacramento and had a long conversation with them dealing with people in our county that have committed perjury. And so that's something else that was a wind-up of that meeting, with the opportunity to personally meet with Gary Winnick, the Chief Enforcement Officer for the Fair Political Practice Commission. And he gave a long and humorous presentation about various people that did things that you would never believe somebody in a public office would do, let alone, what was it, the mayor of Los Angeles or somebody? I mean, just some crazy mess.
Anthony Weiner?
No, that guy's in New York. No, the mayor of LA did some funky stuff. But anyway, it was very productive. And the reason why I bring it up is because today we had some monies approved in the final budget for supervisors to attend such events. And I think that those things are productive for us to be able to know what's going on out there. When we meet with our county council in closed session, most times the conversation deals with, we're looking for other places that have already been through the gauntlet, right? So we don't have to go to court. We can wait till somebody else goes to court or research and find somebody else that's been to court, and we know what the outcome is going into whatever issue that is particularly facing us. And I think that when the supervisors are allowed to go to these conferences and they have professional speakers at the highest levels of state government and things like that are talking about case precedents, they're talking about current situations that could be, upcoming legislative acts, I think it's important for us. So.
Okay. My turn. I will be going to the Calaveras Youth Mentoring Program dinner. I'll be at Ebbets Passing and Fiveways Hermit Fest. I'll be meeting with the U.S. Forest Service on Candy Rock after I stop by the dispensary up in Arnold. I'm going to LAFCO. I have a LAFCO meeting. Going to Recovery Happens. Lori and I will be going on a tour of Calaveras, California Waste Recovery, yada, da, 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 whatever their name is. I'll be, so if anyone would like to join us, we're going.
What day?
Whatever. I got to get to my 21st century thing that Cliff teaches me. Oh, heck. The 17th at 2 o'clock, so we'll be leaving here at 1 if anyone would like to come with us. I will be speaking at the Angels Murphy's Rotary Club. I'll be going to Green Days, and I have Central Sierra Child Support. Are you going?
Yes.
Yeah. On the 23rd. Also, last week I was at a CSAC meeting, and we discussed we did discuss the prison population reduction plans with the 3-judge court. Said that we had to reduce somewhere between 7,000 and 9,000 inmates from our prison by December 31st. President Pro Tem Steinberg had a plan, and Governor Brown had a plan. I didn't have enough time because it came out quickly to ask the board what your thoughts were on how I should vote. So I wrote the sheriff and the district attorney and explained what the situation was. And based on the input I received, I voted to support the governor's plan, which was temporary, to find temporary housing. We only have 3 months to make a decision. Since then, and Lori can step in, Senator Steinberg and Governor Brown have come together on a coalition. And part of what they are going to do is ask the court if they will extend the deadline. I don't think that's going to happen. And but it's sort of what they do in Sacramento, a kumbaya moment, and we'll see what happens. But I did go the way of the input that I received from our staff. Lori, do you have anything?
I have nothing to report, thank you.
Pardon?
I have nothing to report.
Council?
I'll just follow up on what Supervisor Spellman said. If you go to the FPPC website, you can actually sign up to get, it's not a newsletter, but it's an email notification of both the agendas of the FPPC and any of the orders, rules, and outcomes. And they're presented to you in an email format that it's really easy to read, and it is something that is interesting to get because it will explain why they find somebody, what they did wrong, what they should have done, etc. So it's another free form of education. I do get that quite often, and it's something that's free.
Thank
I
you.
suggest to sign up for it.
Thanks.
Okay. Diane? Okay, this meeting is adjourned. We'll reconvene on Thursday, 11 o'clock, in a closed session, and 1 o'clock or 1:30?
1.
Whatever time it's agendized on Thursday, 1 o'clock.